Israel going to get those hostages the prisoners that they just released. So you know, once again, man, I really don't like. I'm happy that hostages were released. Anytime you get the hostages released, just don't like the fact that prisoners, like legitimate prisoners, that was arrested for legitimate purposes, were freed. And Hamas, is using that as once again propaganda to gain favor within the district, which they brought all this hellfire on. So that's all I gotta say. Yo,
Brian, jump in. What are your thoughts about that question?
Thank you, sir. It's Nelson. It's a pleasure to be back. And before I get into that, very briefly, I just needed to say something about this Jackson Hinkle guy. I honestly think that not you, but I think sometimes with some of these other spaces, they're trying to bring up some of the worst people that claim to represent the Palestinian cause because he is such an ass. He's a terrible person. He's wrong about just about everything. He's an anti-vaxxer. He's pro-Putin. He's pro-Trump. He's pro-Assad. He apologizes for the Assad regime. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And he claims to support Palestinians. Palestinians don't need Putin apologists or Assad apologists or Hamas apologists, right? Palestinians need people that stand up for Palestinians, not terrorism. There's some overlap with some people that say, again, that they support Palestine. If you support Palestine and you say good things about Hamas, you're hurting the Palestinian cause. You're making yourself look like an ass. And that guy should never have been on that platform. There are so many better advocates for Palestinian nationalism, free of terrorism, democratic and equal. That's what the true Palestinian cause is. Unfortunately, Hamas, which again, you were talking about this poll yesterday, and so I think you do a great job with these spaces, but I do want to talk about polling also really quickly, in that you got to look at aggregate. The worst thing any mainstream press outlet does, if it's New York Times, Post, I don't care who, when they conduct one of their own polls and they say this poll shows that, show me the aggregate, because maybe your poll is an outlier, right? Show me the average of all the recent polls and give that number. Don't just give one poll. In that particular poll, I took a look at it. It was about 640 people sample size, only 240 people in Gaza. That is way too low to have an accurate figure. I'm not saying that there isn't a big spike in support for Hamas because of the violence that's going on. Almost every time there's fighting, the support for Hamas spikes. But that was just one poll, and other polls that were recently conducted did not show that. To answer your question in terms of are Hamas civilians, or sorry, not Hamas, God, I'm sorry, Palestinian civilians intentionally putting themselves in harm's way? I don't think, generally speaking, they are, but the problem is because of certain things that certain people in the government are saying, including Israel's intelligence minister in the Jerusalem Post 11 days ago, calling for expelling all Gazans into either Egypt or other countries. There were think tanks, other people in the government, allied to Netanyahu, also saying these things, actually calling for ethnic cleansing and genocide. Ethnic cleansing, not genocide, calling for ethnic cleansing in Gaza. And again, that's not the official policy of the Israeli government as of yet. I don't think they're going to be able to get away with adopting something like that. And maybe they won't decide or even want to. I don't know what's in the heart of everybody in Netanyahu's cabinet, but some of them want that. So Palestinians hear that and they think, if I leave my home in the north, I will never, ever come back again, just like my grandparents in 1948. So some of them are staying because they're afraid of what will happen if they leave and that they'll never come back. And some of them are staying because the South is also getting bombed, just not as bad. And people have literally been quoted as saying, I'd rather die with dignity in my home than die in a tent shivering in the cold with no food and no nothing. So I think most Palestinians are terrified. They don't have good sources of information. They don't really trust Hamas. They don't trust the IDF. They don't know what to do. And they're just terrified. And they're afraid if they leave, again, they'll never come back, or they'll just get bombed in the South out of their home, dying like dogs in the gutter, sadly. So it's a terrible, tragic situation. It's going to get worse. But in terms of what comes next, I think there's definitely going to be at some point, maybe they'll find a way to extend the truce a little more, but Israel's going to go into the South eventually. I think they'll focus on consolidating their gains in the North, totally make sure that the Hamas is basically out of the North before really moving on the ground into the South. They'll be bombing into the South too. The question is, the United States right now is working really, really hard, and they're making it pretty obvious. If you read between the lines, they do not think Israel has taken enough care to avoid civilians in the first phase of the war. They're telling them, we expect you to do this phase differently. They're putting a lot of pressure on them to also allow more humanitarian aid in and to create safe zones. If those things happen, this second phase of the war might just not be as awful as the first phase. If Israel doesn't really listen to the U.S. advice, it's going to be even more of a bloodbath and far more people killed. But I think the outcome in the long run, Netanyahu's going to go down, Hamas is going to go down, they're going to bring each other down, and then finally, no matter, it's a question of how many more dead people, how much more destruction, but when the dust settles, there's a chance to move forward, because those two incredibly destructive entities, I'm not equating them, but they are the biggest obstacles to peace. And when they destroy each other, essentially, they'll destroy Netanyahu politically, and Hamas will literally be destroyed as a military and governing entity in Gaza Strip. There's a real chance to move forward. There's no excuse to move forward on a two-state solution once you get rid of Hamas.
But you did equate them. You did equate them, so you need
I
to own
literally
that,
no,
Brian.
I didn't. I said that they're going to destroy each other, but I didn't say that they're the exact same thing, and that Netanyahu is the same moral standing as Hamas. I did not say that. I just.
But you said Netanyahu has called for ethnic cleansing.
I didn't.
That is some bullshit. That is not
It's some
true.
bullshit, because I didn't say. I said one of his ministers, the intelligence minister. He
Okay, we'll play it back. But
I did
still,
not say. I did not say Netanyahu called for ethnic cleansing. I said some of his allies. You are not listening to me correctly.
Okay,
Never said.
you're a man, bro. You're a man. Talk like a man. Listen,
like a
Brian,
lady.
Brian, relax. Get your panties out of the water they're in.
Well, listen,
I'm just saying.
I'm not Jackson Hinkle. We're not doing this. Sorry. I'm sorry. You know what? I got this. Let Nelson pick.
Oh my God.
I'm not engaging with you. You're so uninformed. You're not worth engaging.
Okay.
You don't know what you think you're an expert on Muslims, and
Nelson,
you
what I wanted to say is the DMs that I get from Israelis.
Someone else after me, because
Nelson, Jonathan, what I wanted to say is, because I see the DMs, I see the DMs coming in. I don't know anything about this guy. I've never seen him before. He clearly knows me. Okay, I'm sorry.
I've heard you many times.
So, okay. So, what I wanted to say is the DMs that I'm literally seeing coming in these are our worst enemies from Israelis, okay? Saying that it's not Palestinians that are our enemies. It's these people who are, because they hate us. They don't like us. They want to overthrow our government. They're lefties. That's it, period. Some of them are in Israel, some of them are not. And the fact is, they're not even
Israelis
Muslim.
hate Netanyahu, 80% disapproval.
Okay, Nelson, tell the 13-year-old girl to stop going through puberty on your street.
God damn.
Can you behave like an adult?
One of us is talking calmly.
Be an adult.
Nelson, I can't stop. Okay.
Are you drinking?
No, I'm actually not.
Why are you slurring your words in it?
Why are you in a rage attack,
Brian,
bro?
Brian, let me get one mic on Sphinx, man. Let's go. We ain't got time for that.
Well, I want to say this because I don't think anybody thinks that Netanyahu is without fault. However, I think to equate Israel with
I didn't
Hamas.
equate them. Again, I deny that. I did not do that.
Bro, calm down, man. I mean, is it that time of the month?
Words in my head, like I'm equating terrorism and
calm down, bro. Relax. This goddamn, bro. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, dude, you sound like my wife on her period. What's going on with you, man?
People tried to smear me as a terrorist supporter, Yehuda, and
the concept that one evil will take care of the other, which is what was implied, which Netanyahu and Hamas will take care of each other, is actually not a logical concept. That doesn't happen. If you let forces work themselves out, homeostasis is not all the evil forces are gone. People who say that don't know what they're talking about, and I'll yield.
All right, just briefly, all I meant was that this war has shown that Netanyahu, whose entire raison d'etre is I'm the guy who's going to keep you safe, he failed. I know IDF people serving right now that have given up on him and can't wait to vote him out. In the first instance they have, his approval has cratered, his future as the leader of Israel is done. It's just a matter of when. We don't know when, if it's going to be during the war, if Yair Lapid succeeds in pulling off some Likud support now or after the war, but he is done. He screwed up. He did not keep Israel safe. And at the same time, he's going to destroy Hamas, his government, the IDF, They're going to destroy each other. That does not imply a moral equivalence. Any intelligent, rational person would not do that. If you're trying to smear someone just because I'm somewhat critical of Israel, go ahead. You can do what Yehuda does. I'm not equating them. I'm simply saying that they are both very problematic. Hamas is obviously worse. There's no question. Hamas is worse than the Israeli state. The Hamas is worse than the IDF. There's no question they're not on the same moral plane. But they're both quite bad for Israel and for the Palestinians. And because of what Bibi did in his failure to protect Israelis will remove him from power. It's a matter of when. And he's going to end up getting rid of Hamas with this campaign. So yes, I can say they're removing each other. And no, Sphinx, that's not a moral equivalence. Because, you know, if you think about it, and maybe it's hard for you, I'm not trying to be insulting, but you really came after me. I never, ever said that they're the moral equivalent. So please don't put words in my mouth. And just because I don't agree with you, don't smear me as a terrorist. That's all.
Man, relax. It's all good.
Don't equate me as a terrorist sympathizer because I don't agree with your particular interpretation of these.
Yeah, but you are, Brian, a terrorist sympathizer, though. Let's keep it 100. Let's just keep it real.
Jonathan, that's some bullshit, brother. I love you. I think I appreciate that you liven things up and whatever. I'm sorry, that's some bullshit.
That's some bullshit, right? Come on, man.
How am I a terrorist sympathizer? Where have I said I sympathize with Hamas?
Your feed is garbage, dude. Your feed is fucking garbage.
Hamas. I support Israel's campaign to destroy Hamas, and I think they have the right to do that. Now, if I care about how many civilians are dying in the process, that doesn't make me a bad person. And I care about that when we were in Iraq and Afghanistan too. And so I know that the U.S. took greater care.
Brian, let me throw it back to you, right?
Sure.
Circling back to the original question. Do you feel that Gazans are putting themselves in harm's way to an extent?
Yeah, no, as I said, they generally are not. There might be some people who are fired up with the relatives just killed that literally want to go join Hamas. Most people just want to stay the heck out of this. I'm sure they're getting more recruits during some of this violence. I don't know what their intake system is and how many weapons they have. I don't know how that's working. I'm sure there are some yahoos. There were some civilians that went in and joined in what happened on October 7th.
Yeah, they also turned over a hostage who escaped straight to Hamas. Like, this is the civilian population that has. Like,
but this is we're talking this is where the bigotry comes in. We're talking 2.3 million people. How many of these people?
And 70% of them have polls support Hamas. I mean, this is a huge issue,
right?
right?
So again, I guess you missed the whole point. I don't know who you are. I'm going with Nelson.
I mean, I know who you are.
That's one poll. I went into this whole thing about polling. If you studied polling the way I have, one poll.
Well, Liberty studied polling, man. You got to know that.
Definitely study polling. I work in politics, my man.
Yeah, well, all right. So you know that there could be an outlier poll or a new poll, and it's the aggregate. You take the aggregate of the average of the polls.
So the aggregate for this poll would be 60%.
Sir,
it's still a huge fucking issue.
I got the mic here. I don't know why you're interrupting me, but you got to check sample size. It was an incredibly small sample size. And you know, as well as anybody, if you claim to be an expert in what you say you're an expert in, a small sample size is not a reliable poll. Okay, it's not reliable if it's a small sample size. Now, if 3 or 4 other polls come out with the same number and they have a better sample size, that's meaningful. One poll with a new statistic is a possible data point and an indicator, but it doesn't definitively prove anything, and the polls change over time, as you know, sir. Okay? So don't claim one poll as if somehow that's some definitive representation of the psychology of a whole group of people.
Actually, that's not true. All polls are different. You have to look at the population size of the whole population.
That's what I just said. Are you not listening? That's exactly what I said.
Well, you said it, Brian.
That's what I said, Sphinx.
Not listening.
I literally said the exact same thing you just said. So I don't know.
Brian.
No, it's not.
Wait, everybody mute out real quick. Everybody mute out. I want to go to business on Clubhouse, bro. I want to. You have a different perspective, right? From what I've heard, tonight, for the most part. Business, I want to get your take on what's being said right now, my brother. Do you feel that Gazans are putting themselves in harm's way? And just to give you a little bit of context regarding this question. So you do have a lot of video footage going out there showing Gazans returning from the north back up, from the south back up to the north, right? A lot of them. Right. And of course, we all know that the truce is about to end, does it end tonight? Actually, it's in a couple hours, right?
It should be ending shortly.
Is somebody confirmed it? Yeah, it's any time now, right? What are your thoughts about that question, business? Let's talk about it.
Thank you, my brother. What I believe is going on is actually the people from Gaza, the Palestinian people, they actually have a lot of faith in Hamas, actually. Because I know a lot of people right now think for some reason Israel is actually winning the war. But actually, like just like what happened with Russia and Ukraine, everybody thought Ukraine was winning. But now everybody could agree that Russia is destroying Ukraine. And what Hamas is actually doing to the Israel military force, only thing Israel accomplished so far in this war is bombing a bunch of buildings and killing a bunch of civilians. That's all they have actually accomplished. But if you see what's going on in northern Israel at this exact moment, there are thousands of Israelis that are evacuating and going to southern cities because Hezbollah is bombing the shit out of them, and they're shitting their pants. And
Bro, Hezbollah's doing fuck
the
all
reason why there's a
because
ceasefire right now, you remember they were saying we will never negotiate with terrorists. Hamas is disgusting. They're rapists. They behead babies. La 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 la. But what did they do? They negotiated with terrorists. A matter of fact, they're even releasing hostages back to Hamas because they know clearly they need a pause so they could catch their breath, because a lot of their battalions, because of all the buildings that they destroyed.
Bro, where do you get your news from, bro? Where do you get your news? Jackson Hinkle?
Same place as Free
Dude's
Assad
reading the back
probably
of
in
a
his sources.
soapbox.
Wait, let him respond. Let me respond. I'm actually curious. Well, where do you get your news?
The same news that I got when everybody thought Ukraine was winning the war.
But where do you get it though? Where do you get it? Where do you
That
get
sounds like Jackson Hinkle for sure.
Al Jazeera.
Wait, one mic on this guy. One mic on this guy.
I get it. I get multiple sources from independent journalists that are on the floor.
What, Jackson Hinkle?
I don't have their exact names. No, it's not Jackson Hayes.
You don't know the name of the motherfuckers you get your information from.
By face, yes, I know them by face.
You know them by face.
I speak to a lot of. I have a lot of.
Well, they got FaceTime in Gaza.
I have a lot of Palestinian friends that live in Palestine as we speak.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, personally. Like,
oh, word.
Yeah, real talks. I'm not even joking. Not only that, I watch also like what do you call other Arab YouTube channels. I watch Al Jazeera. I watch many. I get my sources from a bunch of different people. I watch what's the guy's name on Redacted? What's the guy's name?
What is it?
You know the.
Does the last name start with a Hinkle? With an H?
Yes. Man,
I mean, make sense to me, bro. Like, the fuck you talking about? Like,
but you could do your own due diligence and do your own research instead of watching mainstream media. But Israel's not winning the war. They attacked off of based.
They're not winning the war.
They got angry. Humiliated on October 7th. They got invaded. They have the best intelligence, and they got humiliated by Hamas, who's supposed to be one of the weakest military forces in the world. And they literally took a bunch of hostages, and they reacted with emotions instead of using their brain. And even historically speaking, this is not the 60s where all these Arab countries were on camels and had swords. Everybody has a military weapon now. It's not like this is 2023. Turkey is highly advanced, who are giving their weapons to Hamas. Hezbollah is
Turkey is
getting the weapons from
Hezbollah
Iran.
is scum,
This is
bro.
2023, baby. And I can't wait till the fight resumes. So everybody's gonna realize what's really going on.
Let me ask you a question. You saying you can't wait till the fight resumes? So everybody, didn't Hamas want the pause and fire? Wait, so they wanted the pause because they're getting stomped. Okay, now you say, I can't wait till it resumes so we can see what really is going on. If what was really going on was what was going on, they wouldn't want a fucking pause. They would want to finish the job, right? But no,
listen,
answer me, bro.
Dumbass. They're getting back. It makes Israel look weak for negotiating with terrorists.
Man.
I thought they were losing. What do you mean looking weak?
This guy's smoking the same dope as Assad and has the same source.
Meet up. Yo, Randy, respectfully, when there's somebody on the microphone, mute your mic, bro. Respectfully, okay? Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Real quick, business. You know what? But before I jump in on this one, I want to see where the audience stands. If you're on Clubhouse right now, if you agree with what business is saying, I need you to drop a 1 in the chat right now. If you disagree, drop a 2 right now. Every single person in that room, drop it in the chat right now. If you're on Twitter, if you agree with what business is saying, hit the chat feature, bottom right corner of the space. Respond to the tweet of this space with a 1 in the chat right now. 2 in the chat if you're calling BS, or you can just type bullshit. It doesn't really matter to me. Now, let me look at the chat on Clubhouse. You do have a lot of 1s. Okay, I mean, so far I'm talking, we're probably a good 50-50. Yeah, 50.
Yeah, it's 50-50.
It looks 50-50 on Clubhouse. Let me see where we're at on Twitter real quick. So Twitter, I mean, we're like 90-10, 90% calling bullshit. Now, for every single one of you guys that put a 1 in the chat real quick, I'm trying to understand how your brain operates, right? That's really what I'm trying to understand right now. So let me find one of you motherfuckers on stage. Let me see. Who put a 1 that's on stage?
Abdi put a 1.
Abdi, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm doing good, man. How's you?
I'm doing better than your dumb ass, but I was just fucking with you,
I know all Americans are dumb ass and Europeans.
All right, break it down for me. Why do you agree with what he's saying right now? You think Hamas is winning this war?
I think they will win this war for sure. And Israel.
Where are you from? Where you from, Abdi?
I'm from East Africa.
Where in East Africa?
And all you guys are saying Hamas.
Where in East Africa, bro? Where in East Africa? I'm speaking English, my brother. You don't understand me?
Somali, bro. Somali.
Oh, you a Somali motherfucker. Okay.
Okay, motherfucker.
I got ahead with your bullshit. Go ahead.
Okay,
Break it down for me.
So who told you guys like Hamas are terrorists? The real terrorists are Israelis and Americans.
Shit, you got terrorists in your country too. Goddamn pirates and shit.
Fucked up, bro.
You should know what the fuck a terrorist is. Goddamn.
Listen, you guys, who tell you Hamas are terrorists? Americans?
No, Hamas are definitely terrorists.
Killing 1,400 people, terrorists.
Let's let him talk. I want to hear his perspective. Go ahead.
Who give the that name to Hamas or anybody else?
Individuals with common sense.
Yeah, Americans, like over 100 countries, they don't say Hamas are terrorists. The only people who say is like Americans and Europeans. That is the only people who say Hamas are terrorists.
Yeah, we're the same ones who call your pirates terrorists too.
Africa,
it's like, let me ask you something.
You probably a goddamn
he said he's either a pirate or he's sitting in a fucking internet cafe somewhere.
Yeah, he definitely got. I'll tell you that right there.
You can say whatever.
You know this the problem, John. This the problem. This the problem with Elon sending Starlink all over the goddamn world. Now you got motherfuckers like this in the middle of the goddamn ocean with internet. Come over here and talk that bullshit.
Let the man talk. Listen, the richest guy you have, he afraid about Israel. What about John or Nelson? You guys you all afraid about the Americans, so you don't have a freedom. You can say whatever you like, or you can say your own opinion. You maybe you will get fired, or maybe you will get banned.
Warning! Bullshitter alert! Bullshitter alert!
You are fake news. I appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Right. We got it. No, bro. Go raid some goddamn ships, man. Go join the Houthis, man. They doing it to the Israeli ships right now. John, let's talk. I'm come back to you, my brother. You just fucking wasting a lot of time with that bullshit. John, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, brother. Hey, Nelson. It's been a while. I'm doing good. I'm no surprise that some of these voices that are, they need to call their mom and dad and say shame on you for how you raised me, how I gather my information. Like the ideal one that Ukraine and Russia, but let's stick to Israel and Gaza. That any ideal that this pause wasn't forced, right? So on day one, Hamas said, release all the prisoners. Every Palestinian prisoner you got, release them and I'll give you hostages back. And then Israel did the smackdown and okay, we would like to do a pause. That's more like the logical reasoning there.
Man, I mean, I'm trying to figure it out, right? But I definitely want to hear from the other side. Seems like we have a lot of people on the Clubhouse side who happen to disagree. So I'm going to be tagging a lot of you guys. Matter of fact, if you want to speak right now, you're on the stage, type your name in the chat right now so I know to come to you. But that being said, let me go to liberty. Let's talk about it.
I just want to point out that guy is saying that Israel's losing the war. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Have you seen military map?
Brother. Keep laughing. A couple weeks.
Keep laughing? Dude, you're from Somalia. Get fucked. You don't know shit.
I'm from Somalia. Who said I'm from Somalia?
Oh, there was a guy who just said he was from Somalia. You're the one who said Israel's losing the war. Where you get your news from? A soapbox?
That was terrorist number one. Now we got terrorist number two. You got a lot.
You gotta keep the terrorists in order. They should be in the trash though, where they belong.
But talk about it, man. Go ahead.
I just want to point out, like this guy doesn't know at all what he's talking about. He's got no education. He gets his news off of the back of a soapbox. He probably is trolling 4chan.com for his military analysis. Probably where he gets that from.
Man,
let's talk about it, Nelson. Like, let's say if you were some way reasonable, the way you assess on who's winning or losing in a war is based on their goals, their strategic objectives. Israel has listed out, here are my 3 goals. Hamas has a charter that we can kind of figure out what their goals are, like kill every person in Israel, destroy the state. Other than that, for their Al-Aqsa flood that they call it, the goals were just wreak havoc. Now on Israel's side, you can ask, come on, man. Based on their objectives they listed for Al-Aqsa flood versus Israel's goal, number 1, get as many hostages back as possible. Number 2, destroy Hamas military capability. Number 3, secure the border area. That's what you should rate who's winning or losing, how much ground has been cleared by Israel, how many Hamas fighters have been killed, how much of their military capability to destroy, the number of division and brigade commanders. Like, let's talk some common sense, people. Yeah, they're losing. Like, okay.
Brother, respectfully, can I respond to that?
Talk about it.
Good luck.
Because what Hamas has done so far, right? Hamas got some of their people released from Israeli prisons. They stopped the normalization with Israel from Saudi and all the other Arab nations, right? They change the narrative of how Israel is perceived globally. And not only that, right? They barely have killed any Hamas soldier. Not only that, a lot of Israelis are evacuated.
So that's right. All 12,000 of stated civilians are 100% not a single Hamas soldier in those, right?
He got YouTube sources.
That's right.
I'll let you go. Just one last thing. I have the mic, right? So, in my opinion, exactly what Hamas has done is going according to their plan, not according to Israeli plan. What Israel is doing actually is they look kind of retarded. Honestly, like I really respected Israelis military, but the way they've been reacting, it only benefits Hamas, and Hamas is laughing because even now they're about to start a regional war, exactly what Hamas wants. And if Israel has any brain, they will actually stop the fight and have a ceasefire, because this is not benefiting Israel at all. Hamas has been winning even October 7th. That was a military a mission that they completed and they accomplished, right? And exactly what they've been doing by stopping Saudi from normalizing relations.
What was the mission though?
Yeah, no, you heard him say it. Go ahead. Dig that hole. Dig it deeper.
What was the mission?
The mission for October 7th?
Yeah.
Their mission for October 7th was to get a bunch of hostages, right? Attack Israel, get a bunch of hostages so they can release. So later on, they have leverage to negotiate so they can get some of their prisoners out from Israel, and also stop normalizations, right, with Saudi. So they're creating chaos, right? They're creating chaos with Israel. So Israel attacks a bunch of innocent civilians like they've done, and then all the Arab nation is going to condemn them. So Hamas just played them. That's what their main objective, what it was. And now they're getting their prisoners released, and they're going to go back to fighting. And Hezbollah is going to get involved, and a bunch of Turkey's going to get involved, and it's going to be a big fight.
So tell me this. Do you support their mission for October 7th?
Do I support who's missing? Hamas?
Hey, your brothers, yeah.
Do I support Hamas? To be honest with you, the way Israel won the war in the 60s was by killing a bunch of innocent people. And you know what? That's
not true.
Hold on. I'm gonna hold on. Whatever, it doesn't matter. They won the war, and they rightfully fought for that land, and they won the land. And Hamas has every right to fight back against Israel to win back their land. It's a war, man. That's how you get
What
land.
about the 25? What about the 20,000 Palestinians that died? What about the people in the West Bank that have no salary now?
Bro, I'm responding to Nelson. So if Hamas attacks if all the Arab nations attacks Israel and they win the land, then they win the war, they have every right to that land. Just like how the Americans killed all the indigenous people and won their land. That's how fighting, bro. This war. You know what I mean? This is not the 60s no more. They're gonna fight for
It's
this
also
land.
not 300 years no more, man.
Let the best man win, and whoever wins the land wins the land. That's how I see it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So you think so let me ask you a question. So you think this should be a fight to the death? Last man standing gets to keep the goods. Is that what you're saying?
That's how all lands, historically speaking.
Okay, so if that's the case, if that's the case, why you keep crying every fucking day, begging Israel to stop blowing people up?
I never begged, brother. You name me one time I've ever begged. I'm confident in Hamas. I'm confident in Turkey. I'm confident in Hezbollah, and I'm confident in Iran. I'm confident with all the Arab nations.
Where are you from, buddy? Where
I've
you?
never been more confident in my.
Where are you from? Now, where are you from?
That Israel will lose.
Where are you from?
I'm from America.
No. Where are you, really from? Like, where are you from?
Nelson, this guy's pushing. Iran's not an Arab nation.
Yeah, ask him a question.
Hold on, the guys asked me a question, bro.
Where are you from, buddy?
I'm from America. I'm African American, born and raised in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio.
I bet a question. Where's your daddy from?
My mom's my dad was born and raised in America.
And your mom's Ethiopian.
And my mom's Ethiopian.
So you an African motherfucker.
I get my lineage from my father.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you this question one more time, right? And I just want you to give me a straight up answer because you've been doing a lot of
Go ahead, brother. I'm
direct. You've been doing a lot of Michael Jackson moonwalking on this stage tonight. You understand what I'm saying? So direct question: October 7 attacks, Hamas on Israel. Do you support those attacks?
100%.
Damn, we got a terrorist motherfucker in the room.
Fatality.
Cat.
I don't think so.
All
bro.
right.
Just like what Israel's doing. I don't.
You're 100% a terrorist motherfucker, without a doubt.
I think it's war, bro.
Okay.
I don't believe.
All right, let me one second. Just hang on tight. Hang on tight. I'm gonna use you for content tonight. Let me go to let me go to Sam. Sam, real quick question. Do you support the attacks on October 7th? Give me a straight up answer, not a monologue. Yes or no?
Definitely not. Of course not. I'm Palestinian, and the way that guy was speaking as if it was like Palestinians do not matter. The 20,000 people that died, the people that do not have salaries right now in the West Bank. What the fuck are you talking about? If you wanna go to war, go to war. Do not kill people because of your war and then claim victory. This is fucked up.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna come back to you. You sound like you got a good brain on your heads. All right. Let me go to M, my brother. Let's talk about it.
The perception that the thing that he has just said right now. I trust Iran. I trust the Arab countries. I trust this. I trust that. What are you on about? Hezbollah stood down. Iran hasn't engaged. The Arab countries are working for a potential ceasefire later on and the two-state solution negotiations afterwards. They're not working on a master plan to attack Israel. This is not going to happen. This is a terrorist attack. It was done for a very specific reason. It's being dealt with. Colonel Spencer is on here. The plan that they did in northern Gaza, urban warfare, and how they managed to seize control of the northern sector in record time with limited casualties. They stopped because they worked on this deal, because they need to release women and children, because they would do anything to release women and children to end their suffering. It's just that's it. It's very simple. It's the explanation is always very straightforward. There is no major, explanation that goes beyond the realm of reason here.
Man, I mean, for me, like I don't understand. Matter of fact, let's just do it like this, right? If you are a supporter of the October 7th attacks, put a hell yeah in the chat right now. Just type hell yeah in the chat right now. If you're on Twitter, hit the chat feature, bottom right corner of the room. Respond to the tweet of this space with a hell yeah if you support the attacks on October 7th. And if you do not, don't put anything in the chat. I really just want to see how many people truly do support these attacks, right? So you've got Business, big supporter of the attacks. You've got UD, also a supporter of the attacks. And I want to see what we have on. Oh, shit. You still have a bunch of people. You have Yahuda, Mayakala Yahuda. He supports the attacks as well. And I truly want, because like, I can't comprehend it because of the videos that we've seen. I mean, we've
They're
seen
terrorists. They're terrorists.
they're terrorist
Okay.
motherfuckers.
That's all you need to comprehend. We got it. Thank you for letting us know you're a terrorist. We got you.
I mean, for you to support October 7th attacks, you gotta be a terrorist. For sure. Like one that you have to be on the FBI watch list, without a doubt. I wouldn't fucking be anywhere near your ass in public. You just might blow some shit up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Kaboom. Like, real talk. You know what I'm saying? So, business, I have to go back to you, bro, because I need you to make this make sense for me, and not just me, but for anybody else in here right now, right? And
Nelson, I looked up what you wanted about
wait. Let me get one mic on business real quick. I want business to break this shit down. By the way, it's good to see you, Caroline. I haven't seen you in a while, so it's good to see you. But business, break it down for us, my brother. Like, you support October 7 attacks. Why?
I support it because number one, I don't think it was a terrorist attack. I think it was a military operation that Hamas was conducting, and they successfully conducted that operation by doing their special operation and getting what they wanted to be achieved by retaining the hostages they want, so they can negotiate with the Israeli government, right, to release their prisoners, which they have accomplished, and also to what you call stop all talks with other Arab countries such as Saudi, so they could not normalize relationships with the Israeli government. And they want that also because they have the moral card right now. A lot of people see the way Israeli reacted, and they realize that, you know what, man, Israel is a bunch of freaking terrorists as well. So people also realize that, you know what, Israel has no leg to stand. They're trying to claim Hamas as terrorists, but at the same time, they're doing exactly what these people did. And then you have to also realize, right, the attack that happened October 7th, right, with Hamas came in there, they did what they had to do, but then right behind them, there was a second wave of other type of militias. And these ones are the real barbaric ones. These are the real savages. It's like mini gangs, right, that in Gaza. So these people are not Hamas. They don't wear uniforms and whatnot. They're regular savages from the Gaza Strip and whatnot. And when they seen what was happening, they were just killing a bunch of people. And also the Israeli Defense Force defending their people, they shot some of their people also by mistake, obviously, because they were
take a breath. Take a breath.
They were fighting,
think about what you're saying. Why would Hamas have to do what they did on October 7th? Who told them they have to go do that?
One second.
Did Iran tell them?
No, I just told you Hamas was doing a military operation because they had a military objective and they completed it. But there was people that came after them, a second wave of militias that's not Hamas, that were doing some savage behavior, looting, robbing gas stations, killing innocent people.
Bro, where you wait, make sense. Well, let me understand something. So you're saying there were two waves of incursion on October 7th. One was by Hamas, and the second one was just random Palestinians.
Militias. They were like lower, because it's not just Hamas that's in
what
Gaza.
The fuck are you saying, bro? Like what the
brother, man? This is what I'm saying. You're
saying some bullshit.
Like where are you getting your information from, bro? Like I'm sure. You know what? Let me go to M. Let me see what M thinks about what you're saying. M, is he accurate? What he's saying right now? Is he on point?
He's not accurate, but he's not lying. So what happened is they sent the first fighting echelon. That was the one that was tasked with taking out the border fence and the border fence strong points and the command and control center and the nearby military bases. But then they sent other two fighting echelons or other two fighting waves, and those were responsible for terrorizing the civilians and going to the kibbutzim and murdering and taking hostages. Then also civilians from the Gaza Strip crossed into Israel on foot, on bicycles, on motorbikes, on donkey carts sometimes, just to loot and kill and take hostages as well and return back to Gaza.
Man, that's absolutely crazy, bro. Absolutely
Nelson,
crazy.
That's why they're not able to locate all of the hostages. There's reports that they're not able to locate it because they were not all taken by Hamas. There were regular Palestinians that went in and took hostages from Gaza, from Israel.
Not regular Palestinians, militia groups. So these guys are lower class. They're like regular gangs, and they were there looting, just like
there were civilians that are not associated with the gang who took hostages. We know that for fact. Like that is known fact.
But Hamas does not support what those militias were doing. Nor
Yes,
do
they do. They openly said they do.
What do
They
you mean? They
openly
did the
said
same
so.
thing, bro. How do you say they
Even
weren't
today,
supporting?
the
They
leader
did
of
the same
Hamas,
exact thing.
even today, the leader of Hamas said that they would do it again, and they plan on doing it again, and that was just a rehearsal. So don't give me Hamas didn't support that. They did support that. We have video of Hamas going into bunkers in Hamas uniforms, tossing grenades, killing civilians. Don't give me the Hamas didn't do that. They also participated in the atrocities. They just weren't alone.
Hamas is a government. They're a political group that were elected.
Hamas is a terrorist organization who kills men, women, and children.
Military, and they have every
They're
right.
a terrorist organization with no rights to exist.
So Hamas doesn't have any right to run any.
They have no right to exist
No.
or run Gaza. They are a terrorist organization who brutally kill even their own Palestinian civilians.
May I say something, Jensen?
Why is it so hard to get, Liberty?
Jason, may I say something?
Hamas doesn't have the right to
Real quick, one second. Let me get Mariah involved. Mariah, talk about
Yeah,
it.
if Hamas thought that it's not okay, why they didn't give all the people right away to show to the whole entire world that they wasn't okay with that, like you say?
Because they need their hostages so they can release their prisoners. It's called negotiation. They need leverage.
But you just said that Hamas said that it wasn't their intention, right? So
Yes,
you're just.
It was their intention to get hostages.
Did you drink or smoke something? Because right now you're saying the opposite from the thing you just say.
Bro, I said their military operation was their main reason for invading was to get hostages, so they have leverage to negotiate with Israel so they could get their prisoners out.
Yeah, a baby, 9 months. Yeah, it's okay to live over there. Yeah. If Hamas knew that there is a baby, there is a children over there, right? So why they didn't say immediately to everybody, give them back all the kids?
Bro, I don't know if this lady was hearing what I said. I told you they need hostages. Yes, kids, women, men, who you name it. So they
Sounds
have
like a terrorist organization.
I mean, business. I think most people. I think most people. Real quick, bro. Calm down. Mute your mic, bro. Mute your mic. I think most people are struggling to understand your perspective right now, bro. Because, I mean, dude, you're painting these guys as beautiful, freaking, awesome individuals, gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Like you're painting them as good people, which is just
Would you take your fucking
absolutely
head off
crazy.
and kill you and rape you with GoPros and shit like that? Don't forget those.
Hell yeah, they probably would chop your Ethiopian ass up and eat you for fucking breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
What
Depending
type
on how
of dope are they smoking, Nelson? I need to know.
That's cap. You guys sound like Fox News,
that's
bro.
crazy. Let me guess. You born in America, raised in America. You ain't never left this goddamn country a day in your life. Am I correct?
No, I left this country. I lived out of this country.
Where do you go? Mexico?
Ethiopia.
And that is that it?
The dumb fucking place to go.
Is that it? Is that the only place you've been to, bro? Like I'm asking a genuine question for real.
I lived in Kenya. I lived in London. I lived in Canada for a bit also. Yeah, I lived in multiple places, man.
What were you doing? What were you doing?
I lived in Qatar also.
You setting up suicide bombs and all types of shit like terrorist ass.
Yo, Nelson, all I gotta say is
sounds like you're running. You're running. Running from what?
Putin was a terrorist.
Who are you running from?
So.
He a terrorist motherfucker, man. You know what I'm saying?
He's a terrorist.
Who is a terrorist?
Hey, Nelson.
What's up?
Is this like a trolling room, or are you guys having a discussion?
Man, your daddy's okay. Jump in. I'm fucking with you.
Don't do it.
Go ahead. What do you have to say? I'm confused.
No, I mean,
do you agree what he's saying?
Just like, nah, of course not. No,
Because he's not joking, bro. So he's not trolling. He's being legit. He supports Hamas.
I mean, that's his prerogative. I don't know, like what you trying to say. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people.
Bro, your microphone's terrible, bro. Sounds like you in Ethiopia, right? Your microphone's terrible, brother. All right, we got to come back to this, brother, man. Okay, cool. Let me go to my man, George. George, jump in, bro. What are your thoughts? Let's talk about it. George, gone once, twice, 3 times, gone to the audience. Afzal, jump in. What's up, my brother? Afzal.
Give me a minute.
Bro, I was about to send you down so fast. Okay, let me go to FL. FL, jump in.
Yeah, so whatever. I don't know, that guy must have been on Clubhouse because I didn't see anybody speaking on Twitter, but he's 100% a terrorist, bro. If he's out there supporting Hamas, Hamas does not deserve to live. Anybody in Hamas, they deserve to be eradicated from the earth, right? Taking these women and these children and these babies as hostages. If he thinks this is a war and he thinks this is a retaliatory response, that a retaliatory response, even in Islam, you don't take women and children as hostages and kill and rape and murder innocent women and children, right? So this guy's 100% a terrorist. Anybody that lives around him, I'd be watch out, because as soon as he starts yelling Allah Akbar, it's going to start banging. It's going to be crazy. But yeah, going back to what we were saying is, it's so embedded in the roots of the Palestinians that as soon as they were broken open, the citizens went in and they were starting to take hostages, right? So all of the Palestinians, they thought it was free reign to go in and kill Jews, and that just shows you what the core of their belief system is there in Gaza, and it's disgusting.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Bro, your shit is terrible, bro. Like, your shit is terrible.
How about now? Can you hear me better?
Okay, let me give you 2 tips. Number 1, disconnect from your Bluetooth. It's trash. Okay, disconnect from the Bluetooth in your vehicle. Number 2, park somewhere where you actually have stable signal, and then jump on a microphone. Right now, ain't gonna work. I appreciate you, my brother.
Let me respond to this guy. If I
TC,
can.
go ahead. Let's talk about it.
So I just want to preface my statement with saying I agree. I believe Hamas acted in a very terroristic way. Anybody that would systematically target civilians, women and children, kill them, slaughter them, specifically targeting a festival where there's young children that are, dancing and enjoying peace, love, and that's anti everything that's humanity, that's humane. But I will take this perspective. I'm curious, the gentleman that was speaking, what his thoughts are on this. We understand that there is legitimate resistance that's recognized by the UN. Some people refer to it as popular resistance. The UN defends the right of occupied peoples and people in conflict zones, colonized peoples, to rightfully resist against the occupying government. As a matter of fact, they even enshrine in their documentation and their resolutions the right of people to effectuate even armed resistance is actually found in UN resolutions. My question is this. Okay, let's say we completely eviscerate and get rid of Hamas, right? How do you discern legitimate resistance from Hamas terrorism? Because resistance can be violent. Resistance can certainly be, civil disobedience. Some people would call that economic terrorism. Civil disobedience or resistance can take the form of environmental terrorism, because it's considered a pushback, a legitimate popular pushback against the government. I'm going to say this and I'm going to land with this. In March in 2018, okay, thousands and thousands of Gazans marched towards a buffer zone between Israel and Gaza that legitimately was being occupied by the IDF, and peacefully protested. I mean, they were singing songs, they were, painting faces and shit like that. And IDF, you can go look this up, you don't have to take my word for it. IDF opened up and started shooting down those innocent protesters. They were engaged in protected, legitimate resistance, peaceful resistance. And they shot and killed 17 unarmed Palestinians and injured thousands more. That is a fact. So my question to you is this. If you want to point at Hamas, and I would agree with you, as a terrorist organization, how do you discern, or how do you discern between legitimate resistance, which takes on the form of violence, and Hamas? Because if you're going to eradicate Hamas, you got to understand that the resistance, again, is ingrained in the very fiber of the being of the Palestinians, because they are in occupied territory. So what do you consider?
You could eliminate military capability. You could destroy Hamas's military capability to launch rockets and to launch attacks into Israel. I mean, you're not going to eliminate Hamas as an idea, as an ideology, just like ISIS, right? ISIS is still an ideology, but ISIS military capability is eliminated.
How do you discern between legitimate resistance, which is protected by the UN, and terrorism? How do you discern between the two?
Fucking innocent civilians being caught in the crossfire.
No, Nelson.
Absolutely.
Because innocent civilians being caught in the crossfire happens in legitimate.
Or no. Sorry. Innocent civilians being intentionally targeted.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But I'm saying, how do you decipher between Hamas? Okay, let's say there was an attack on, let's say it was a power grid or in the Israeli side, and there was a legitimate attack. Do you say that's resistance or do you say that's terrorism? See what I mean? You see what I mean? That's the problem that you have. That's why there will never be a solution to this issue.
Of course, there won't be. So you know what I think right now, bro? Like, and I'm being very honest. For there to be permanent peace in that region or a permanent solution in that region, somebody's got to go. That's a fact. Somebody's got to go.
But then
there's no peace. There's no peace in that fucking region as long as you have, Palestinians in Gaza that have lost family members, et cetera, at some point, there's no peace when you have those people around, period. Right? Because that hatred will always be there. You kill somebody's mom, you kill somebody's dad, you kill somebody's brother, that motherfucker's going to hate you for life, especially if you ain't behind bars. In some cases, even if you're behind bars, they still want your ass dead. Okay, let's be real right now. For anybody in Gaza or West Bank, whatever, that have lost family members by way of Israeli attacks, or whatever you want to call it, that motherfucker is a threat to the Israelis, period. And for as long as that motherfucker lives, there will never be peace in Israel. Straight up. I mean, so let's not kid ourselves and, say, oh, there's going to be peace and all this blah, 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 blah.
What is the solution?
Step one, kill all those motherfucking Hamas motherfuckers for sure. That's step one. And then we can figure out the next steps afterwards. Kill those motherfuckers first, though.
You said that we can't kill all the Hamas because Hamas is an ideology and you can't kill them all.
Shit. Those goddamn bombs are going to show you how to fucking bury your goddamn ideology. I can promise you that. Okay.
Can I offer a different perspective here?
How did that work out for you between you and the Taliban after 20 years of bombing them? Did you actually win, or they still went and left?
Bro, let's keep it real, bro. Bro, my brother, the U.S. wasn't hiding between his legs. Meet your mic, man. I mean, look at you, bro. Listen, bro. The U.S.
If Bin Laden and all your buddies over there,
if our mission, yo, check this out. 1 second. If our mission was to go over there and kill every single motherfucker in that country, that war will be done day one. The fuck out of here. No, bro. I hate when people try to talk shit about the U.S. military and fucking like. If our mission, okay, because I miss me with that bullshit, bro. It's mission based, right? Military actions are mission based. If our mission was to go over there and kill every single motherfucker in that goddamn country, that would be achieved in day one. Okay? But it was never the mission.
That wasn't the mission.
Of course it wasn't the mission. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so you failed. You fucking failed and you lost. So get the fuck out.
Can I get the mic here? This guy doesn't know.
Let him talk. Mute your mic. Let him talk.
Same exact shit can happen to Israel. Israel will never bend the will of the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people will win. Not today, not tomorrow. They will win, though. This is just one battle in a big fucking war that can last over a fucking 100 years. The Israelis know that. They cannot kill all the Palestinians. And not only that, after they kill the Palestinians, they still have to deal with the Syrians, the Lebanese, the Egyptians. You think they have peace with the rest of the Arabs? You think the rest of the Arabs? I'm Syrian. You think we love Israel? Oh, I grew up in Saudi Arabia. You think the Saudis love Israel? Even if they make peace, it's not peace. It's a truce. It's a truce until the Saudis and the Egyptians and other countries build enough superpowers, enough power to fucking annihilate Israel. Or the Israelis have to change their ways and give Palestinians equal and full fucking rights. Period. Full stop. They have to.
Ain't nobody giving those motherfuckers no equal rights. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Bro, he sounds like a jihadi fucking terrorist, bro.
Let him talk.
They have to change their way. If they don't give equal and full rights, Israelis already done that to 1.2 million Palestinians in the 1948 borders. They have a lot of Palestinians who live in the middle, in Israel proper, and the Palestinians are.
Bro, you gotta pull over, man. Like pull over, bro. Your signal keeps going in and out. It's really infuriating because I actually like your points. I actually want to debate your points, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people on the stage want to as well. So pull over and then grab the microphone. Please stop talking while driving. Your signal's not good. It's really bad. Dude, I can't even hear a goddamn word you're saying right now, bro. I like it's like you're stuttering like Jonathan Bing, like it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So just pull over and then we can have a conversation. That being said, let me go to Afzal. Go ahead with your bullshit, man. Let's talk.
Thank you, dear. Okay, now Colonel Spencer is here. I think he can answer this question in a military law terms, also international law. Somebody who was speaking from your clubhouse side saying, where is the line? The insurgents have the right to resist and target the military targets, not civilian. So October 7, what the civilian element is, that is where obviously the legitimacy of their resistance or struggle really is gone. That is not allowed. Even the United States, when Afghans attack them, they do not call them terrorists. They always call them insurgents. So these are distinctions, and I think every honorable country recognizes that, and they use the labels accordingly. This one thing is already decided, and Colonel Spencer can also answer that. Okay, now. Anybody who is really going overboard. Other day, Nelson, I went to a Palestinian space, and I challenged the lady actually who runs a very large space. I'm not going to name it. And I actually confronted her that they are allowing people to run a radical kind of narrative and get people close to incitement. That is unlawful. People they were speaking and claiming this bullshit. I am advising them against this crap. This is not allowed, guys. This is unlawful. Wherever the country you are living, we are obligated to follow the laws of that land. So in exuberance or whatever, we cannot cross the lines and take law into our own hands. So you have to be vigilant. And people who are not stopping these people in their spaces. I'm specifically talking about the Palestinian spaces. They are having good time. They are gathering followers, but they are exposing people to severe law enforcement consequences. And I know from firsthand, people I know, every Muslim in this country of America and United States is being observed, recorded, and followed by the law enforcement agencies, FBI, etc. And I know 100%. Again, I do not give. I have to be specific all the time. My Nelson, my best friend's son just spent 8.5 years in prison, and he was released this April. Okay, April of this year. And I followed all the attorney consultations, legal proceedings, etc. I know for a fact that what is going on in the United States. So I do not advise anybody to go to talk bullshit and nonsense. You have.
Hey, Afzal, can I ask you a question?
What'd you do with Afzal? Where is he?
What did he do, man? Did he do some terrorist shit? So somebody mute that person real quick. What did he do, bro? Did he do some terrorist shit?
No, he was talking bullshit crap just like these people are talking in the spaces. And see, and when I confronted this American lady who is obviously, I'm not going to name, but she removed me from the space. She removed me and she condemned me. She insulted me and she actually soft-blocked me. She can do whatever she wants, but she is exposing people to legal jeopardy. And I really do not appreciate people for running these spaces and getting kicked out of these large spaces and putting people at risk. This is nonsense. People have to be reasonable. They have to be responsible. We have a narrative. We support Palestinians, but we do not support acts of terrorism. Nobody should be condoning and nobody should be appreciating and standing by this kind of act because it's plain. It's immoral. It's un-Islamic. Islam does not allow insulting women and children and torturing and taking this way the way we have seen. This is un-Islamic, guys. There is no ifs and buts about it. I mean, enough of this bullshit, man. I'm not part of this crap anymore. Bullshit.
Afzal, what do you do with Afzal? Are you under pressure?
Man,
Give
that's
us.
No, I have been
you see
always
why I
like
like
this. I mean,
Abdal, John. That's my guy.
I'm strong on my narrative, but I do not cross the legal limits, Colonel Spencer. I never do.
I don't know, man. Even the way you're talking about the terrorists of October 7th, I don't remember you speaking that clarity of truth like that, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm
Okay, Nelson,
100%, my
do you hear
brother.
me? Nelson, do you hear me now?
Yeah, boom. You finally pulled
Okay,
over.
listen. I'm gonna tell you like I'm simplify it. This is not a problem about the Jews or whatever the terrorist groups or the Islamist or extremists and shit like that. This is a problem about giving equal rights to people who are living under occupation. That's it. You give them some kind of rights, some kind of equal like treatment of like fair treatment. But Israelis know that they have 1.2, 1.5 million Palestinians living with Israeli citizenship. They're not having problems with them every day. They're having problems with the Palestinians who don't have citizenship, if any in any country, and they don't have rights, and their land are being taken over slowly by settlers, and they're being infringed on, and they get like arrested by military courts and things like that. But since 1967, this is not going to end until Israelis change their way of change the behavior toward the Palestinians. Hamas is just an outcome. Hamas is just the result of the Israeli action. Hamas is a terrorist group. They're fucking nasty motherfuckers, but they are the outcome of the Israeli action. And the Arabs don't have a problem with Jews. Jews have been living in the Middle East for forever. Okay, that's the issue. It's not a war between religions. It's not a
But
war
Israel
between
hasn't been there
ethnicity.
forever. I mean, it's like no.
Okay, but
I don't want to go. I don't want to go to race. I don't want to go to race. I was gonna say it's like the black guy. It's cool if you start dating your daughter. But so I mean, when you sit there and say the Arabs, I mean the Jews have been there in the Middle East for a while, bro. But you know, Israel hasn't been there. So
Okay, Syria was invented after the Second World War. Lebanon, all these countries were all new. Just not only Israel. Israel was just another country in the Middle East that was invented after the Ottoman Empire collapsed. Like Jordan, like Palestine, like Israel, like Lebanon, like Syria, like Iraq. All these countries were invented. The most important thing is that you treat the citizens of those countries, regardless of their religion or ethnicity, treat them equally with fairness. That's all what the Palestinians want. The Arabs, call them whatever you want to call them. They think the Palestinians who have Israeli citizenships, they care about what he call them, whether he call them Palestinian or Israeli. They are Israeli actually. Today they have Israeli citizenship, but they are Palestinian. But they don't give a shit if they what you call them. If you just give them equal
so
rights,
what does equal rights look like to you? Let's start there. What does equal?
They should have the same military capability.
Hold on. I know what Israel wants. Israel wants they want a Jewish majority state. Okay, fine. Give Palestinians like an equal, like let's say a federally, like a federal government where you have states, state of Israel and the state of Palestine, and they all live under one federally controlled
They all we
nation.
say
Like
they
we
all
have,
who? Israel and Palestine?
yes, because they have to live with each other.
See,
They can't kill each
let me ask something, man. Because and that's the crazy part. Okay, first of all, the Palestinian people have been there forever. Okay, yes, you guys say that. I'll give you that. Okay, but y'all ain't do shit to the land. You know what I'm saying? It's like you guys didn't do too. Now that the shit been gentrified, you know what I'm saying, of sorts, and built up, you know what I'm saying, and you know, the water and all electricity and all the infrastructure is there and everything is there now. You guys are like saying, hell, you know, that's our shit. We have, we want that, and you guys like we want one state. You guys don't want two states. It's like you want something that's built already. Is what you want. All right.
I don't know
Nah,
what
that's
they, but
wrong.
they,
That's wrong, Jonathan. That's wrong, bro.
How the
That's
fuck is that wrong?
completely
How is
wrong.
that wrong? What's wrong with two-state solution?
Because
Why do you guys want a one-state
hold on,
solution?
Jonathan. Wait a second. Because if you
Palestinians
look
help
at
infrastructure, Jonathan. Palestinians help build that.
they work there. They work with these.
they work there, they always shared the same space. It's always been like that.
Palestine was flourishing before Israel was there. Also,
Bro,
The
everything
same Bible
everything
these
that they're
preachers
saying is
preach from,
bullshit,
the
though.
same Bible these preachers preach from, Israel is not even in there.
That's what it is.
So we're not even telling the
They're not in
correct.
the
Hold
same
on, hold on.
Bible.
So we're not even telling the correct biblical history, so we need to start somewhere.
See, you guys always want to go back to biblical times and shit like that. Okay,
So facts
the
don't
United
matter.
States, the United States
So
wasn't.
facts don't matter in
Hold on,
world
but the
history,
United
huh?
States wasn't there in biblical times. Okay, so let's start there. All right, so
bro, this got nothing to do with the United States.
what
This
I'm
was
saying
before
to
the
you
United
is,
States, bro.
so what? So we shouldn't. Where do we stand? Matter of fact, they didn't even know that the United States existed in biblical times. If you want to get technical, if you want to talk about your Bible, okay?
Bro, what does that have to do with living here in the United
because
States?
everything y'all talk about, y'all try to go to the Bible and use that to justify every goddamn thing.
Bro, the Bible, world history, all that shit is connected, bro. Are you serious?
Bro, are you serious?
Hold on. The wars changed the names of countries. What are you talking about, bro?
Bro, what I'm saying is don't bring the Bible up. Like I said, okay? Don't bring the Bible up.
What do you mean? Hold on. Wait a second. So you mean to tell me with Jews and Palestinians, with Judaism and Islam, which is pretty much what this whole thing is kind of based around, we can't bring religion up in any kind of way. You don't think it has any relevancy? Hold on. You don't think it has any relevancy?
One second, bro. You saying that the Bible gives you guys certain rights or gives certain rights or whatever.
I didn't
but
say
that's
that.
What you allude. That's what's been alluded to, okay?
That,
but what I'm saying is the Bible doesn't mention the United States, doesn't mention Canada, doesn't even mention Brazil. I mean, none of North and South America is mentioned in the Bible.
So why don't the people who were there?
But the Bible knows it all. How come the Bible knows that shit in there?
Let's not hold on. Let's not talk about this.
So stop bringing up the goddamn Bible. Let's talk about what's going on in reality. What's happening
split
now.
up fairly? Why aren't the resources split up fairly?
Why? Because you don't fucking split up the resources fairly. What the hell's wrong with you? Is the wealth split up fairly? I mean, come on, man. What the hell's wrong with you?
Bro, we're talking about human rights here. We're talking about human rights here. We're talking about water. We're talking about proper distribution of medicine. We're talking about food.
Medicine
Hold on. And only
medicine
one
that's invented. Medicine that's made.
Hold on. Let me land the plane. Hold on, John. Let me land the plane. You sound rattled. So you mean to tell me when it comes to human rights, hold on. When it comes to human rights, only one group that is the minority religion in the region gets to control the majority of people's resources, and you think there's nothing wrong with that?
What I'm saying,
they don't have any representation.
First of all, what I said was, and I stand by it, is Israel built that shit up. Okay, and now you guys are like, oh yeah, you know.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with splitting the
resources? Israel built the resources. A lot of the fucking they built it. They put the medicine.
The Palestinian peoples had construction workers, electricians, people who did trades that contributed to that same
stuff. Why that shit not built up in the West Bank like that right now? Then, well, I mean, they have all these fucking resources.
John, you don't know anything about world history.
I know about world history.
Anything about 19? You don't know anything about.
You're the dumbass that's saying that the resources need to be split. Okay, you're the dumbass that said that. Oh, it's not fair. Where the fuck?
So why did Britain vote against? So why did Britain? So why did Britain vote?
Don't talk about. Let me just say. When did? How many? Wait.
So why did Britain vote against the establishment?
How many fucking nuclear missiles does Cuba have, and the United States have how many? That's not fair. Okay, let's split that.
You're bringing up.
No,
what are you talking
about? You're saying that you act like everything's supposed to be fair. If it's supposed to be fair, how come we all don't get the fucking same income? That shit doesn't make sense. What you just said,
bro. We're talking about the longest running refugee crisis. Of all time, bro.
How come this shit wasn't resolved? How come they still have that status? That shit should have been resolved a long time ago.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know the real reason why? And you're gonna laugh. You want to know the real reason why?
Educate me.
The people who are thoroughly versed in the scriptures know this dates all the way back to the promise between Abraham and Isaac, the two brothers that represent the two nations that God said that you will go to war until the end of time, bro. That's
Isaac was Abraham's son, not his brother.
That's why it's
not
bullshit,
bro.
This is bullshit, bro.
Isaac was his son that he was willing to sacrifice, not two brothers.
Exactly.
Just giving you some biblical
knowledge. So why
did
he say Ishmael would lead a great nation in about
the two brothers in the Bible?
Hold on.
One second.
Wait a second.
First of all,
wait. Hold on.
No, bro, first of all, who are you speaking right now? Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
Sean.
Okay, Sean. Here's the deal, Sean. You're not running the stage. I'm gonna let you do your thing, but you're not gonna talk over different people like Tara or anyone else. You're gonna let people get in and get their point. So I just want to let that be known. So go ahead, Sean. But Tara and anyone else that has a conversation wants to jump in.
Yeah, but Sean, I mean, you know, this concept of yours, you know, everybody gets a cookie. You know what I'm saying? It really doesn't apply in today in current events or
Nelson, you act like I'm asking for every single Palestinian to get
no.
a
Calm down,
rebate
bro.
check or something
Hey,
like that. I'm not
you're,
saying that.
you're speaking over me, brother. Mute your mic.
Or reparations.
Okay, relax a little bit. Okay.
Motherfucker
So
said
again,
reparations, by the way, just to make sure I heard that correctly.
I'll get it. Don't really give a fuck.
Man, eat dick, bro.
Anyways, so you know this whole concept of yours, everybody gets a cookie, life is not fair, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you know, you also mentioned something that kind of triggered me a little bit. You're like, you know, the Palestinians built Israel. Okay. So
I didn't say that. I said they contributed.
Okay, so check this out, right? Check this out. I'm a developer. I'm a builder, right? And you know, I get all the permits. I pay for all the materials. I hire the labor, right? For each trade, for framing, foundation, drywall, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I pay for those hours. But when that project's done, it goes under my resume, right? That's a deal that I did, right? My name is on that deal.
You should get all the credit. Perfectly
understood. I get all the goddamn credit. Now, take that, use that same analogy and apply it to what you're saying right now.
Right. So can I just ask one question, Nelson?
During
the hiring process,
brother, yo, dude, you're not gonna talk over me. You understand? So calm down. Let me finish, and you can respond. Okay. So again, when we're talking about this situation with Israel and Palestine, I don't remember any history where Palestinians were slaves to the Israelis, whereby they were working for little to nothing, right? Those laborers were compensated. Let's keep it real, right? So you can't come tell me that Palestinians built Israel. Absolutely not. Israel,
I didn't say that, Nelson.
Israel is that. Well, I'm letting you know that Israel is the developer. The individuals that actually did the labor, they're laborers. And guess what? They were fairly compensated, right? Now, if it were true, what you're saying right now, that, hey, Palestinians built Israel, then why the fuck does Gaza look the way it looks today? Why does West Bank look the way it looks today? The only thing they built out there, and meet your mic, buddy. Let me finish. Calm down.
That's not me talking.
And I know you're getting triggered. Listen, I need everybody to mute out, okay? I know you're getting triggered, my brother. Just relax a little bit, man. Woosah. Let me finish.
Bro, just let him finish, bro. Come on.
You can interrupt my lies later on. So you know, the only thing that I've noticed they built over in Gaza is goddamn tunnels, right? That's the only thing I've noticed that they've built out there, right? Tunnel infrastructure and rockets. Some don't even fucking work, by the way. Seems like they need an Israeli architect to hook them up properly. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, trying to, again, right, tossing it back to you right now. So for everybody else in the space and in the room, I completely understand that Palestinian laborers contributed to what we now know today. Bro, shut the fuck up and let me finish, okay? Shut the fuck up. Calm down, okay? Meet your goddamn mic, okay? So I completely understand, you know, the perspective of Palestinian laborers contributed to what we see today as Israel. Jonathan,
yo, send him to the Google, please. Come on.
I'm definitely about to, but he's a good Palestinian voice, so let me leave him up there. Last warning, though, with your dumb ass. So again, completely understand that perspective, but again, there were no slaves.
You haven't seen the leader,
ma'am. I mean,
Israel
where the fuck do you come from? Like, goddamn. I mean, I was handling A, B, C, and you just popped in like D. Like, you know what? Guess what? We're going in alphabetical order. You're D. Wait 30 minutes, okay? So, you know, Mr. Sean, definitely want to get your response, my brother. Let's talk.
Okay. What you're saying is 100% true. Now, I want to ask you this. Do you think when it was time to hire people that were in the important positions, that had the blueprints and stuff like that, do you think they hired those Palestinians? You think they were first choice, or do you think the Israeli hired their people? Now, this is interesting. Now, your answer is going to be interesting, coming from a black man in America who knows all about systematic racism and how we filter through people. I just want to know your answer about that, Nelson.
I'm going to answer you right now. Right? They had Israeli architects, without a doubt. What's wrong with that?
What about the electricians? What about the plumbers? What about if there's any chemical engineers? Do you think any of them contribute to it? Do you think the Israelis gave those guys first dibs on those kind of jobs? I don't think so.
Wait, mute your mic, side. I'm having a conversation with Sean.
But
You know what
but hold on,
hey, bro. I mean,
let me give you a second.
Bro, pipe down a little bit, bro. I mean, Papa Xanax is something, man. I mean, smoke some fucking weed, bro. Like, calm the fuck down. You get tricked. Like, dude, just smoke some weed and it's all gonna be fine, bro. You know what I'm saying? Smoke a little la. Contact Jonathan Bing right now for his plug. He'll hook you up. So Mr. Sean, right? Here's the deal. I believe, and I don't know. So this part I'm guessing. Okay, so maybe M or somebody else on stage can correct me if I'm wrong, but this part is a guess. I would guess that because, again, right, from an education perspective, Israelis on average, you have way more college degrees in Israel than you have in Gaza. Okay, and in order to be a civil engineer or any profession like that, right, civil engineering, structural engineering, architecture, et cetera, you need to be very educated. And I don't think Palestinians have been given access to, high level education ever. Right. I personally don't think so. So, let me finish. So I would
say, that was triggering.
I mean, it's triggering, but it's facts, right? Can you compare my brother? I mean, like, Lord have fucking mercy. You have 80% poverty in fucking Gaza. How on earth do you have enough? I mean, dude, stop getting triggered with facts. I mean, why are you crying, bro? Like, stop getting triggered with facts. Like, what the fuck? All right, shut the fuck up. But like, listen, bro. If I go to Harvard University for a college degree, it's completely different than going to the University of fucking Nigeria or some shit. Okay, so, bro, shut the fuck up and let me finish. Okay. You keep getting triggered. Like, shut the fuck up. God damn it. Okay. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Matter of fact, here you go. You get a cookie too. Now shut the fuck up. All right. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
I can just leave.
I'm you know what? Go to the go. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. We'll catch you in 10 minutes. Anyways, so like, I could just leave. Like, get the fuck out of here. Anyways, Sean, so you have 80% poverty in Gaza. Okay. It is reasonable to assume that Palestinians don't have access to the same level of education that Israelis have access to. That is reasonable to assume based on statistics and data, right? There's no argument here. I'm not talking shit. I'm not insulting them. I'm just calling it what it is. And if
why do you think that is?
That's a different conversation, but that's not the point right now, right? So if that's the case, it is also reasonable to assume that your average architect that's being hired to design Israel is Israeli because they have a higher level of education. Your average civil engineer, your average structural engineer. I mean, those kind of professions, I mean, you need to know what the fuck you're doing. You're designing buildings, for fuck's sake, right? And then labor, actual labor, physical labor. I believe those are the things that, Palestinians did, trades and all that type of stuff. That's what I think. Again,
low value added, right?
So 100%. So Sean, what are your thoughts about what I said? Right? Did I say anything wrong?
No, I don't think you said anything wrong, but I just think, and this is just my feelings into this, I just think that ever since, the upgrade of Israel over all these decades and, for them to have no Palestinians, that have that high level of education, they couldn't find anywhere across this planet, to help come in there and help be a major asset to their new infrastructure, to me, is just very, 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 very sad. Very sad. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how we're gonna fix this situation because you got innocent people that have died. You've got people's families. You got whole generations that have been wiped out. I don't support Hamas at all. I support human rights. I stood on the front line. I'm from Delaware. I stood on the front line. I marched to Biden's house. I heard the cries. I heard everything. I just think that we need to get to a real practical solution. I don't know how we're going to get to that, but it's just kind of fucked up right now. I don't really have a bias, just like I said, I fight for human rights, and I just think that we just got to do something, man. It's just all messed up, man. It's sad, man, for real.
I
Well, it
appreciate
sounds like
it.
the
One
labor.
second, my brother. Let me go back to Clubhouse real quick. We do have some speakers on the stage. Salah, jump in. How you doing?
I think that I'm doing okay, Nelson. Thank you so much. I just think that, as I understand, like you have you have biased information, and that's the problem that we're having actually in the world, is that there's like an information war going on, and there's two separate information that are getting fed. And so I kind of don't even blame you for your stance on some of the things you say. But like when you talk about infrastructure in Palestine and why it hasn't been built, it's a two-part answer. One is that when infrastructure is built, like let's say an infrastructure for water, Israel is known to come and pour like cement in it. There's things like let's say maybe you milk too many cows and it's seen as a threat to Israel. But not only that, also because I'm not biased, I really look at the problems on both sides. I do think that the leadership of Palestine also misappropriates the money as well. So there is that too. But I think the threat that the Palestinian people are facing is, one, the threat from the outside, obviously the oppression that Palestine puts and the occupation that Palestine puts on the people. But also, I think that they do have poor
Even
leadership.
Israel. Occupation is Israel.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry. But the thing is that the oppression that is fine. I do think that their leadership is poor, but I don't think that they're going anywhere until that oppression stops, because Hamas is all Palestine has when it comes to fighting against that oppression and that threat. But one of the reasons that they don't have some of the same things or the things that you're asking about is because it's hindered and destroyed by Israel. And also because I think the leadership spends most of their money trying to get out from under the thumb of the oppression and tyranny, 75 years of Israel. So there's that. The other thing is, Nelson, I don't know if you ever heard one of the leaders of Israel was talking about that the tunnels that were like put under the hospital were created by Israel themselves. Have you ever heard that or seen that?
Yeah,
I don't know if you're aware of that.
I did hear a different perspective of that, right? Well, what I heard was,
From CNN.
Israel did build, bunkers, you can call them basements, underneath the Al Shifa hospital. That's what I heard. In regards to that actual tunnel system that we saw, what I heard was that wasn't what Israel built. But again, we've got M on the stage and a few other people that can, fact check me if I'm wrong there.
Sure. Absolutely. Thank you, Nelson, for the opportunity.
No, absolutely. Yeah, listen, you have an opportunity every time on my space. Just, let's keep it respectful, not like psychopath over there that just got kicked out from the room. You know what I'm saying? And, we can have a conversation. But Em, could you fact check that real quick for us? The tunnel system underneath Shifa, was that what the Israelis built, or did they build something else?
Well, the tunnel system that they showed on in the video when they got down there was with the bathroom and everything like that. I can't from what they released, I can't tell whether it was the bunker they actually built back in the late 80s or not. But that's not the point. The point is that most of the tunnel infrastructure is actually in the neighborhoods that the IDF avoided going into, Shugaiya and Gebalia and all that. What they did is that they tried to secure northern Gaza as quickly as possible, and therefore they avoided the neighborhoods with the most urban defenses fielded. It will be their imperative to reveal more tunnel systems as they go, but because of the window of operation and international pressure, they had little time to finalize the first stage of their plan before they start negotiating for the hostages. And therefore, they wouldn't risk sending men down the tunnel systems, instead decided to seal shut the openings that they discover. It doesn't mean that they haven't shown the world the entire tunnel system and that there is no tunnel system. It just meant that their strategy in operating in the northern sector of the Gaza Strip was to send in engineering elements. As they clear and discover tunnel openings, they would detonate it, seal it shut, and keep advancing, mechanized infantry, with more engineering units behind them, clearing and also trying to discover those tunnel openings and then sealing them shut. What they were trying to do is choking Hamas fighters inside the northern sector of the Gaza Strip. Once they achieve the primary objective of the operation, which is the destruction of Hamas as a military force, their Corps of Engineer will probably focus more on exploring those tunnel systems and putting out the evidence rather than just sealing shut the tunnel openings or the exit and entry nodes. So the tunnel system specifically under a Shifa hospital, whether or not it was the one built by Israel, I don't think so, because a couple of open source intelligence analysts on Twitter posted several threads about the 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 shafts and the corridors that they think were located, using the video that the IDF released with the drone flying right into the tunnel opening and then got carried by a soldier walking in, and it shows clearly that uh, uh, more tunnels or more segments of it were added later on because they were outside of the Shifa hospital. So to be very honest, I can't really say whether that's the one the Israelis built back in the day, but definitely, even if it's the one that the Israelis built back in the day, the Hamas and the other Palestinian factions definitely added more to it. So it's not like this was built by Israel. They knew it was there, so they went for it to achieve a PR win. No, this was actively used by Hamas and actively added onto and developed further by Hamas.
Sella, you want to respond to that?
No, I'm sorry. I'm working in the library and I missed most of it. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. Let's keep it rocking and rolling. Who wants to jump in right now? Let's go.
Yeah, Divine, I want to jump in.
Can I?
The whole, hold on, sir. The whole education, the building of Israel. Yeah, these people, they definitely helped and did a lot to build Israel, and they were underpaid. And up until this controversy of terrorism, they continued to build and were underpaid. And they are some of the most educated refugees in the planet. I put some links in the chat. So these are not the dumb people. I just wanted to add that. I land.
Yeah,
Could
but
I just
jump in,
mention something though,
go ahead.
Nelson? Can I?
Let's
Yeah,
go.
let me just mention one thing. However, Nelson was correct.
Let's stay on that education tip though, for sure.
Okay, if there is no obligation for Israel to hire Palestinians to build anything in Israel. I mean, I can't think of any legal obligation. There wouldn't be any obligation in the United States. It'd be like saying we have to hire, I mean, no, people get upset, Mexican immigrants, etc. We don't. Okay, there's no actual obligation. Israel can choose to hire people that it wants to. Those people might not have been paid what one would have wanted them to be paid. They might have been more educated than their jobs than they were capable of performing, right? They might have been people who could have done more jobs, but there really isn't an obligation. And moreover, if they built things, they don't own things, right? If you, Nelson's correct. If you hire someone to pour the concrete, etc., they don't own anything and you don't owe them anything. And people are sometimes underpaid. So I'm not speaking about all sorts of things that Israel has done, but I'm saying in this particular respect, whether educated, whether underpaid, it's sort of irrelevant. And I did want to speak to the tunnels. If you look at some of the tunnels, what Israel has said is that some of the archwork, I believe, was typical Palestinian work, etc. If you look at the air conditioning units, there's no way on earth that would have been like 40 years ago. Air conditioning units still working, highly unlikely. So if you really look at things clearly, whoever built whatever tunnel, and I don't think there's anyone who suggested Israel built the 300 miles or whatever many miles there are of tunnels all through Gaza. Nobody's suggesting that. If you look at that, you will see that they are currently in use. Look at the plumbing. It's up to date. Okay, look at the toilets. These are not 40-year-old toilets. I'm just telling you, go look at the pictures and what you'll see is clearly whoever built maybe one or two of the rooms, they were updated and they were in use. And you really should, it's pretty obvious to just by looking at it, to be honest. Thanks.
Nelson, can I comment about the education part, please, real quick?
One second, brother. Let's go to Sphinx. Sphinx, jump in.
So, I want to say something that here. Obviously, this gentleman clearly misunderstood because I didn't hear anyone say that Palestinians are lacking in intelligence or ability. Okay, that is not the issue. Clearly, a lot of bright minds come from that region of the planet. But what I also didn't hear is a single person mentioning the fact that as the de facto governing authority in Gaza, Hamas plays a central role in allocating resources. Okay, and that includes funds for education. So this is the whole thing of let's blame Israel for every single thing. It doesn't even get to if the Palestinians are not as educated. I'm not going to jump to, oh, they don't want to be, or oh, they're dumb. No. How about they're being governed by a terrorist organization that's controlling the funding? Okay, you think that Hamas is putting education on the top of the list for their priorities? I don't think so.
If it's rocket making.
Okay,
Shout out to the
she's
rocket
talking about.
makers. Divine, jump in.
She's talking about now. I was referring to the building of Israel, and I was also referring to your comments, Nelson, about them, seeming to not be educated. Right? You alluded to that when you went on your rant, and that was what I was responding to. I didn't need Tara to come in and say that. And shout out to you, Tara. I hope you're feeling better. I'm on.
But why do you think they're not educated?
So let's run it back, right? So 1948, Israel becomes Israel, correct? And in that, with that came battles. There was war. Israel won the war. It's reasonable to assume that those who lost the war, of course, ended up with less resources, right? And were quite fucked up for a little bit. And it's reasonable to assume that that came with a lot of poverty, right? You just lost a goddamn war. Your situation's all the way fucked up.
Wait, Nelson. You said Israel
let me finish,
was
buddy.
created in 1948. How were they created?
Let me finish, buddy. That's not the goddamn point here.
That's important, though.
That's not the fucking point that I'm trying to make, though. So be quiet and let me fucking finish. All right, appreciate you. Some of you guys are too forward. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay, appreciate you. Thank you very much. Okay, so so here's the deal. Again, so they won the war in 1948, right? And they became Israel, right? Somebody clearly lost the war, right? It's reasonable to assume that those who just lost the war were in a completely fucked up position economically, especially if you don't even have a state to begin with, right? Where are the opportunities for jobs going to come? Like, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So it's reasonable to assume that there was a lot of poverty there. When you have a lot of poverty, the education is not top of mind, right? While those who won the war are flourishing. They've won the war. They have a bunch of resources. I mean, clearly they're in a completely different position. So it's reasonable to assume, for me, based on those facts, right? Because again, you have multiple wars back to back to back to back to back, right? You had 1948. You had 57. I can't even remember. You had Yom Kippur. I mean, you had a bunch of goddamn wars, and they lost every single one of those wars, right? So you have to think about that again. Again, if you're losing wars consistently, right, it is reasonable to assume, because look at all the wars that have happened with developed nations, as a part of them, like World War I, World War II. I mean, everyone's economy was fucked, right? I mean, that's how the dollar came about to become the world's reserve currency in World War II, right? Everybody else was screwed. And these are actual states, actual countries that have actual financial systems, actual economies that print GDP, right? So if actual countries, actual states are fucked after wars, I mean, again, think about a Palestine back in the day. Okay, so I mean, 100%, bro. I mean, again, poverty equals no education. So it is reasonable to assume that Israelis were definitely more educated, at least over the past 75 years, up until today, without a doubt, right? That's just common sense, in my opinion. But again, if I'm wrong and you guys have facts to disprove that, I mean, please jump in, because again, I'm just this is just how I'm thinking about it, right? I'm guessing. I don't have the facts. So
yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong, Nelson. Can I jump in, sir?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so, and this goes back to the other lady, the other speaker. The rationale is it's really questionable, right? Like, if workers are underpaid, it doesn't make it irrelevant or not important, just because they have a contract as an employee. You wouldn't say that about
you're not telling me.
Nelson, I'm trying to develop my
You're not
train of
telling me
thought.
why I'm wrong.
I know this is not the gulag, but this is the Coliseum. Let me try to break it down, because
All right.
this is important when we talk about the relationship between the two groups of people and the relations of power, right, and domination. In the German, it is um, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Bro, can you get to the point and tell me why I was
The
wrong?
point
Like, what
is,
the fuck is this?
if you was a slave situation, it doesn't matter how they're getting taken advantage of. The primary issue is that somebody's exploiting another group, one group is exploiting another. And so, when it comes to the what created Israel in the first place, it was Europe that had all of that wealth,
Bro,
because they were colonizing
bro.
everybody.
I mean,
And
bro, I hate this rigmarole bullshit, bro. I was talking about fucking education and poverty, right? Like, you're telling me, like, what the fuck?
I'm
Okay,
talking about why
you said
Palestine is
I'm wrong.
poor, but I can't get to my point. I know I'm trying to get to it.
You're not making no goddamn sense. I'm
I'm
sorry.
saying the reason why Palestine is poor is because the region was colonized by Europe,
Okay,
by
so we both
Britain and
agree that
France,
we both agree
and the
that
United
Palestine has
States
been poor.
jumped in,
Wait.
including
So
Africa.
what exactly do you fucking disagree with? So we
So
both
what I'm
agree that
saying
Palestine has
is,
been poor, right?
it's not, we're trying to rationalize it by saying Palestinian workers are getting what they deserve, or
Bro, that's
not
not
what
what
they
I was
deserve.
talking about. I'm talking about education.
Right. The education is coming from poverty that was imposed on them through colonization of the region.
So you
You're
fucking
not
with me then, right? So what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? So you do agree with me?
So what I'm saying is that's not okay.
Oh
They
my
can't
god, of course it's not
rationalize
fucking
why
okay,
Palestine
genius. Of course it's not fucking okay. That's not the point. The
right.
point
So the
is, what
reason
are
why
the
they
facts?
don't have
Yeah.
Nelson, you are factually correct in what you're saying. I think these guys are going on different conversations about why it happened. That's completely what he's saying is true.
listen,
It,
what I'm saying is the point is the same.
No. Let's get one mic on Fahad. Fahad, jump in, please.
Oh, okay.
yeah, I think what you're saying is
I can
100%
tell you what I'm saying. Just give me
factual.
1 second to land my
Okay, go ahead, land your plane.
Hell no,
let me
that
land
plane.
my plane.
Nah, bro, that plane crashed in the Atlantic, bro. I'll circle back to you.
Wow.
Fahad, let's go.
All right. So I actually don't have an issue with what you're saying. I think you are factually correct. If you look at the statistics, if you look at the number of executives, CEOs, or educated, graduated people, and even when you look at the circumstances that these people are in, it's quite obvious that Israelis, even though a substantially smaller population than most places in the world, are very well educated. Maybe some of the best educated people in the world. So I have no issues with that. Look, I can go down the rabbit hole. Is there a specific topic that we are on other than this, or you just want to stick to education?
No.
I can go down
You
many rabbit
can
holes.
pivot, bro. It's absolutely fine. We just, you know what I'm saying? Let's get the facts out. But go ahead.
And that's what I am. So I'm very pro humanity, pro not killing civilians. I think what Israel is doing right now is wrong 100%. I believe wholeheartedly that the IDF is a terrorist organization and they are carrying out crimes against humanity over and over and over again. And I've had many chats with many of my Jewish friends where they just don't even want to see anything for what it is. The responses that I usually get when I lay out evidence, and by evidence, I can talk about Tentura 1948, where they killed over 250 civilians. We can go to more recently, 2018, the Great March of Return. If you want an update on that, you can watch Gaza Fights for Freedom on YouTube. It's live documented, and the UN did an independent study on it where Israel killed just under 300 people, wounded right under 2,000 people. Were shooting kids in the head that were throwing rocks by the fence. There was no Hamas, no terrorists, none of that. We can talk about 2008 Cast Lead, how that came up, and 1,400 people died. We're sure 1/4, about around 300 were Hamas. The rest were innocent civilians. You can look at the IDF literally targeting civilians. There's a fucking 9-year-old that died 2 days ago or yesterday. I don't have the exact date of that, but you have kids being shot in the head. they're fucked up in the head. Like, there's systematic racism in that country. I think there's a lot of pros about Israel where I can agree with people to say, you know what? Yes, there are Arabs in the Knesset. Yes, there are Muslims in the Knesset, but that still doesn't excuse the fact that there is consistent suppression of non-Jews within Israel, and they have no fucking rights. They can't become citizens. They have no right to return. If I'm Jewish, I can go back there tomorrow for Aliyah and claim citizenship and then kick some Palestinian guy out of his house and claim his fucking land. They won't give people permits to build that are non-Jewish, basically. They have this systematic oppression and pretty much racism that has existed
Apartheid. It's called
decades.
apartheid.
Apartheid. It is
Wait
an
a second. They
apartheid.
can't become citizens in Jordan
Was
either.
it? Was it?
What are you talking about?
Let Fahad
They
finish real
can't
quick.
become.
Meet your mic, bro. Appreciate you.
Look, guys, I think all in all, at the end of the day, you can't dispute the facts. Like, these are all facts. These are documented cases. There's video evidence. And then when you talk to a lot of the Israelis, they're just like, they'll blatantly just deny. No, the response that I get is, oh, it's the only democracy in the world or in the Middle East, which is fucked up. That's not like, that's true to an extent. Sure, they have LGBTQ rights. Sure, they have women's rights, and I'm willing to admit on certain things, but people won't even meet you halfway on the fucking facts. Why can't we just get the facts straight? Where what Hamas did on the 7th was wrong, but what fucking Israel has done to them for the last 75 years is also wrong. So end the apartheid, give these people freedom, or give them their state, and then you end this type of bullshit, which is going in and kidnapping civilians. And these people, they're like, oh, we're releasing terrorists while they're releasing hostages. Most of the people they released have never been charged. Very few were even charged with any crime. These are political prisoners slash fucking hostages that they're releasing. But that's my plane landed. You can pick any of the things I spoke about. There are facts to check all of that, but go for it, guys.
George,
Could I?
one mic on George. George, I need you to debate the facts. Let's talk about it.
All right, all right. I mean, okay. First of all, this guy needs to get the word apartheid out of his mouth. He doesn't know what the fuck apartheid is. It's an insult to every black South African. It's an insult to the people who were in jail with Nelson Mandela, who recently toured Israel, right, and said, "You guys are insulting the memory of Nelson Mandela. You are insulting what we fought for." There's a man who was in jail with Nelson Mandela, who was the defense minister of South Africa, and I'll pin this up in the chat or up in the nest. And he said, "You must be out of your goddamn mind," as you would say in this room. The idea that Arabs and Jews or Muslims and Jews can't go to the same bathroom or drink from the same fountain or vote for the same candidate. That Muslims and Arabs in Israel don't serve in the military together, that Muslims and Arabs don't command Jewish soldiers in the IDF, that Muslims weren't killed by Hamas terrorists right along other Israelis. This is some serious bullshit. And by the way, the apartheid accusation originated with a false letter, right? A false letter that was signed by a fake Nelson Mandela. This letter was written and admitted to being a fake letter by a guy from Electronic Intifada. I will put up the name. This guy pretended to be Nelson Mandela, wrote a note, and said Israel was apartheid. This letter was debunked. The guy admitted that he faked it. But unfortunately, Jimmy Carter read the fucking letter and was like, oh yeah, Israel's apartheid. And that is how that ball got kicked off. If you want to understand apartheid, okay, go to Area A of Judea and Samaria, which is the West Bank. If you're a Jew, you cannot buy a house. If you're an Arab who sells a home or rents a home to a Jew, by law, you will be put to death. That is Palestinian law. The real apartheid in this area is by the Palestinian Authority against Jews. If you're in Gaza and you're a Jew and you want to just go there, forget about buying or renting a house, you're going to get murdered, okay? That is apartheid, okay? Israel is not fucking apartheid. And if you have to, twist yourself into pretzels in order to try to somehow claim Israel as apartheid,
How long has
okay?
that policy
I'm
been
not. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I just got here.
Probably
I'm not
around
done.
1948 they put that
I'm
in place,
speaking. I'm
right?
speaking. I'm speaking. Now, the other thing I should just say, this guy started trying to list massacres. there is a list, a well-documented list of massacres, right, and killings in Mandate Palestine, and it starts with the Battle of Tel Hai, which was done by Arabs, Nebi Musa riots, Arabs, Jaffa riots, Arabs, Jerusalem stabbing, Arabs, Palestine riots of 1929, Arabs, Palestine riots in Jaffa in 1933, Arabs and British police were the perpetrators, 1933 riots in Haifa, Haifa riots, and the list goes on. And at some
So
point,
they must be
yes,
inherently more violent
I
then.
didn't.
Is that the point?
Actually, the point is you should mute up so that I can make my point and you can stop asking me what my point is. Here's the thing. Uh, since before 1948, in fact, since the 1800s, okay, the Jews and indigenous people of the area have been oppressed by their Arab Muslim neighbors. There were 5 massacres in the 1800s before fucking Zionism. Okay, so this idea, this myth, this bullshit that you have been served up, right, in the West, but also in the Middle East, that, oh, we have been so peaceful with our Jewish neighbors and we welcome them. Fuck that noise. There were 5 massacres in 100 years, and there wasn't a whiff, a sniff of a Zionist in Mandate in Ottoman Palestine, right? One example is the massacre of Safed in 1834. Theodore Herzl wasn't even a fucking teenager. Okay? All right? And so this idea, right, that you had these Zionists coming in, and by the way, that is some bigoted shit that you have an excuse to go murder Jews and massacre because there's some Jewish immigration. Do people in Texas have a right to go murder Mexican people because there's a lot of Mexican immigration to the United States? No.
Try
I,
colonization.
I'm
You
I'm I'm
can't
speaking
ignore
at
that stuff.
Shut the
I'm
fuck up, man.
speaking.
You need
Shut
to
the
shut.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up. All right. Okay. An indigenous man is speaking, and you should shut the fuck up.
The
All right.
mandatory period. Everybody knows the history, bro. They didn't just immigrate,
Can this
fool.
guy?
I
Can this guy?
go to the Google. Go conduct history class in the fucking Google. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
But again,
So anyway, I'm wrapping. I'm landing my plane. Here's the deal. Okay. Jews are one of 20 different ethnic and religious groups who were oppressed by the whites of the Middle East. You know who the whites of the Middle East are? Arab Muslims. Okay. As we know, white supremacy, right, is a caste system. It's not just about skin color, right? It's about creating a caste system where one group of people is on top of another. Guess who the whites of the Middle East were for 1,300 years? Who enslaved black people from Africa? Okay. Who ran the Arab and Muslim slave trade? Right? It wasn't Jews. Okay. It wasn't Jews running the Arab and Muslim slave trade for 1,300 years and then making the word Abid or Abed synonymous with a black person, that
Yeah,
wasn't
he's right
Jews.
about that. I'm not gonna
Okay,
lie.
yeah, we're not gonna lie about that. So guess how many ethnic groups? I'm gonna run out. I'm gonna bore you guys, but we're talking Samaritans, Amazigh, Kurds, Jews, Armenians, right? Chaldeans, right? We can go on. All these different groups were conquered through a process of Arabization and Islamization and slavery. Jews are just one of the people who were oppressed and suppressed. Our history was erased. And then you're listening to this bullshit, right? Propagated via the former Soviet Union, now Russia, propagated via Al Jazeera, which is like, oh my gosh, we were so peaceful. No, these people kept Jews in abject poverty in Jerusalem. The only reason the old Yeshuv, meaning the Jerusalem Jews, survived was because European Jews were sending them some money. Last thing I'll say is Nelson is totally right that after the war, after 48, there were a lot of different poor groups of people. There were definitely Palestinians who suffered after the war because they listened to the wrong leaders, because they backed their Nazi leader, Haj Amin al-Husseini, and they lost the war, which by all rights they should have won. The Nakba, right, was actually the eternal shame of the Arab nations because they lost to a army staffed largely, in part at least, by fucking Holocaust survivors. They were 6 Arab armies who lost to one tiny brand new Jewish nation. And so if you read in Arabic or in English or in translation all the writing immediately after the war, They were not talking about refugee or population movements as the tragedy. Now we do. Now we call it ethnic cleansing. Back then, all the different folks writing about it were saying that it was the shame of pan-Arabism that they lost that war, right? And guess what? 850,000 Jews descended on Israel over the following 10, 15, 20 years. And those Jews lived in tents. Those Jews were refugees. The majority of Israelis spent 1948, 49, 50, 60 in tents. Guess what? Israel had a huge amount of people coming in with very little money, no housing, nothing, and they had to resettle them. And this is the thing I want everyone to think about, okay? When you look at the Palestinian people today, you say, why is it that 850,000 Jews could come with nothing to Israel and build that country up, right? Build that country up into this powerhouse, right, in the Middle East. And why is it that the Palestinians have been deprived of that opportunity? It's not because Israel didn't offer them a state in 48, because they did. It's not because Israel didn't offer them a state 3 or 4 more times. It's because they focused on hatred and they focused on educating their people, on murdering Jews and destroying Israel, instead of building up their own state and instead of moving forward. I'm done.
God damn.
Can I fact check that,
I
geezer?
shit, let's talk about it.
Please,
Okay.
please.
Break it down.
Yeah. All right. So the first point that this guy made is that, before Zionism in the 1800s, Arabs and Jews did not live peacefully by each other. There were 5 massacres over 100 years. I mean, obviously, any massacre is wrong, but 5 in 100 years, Israel has committed more than 5 massacres against Jewish people in its 75-year existence. It's committed in Iraq and Yemen and Egypt, in multiple countries. So there we have that.
What were those
Uh,
massacres against Jewish people in Iraq, in Yemen, and Egypt that Israel committed?
Zionist
Please tell
bombings
me.
of synagogues in Iraq.
Yeah, look up the Levant affair in
But
Egypt,
I
Jordan.
would like to finish speaking. Thank you very much. And then the next point I'd like to address is his idea that, oh, Israel's not an apartheid state because someone faked a letter by Nelson Mandela. Okay, well, how about we take the word of not Nelson Mandela, but the person on the other side, Hendrik Verwoerd, who was the architect of South African apartheid. Before apartheid became a dirty word in the West, it actually was a good word. People were proud of the apartheid state. They thought apartheid was good in South Africa. Hendrik Verwoerd, the founder of South African apartheid, he was proud of apartheid. He said, "We are apartheid state. This is good." And then, you know what else he said? The sentence later, he said, "Israel, like us, is also an apartheid state. Good for them." So the people back then, apartheid was seen as good, and Israel, uh, and the founder of apartheid in South Africa, Hendrik Verwoerd, even admitted that Israel is an apartheid state, and he said that's a good thing because back then apartheid was seen as a good thing. Now we realize that apartheid is bad because we have evolved as a humanity. But it is just like completely afactual to say that Israel is not an apartheid state. And I guess the last thing I'll say is, yeah, Palestinians did have a lot more poverty and education after they lost the 1948 war, but at least that means we got some hope for us because after they win this war, you know, that maybe that poverty and lack of education will disappear.
I mean, you
Joel,
know
do you
what?
answer or do
I
you want
gotta
to move
add.
on?
Let me just hit you with this real quick. Just real quick. I mean, it's I really can't believe some of you guys say the stuff you say, man. You know what I'm saying? The stuff Gaza is going through right now, those people will probably live in abject poverty for the next 2-3 decades or so. Easy. For the next 2-3 decades. Right? There's no winning what's going on in Gaza right now. There's no winning, nothing. Right? You have 2 million plus people losing. Right? You have Hamas on the brink of fucking extinction. Okay? Like that, like it's crazy that you think that Israel is going to lose this particular war, right? And Palestinians are going to get to a place whereby, you know, they're able to take their education back. I mean, dude, before you got to figure out education, you need to figure out where the fuck you're going to live. Number one, right? And you need to figure out how the fuck to be comfortable in the place that you do live. Then you need to figure out how to find some goddamn food and water, right? And at that point, when you have all the basic necessities, then you can think about fucking education. Okay, right now the average Gazan doesn't have any of the basic necessities. Housing, which is shelter, right? Food, and what's the last one? You guessed it right. They ain't got it. Okay, so
Hey,
you know it's crazy to see what this dude is saying. Jonathan, jump in real quick.
yeah, I'm just setting over on Twitter. But yeah, here's the deal, man. I'm listening to you guys, man. This, I don't know how come you guys aren't infuriated with Hamas, because this, when you look at, I don't know if you guys saw the videos of fucking northern Gaza. That shit, like no building has not been left untouched. It's crumbled. It's like a man. They're like this thing is set to like 10, 15 years easily. Okay, in terms of hospital, I mean the hospitals are still there. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of just any other building, any government agency, anything that it all has to be rebuilt from scratch. That shit is just decimated. And you know, you guys are saying that they're winning. They're not winning anything. If they were winning, they wouldn't have, wanted a hostage negotiation. Their goal is what? A one state or to wipe Israel off, whatever it may be. They're nowhere close to achieving that goal. So when you guys are saying, "Hey, they're winning," they're winning. They got the long game. You know, when it's all said and done, when when this ceasefire is over, and it should be over in a couple hours, few hours at the most, they're gonna be back to kicking that ass. You know, or Hamas is gonna say, "Hold on, we got another 10 hostages we want to release." You know, to try to keep some peace so that they can get some more food in, some more. I mean, it's crazy. Why would you go if you know that you can't sustain? Why would you go and start this fucking war on October 7th? So listening to you guys talk, I think you guys are delusional if y'all think that Hamas had done something. And remember, guys, we're talking about the Palestinian people. All right, Hamas pulled that off. If you guys really truly support the Palestinian people, you wouldn't be supporting anything that fucking Hamas is doing, because Hamas isn't the right fucking person to lead your fucking I guess your fight against for whatever you want, because they're a terrorist organization and they're killers, they're murderers. Yo.
Hey Nelson,
So I
they killed 5,000 Hamas members out of a total of 25,000 in a month and a half. What are we talking about? What are we
It's
talking about? Hamas is
where's
losing this war like there's no tomorrow.
where you got those numbers from, George?
Actually, the Financial Times published them, and they quoted multiple Israeli sources. And the IDF has published the name of every one of 50 plus commanders that they've killed. I could rattle off the names, but Nelson will kick me out of the stage.
I mean, there we go.
The
Right.
last time the IDF said anything, they said it was less than 200 killed when they were at a death toll of 10,000. So unless they killed 4,000 out of the next,
why don't I post the article for you in the Financial Times, and then you can make your own mind up. How's that?
There we
Great.
go.
I have to respond real quick to George, if I
the
may.
only winning that can happen for the Palestinian people at this point is if they get a Palestinian state somehow, some way, and there's enough international pressure that goes on. Now, Biden has come out and said that, but what he says versus what actually happens are two completely different things. He's completely out to fucking lunch. And then Netanyahu, for the last however many years or decades that he's been part of the political stand in Israel, he's against the two-state solution. And he's also come out this week and said, this is the reason you need to keep me in office, because I can A, handle the United States, B, I can handle Joe Biden, and C, I will do everything in my power, and I'm the only one who can ensure that there is no two-state solution. And for you to think there was actually a real two-state solution that was offered 4 times to the Palestinians, we offer them peace and they don't want to take it. That's bullshit. Look up your facts. And the way they offer it is not in any benefit of Palestine. And the way it should have been done was the borders of 67, ideally, or even 48. But that's nor here nor there. But my question right
But
now is,
Fahad, real
yeah,
quick, you know they're never gonna get that though, right?
yeah, I think like that's being hopeful. In all honesty, I don't think it's going to happen. I hope it happens
Not even
because I
close to
think that's
happening.
the yeah,
Never will.
and that's the thing, right? As I said, hopeful. But that's the only win they can get from what Hamas did on the 7th. And I think what they did was completely wrong. I don't think it's okay. And I'm here saying I hope they get the state, but at the same time, I have to say what Hamas did on the 7th by killing civilians is 100% wrong. But you also have to add on top of that, the IDF did a lot of damage to their own people. The IDF decided not to go negotiate with Hamas in the beginning and let some of their people die. The IDF sent Apache helicopters, shot at civilians. There's an article in the Haaretz if you want to look it up. Shot at civilians.
It's incorrect, brother. We fact checked this multiple times.
So how's that incorrect?
It's correct.
No, we fact checked it, right? It's not correct.
Okay, so how,
we can go over it if you want to. There's a detailed
love
breakdown regarding that. So I mean, we do these spaces every single day, brother. Like it's
Okay,
been
Can I
fact
add
checked.
something? Do you mind if I add
It's been debunked, right? Because the view you get from the Apache helicopter actually is right there on the border wall, right? So it's, you know, and who are you killing at the border wall? You're killing individuals who are fleeing back to Gaza, right? So
okay,
it's been fact checked.
So there were two more articles, Nelson, that I'll refer to. One article was of the woman that was being held amongst a bunch of people in the kibbutz who said that they were being held by Hamas and Hamas didn't do anything to them till the IDF came, and a lot of people were killed in the crossfire when the IDF shot indiscriminately. And there was another woman that spoke about a 12-year-old that was killed because a tank shot in there. Sorry, I've got
Yeah, bro, and bro, I can show you CCTV footage right now from October 7th, where you have Hamas fighters chasing a girl and her two friends who were at the concert. The girl slipped, fell. Hamas fighter walked up to her. Her friends ran off because she slipped and fell, of course. Right? This guy's armed with a fucking AK-47. She's begging for her fucking life. The guy cocks his gun back and blows her fucking head off. That's on CCTV footage, right? And you have multiple, and you have other situations where you have women.
Excellent.
Well, you literally have women, right, who are found with blood all over their pants, right, handcuffed and put in the back of a goddamn pickup and taken to fucking Gaza. You also have other instances of women who were raped, right, and found dead, shirt on, no pants, no panties. Right. So, I mean, there's no painting these motherfuckers as, you know, whatever the fuck they call them, resistance or whatever the fuck. These motherfuckers are terrorists. And you have multiple layers. Somebody mute that hot mic, whoever that is. You have multiple pieces of evidence to that effect. You can't, like, to the point where you can't even dispute it anymore. The videos are there. That like it's just impossible to dispute it. Now, when you see,
Nelson, you're speaking like a Israeli bro.
I appreciate you, bro. Just mute your mic real quick, man. With your Somali pirate ass. So, anyways, now go. Just you see, made me lost my goddamn train of thought. So, just to remember what I was saying. Somebody mute that fucking mic, please. Thank you. Okay. So let me try to remember what the fuck I was going to say. God damn.
You were talking about women being raped.
Hey. Right. Okay, boom. So when you have all that evidence, all that proof that showed those despicable things, women being raped, little kids getting their heads blown off, you have the female hostage, I think she's 7 years old or something, that just got back to her dad, and her dad is saying she can't talk anymore. She's literally whispering the whole time. And when she goes to bed at night, she's under the duvet just crying, right? When you have all of that proof, documented proof, okay, video evidence telling you what these motherfuckers did on October 7th, and then now we see polls showing that 76% of Palestinians today support Hamas, 75% of Palestinians today support October 7th, and then we see videos of Palestinians being released in this hostage swap, and you have people literally screaming, celebrating fucking Hamas in goddamn Gaza, okay? That's a fucking problem. And that's why you're never going to get a goddamn two-state solution. You're never going to get a one-state fucking solution. Those motherfuckers, I mean, bro, think about it. What reason does Israel have today to let their foot off the goddamn gas pedal? What reason? What reason? None. They have no reason whatsoever to give those guys a state, to accept them into Israel as equal citizens, right? No reason to do any of that shit. Not at all. And guess what? Nobody on the planet can force them to do it. You know why? Because you have all the fucking evidence, all the fucking proof.
Black man saying this thing.
Man, fuck you, man. I'm saying the facts. Like it or hate it.
Nelson, let me just add to that.
Yeah,
Hey, Nelson, super quick. I just posted the quote from the Financial Times in the nest, guys. It's the second.
Yeah, mute out for a second, bro. These people on Clubhouse, they're not on Twitter. So send it to me in the DMs, and I can have somebody put it on Clubhouse. You got like 400 people in there, so they can't.
I'll send it to you. You got it. Thanks.
Yeah, just text it to me. Fahad, what's your response?
So I'm going to say three things. One is I'm not for Hamas whatsoever. I'm not for killing any innocent civilians, and I think what they did was wrong 100%. Let's get that out of the way. Number two is this percentage that you get, 77% are for Hamas and for what they do. I want to flip two things to you specifically. One, in 2018, during the Great March of Return, which was the peaceful protest, no weapons, no Hamas, nothing, where around 2,000 people were injured, were shot, and around 300 people died at a peaceful march by the border. 95% of Israel was with the IDF doing what they did, where they killed innocent civilians. And 95% of Israel supports what the IDF did, even in 2008 for Operation Cast Lead, where they killed 1,400 people, the same numbers that came out on October 7th. So that history is there from 2008 to 2023, 6,400 Palestinians were killed and 251 Israelis were killed. And in understanding that, and this is like, by no means is this justification for what happened, but it's very important to understand the facts that these people are, quote unquote, and this is an Abby Martin line, they are born dead. They have no current life. They have no fucking future. There's nothing they can do to change it. They're literally born into an open air prison, while every few years Israel comes in and does what they like calling mow the fucking lawn. Mow the lawn, kill some more people, bombard them, bombard their territories, don't allow them anything, don't allow them construction material. These are all facts that are out there. If you are born into that, what do you do? Do you support the Palestinian Authority, or do you support the only one people that are potentially fighting for you? And look, I don't agree with what they did. Once again, not a justification for what they did. But if you're born into that and you've got family members, you've got kids dying, you've got people being bombarded, what the fuck do you do? At some point in time, you've got to try to get out. So, in 2018, we tried peacefully marching and we still died. We still got shot. We had fucking paraplegics shot, people on crutches and wheelchairs shot, fucking 2-year-old kids shot. So what choice, if you put yourself in the shoes of a Gazan, and that's my real question for any Israeli, for anyone that's pro killing all these people, what choice do you have at that point in time? What would you do to fight for your freedom?
Nelson, if I could, if I could back
everybody, one second, one. Let me respond real quick. Let me respond, right? And Fahad, I want you to know this, right? I'm not taking any sides in this situation. I'm just being 100% common sense of facts, right? 100% common sense. And it's sometimes, that comes with criticizing some guys in the IDF, which I've done very openly, right? And most times it comes with criticizing the fuck out of Hamas, because those motherfuckers are terrorists. Okay. Now, just to respond to what you're saying, in regards to the stuff that happened in 2018, I don't know if it's true, but I'll take your word for it, right? say the IDF did kill however many people, and most of the Israelis accepted that, right? Here is the difference. The difference is Israel's the powerhouse. Palestine isn't, right? Israel's the shot caller in this situation. Israel's the one that you want to give Palestine a state, right? Israel's the one that you want to give Palestine that stuff, right? They're the ones that hold all the fucking cards, right? I'm sorry, okay? But in the world that we're in, when somebody holds the cards and you really want part of what they have, you gotta kiss some ass. I'm just being real with you, bro. I'm just calling it what it is, right? Because there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it if you ain't got the goddamn power. That's just facts. Human nature.
So by
Right? Sad
definition,
truth.
that's occupation, isn't it?
Let me just finish what I'm goddamn saying, right? This is just human nature, and we all know this. Okay. Every single one of us in here know it to be fact. Okay, cool. Put that to the side. Now, going through the rest of the stuff you said, my brother, listen, man. Here's the fuck up. Before 2005, which is when the Israeli settlers left Gaza, Gaza was completely different than what it was post 2007 when Hamas took over Gaza. You didn't have blockades, right? You didn't have any of the shit that you've seen in, in the years after 2007. You didn't have any of this shit. But guess what? You had a terrorist organization take over. A terrorist organization who had in their first charter as a mission to eradicate fucking Jews and make a free Palestine from the river to the fucking sea. This terrorist faction took over fucking Gaza. And that's when everything started going downhill, my brother. Right? But guess what? You know the crazy part about it? The Palestinians actually voted these guys into power in 2006. That's
Say
the
word.
crazy part, right?
Say word.
You know what I'm saying? So, like the Palestinians, the ones in Gaza, the same ones that, you know what I'm saying, everybody's feeling for right now, they actually fucking went up there and fucking voted these motherfuckers into power. Like real shit. And then in '07, the motherfuckers show their true colors, kill every fucking Fatah member in Gaza, and forcefully take over that place. You never had an election after that. Never. That was the last election that ever took place in Gaza. Okay? And then guess what happened after that? The Israelis instilled a blockade with the Egyptians, by the way, right? Both of them actually came together. Known enemies historically came together, put blockades on the air, land, and sea. Why did they put those blockades in? Because you had a terrorist motherfucker that just took over the goddamn country. And now they're your fucking neighbors, by the way, right? So again, like all the fucking shit that Gazans are going through is as a result of a terrorist faction taking over Gaza. If you didn't have these terrorist motherfuckers operating Gaza, you wouldn't have the shit show that you're seeing today.
That Netanyahu helped institute.
Yeah, I mean whether he helped, whether
out.
listen. Whether Netanyahu helped it out. Matter of fact, I'll give it to you. Maybe he helped it out, right? But the Palestinians made conscious decisions in '06 to vote those motherfuckers into power. That is still valid, whether Netanyahu helped or not. Like that's not the point here. The point. Let me finish my thought, please, before you interrupt me. Okay. The point here is very simple. If you did not have these terrorists take over Gaza in goddamn 2007, Palestinians would not be suffering the way they are today. That is the facts. Em, can you fact check me on everything I said, please?
Hold up, Nelson. I thought you
No. I want to go to Em real quick, and I'll toss it to you. Em, am I saying anything wrong factually, or am I on point? Just jump in real quick.
Nope, everything is on point. I would like to add two simple points here. It seems that the main grievance is the outcome of the First World War. While the Ottoman Empire collapsed, they lost. Two international treaties were signed, whether you agree with them, whether you don't agree with them, but the Treaty of Lausanne specifically specifies what happens to the Ottoman Empire and Turkey after the end of the First World War. You had a world war, it ended. You don't like the conclusion, you don't like the results, it's fine. But what has been going on since 1928 is when the Muslim Brotherhood was founded, they were founded for the specific reason of re-establishing a caliphate after the fall of what they perceived as the caliphate, which was the Ottoman Empire. And that has been their modus operandi ever since. Hamas is an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. Hamas was founded in 1987 as the military wing or the armed wing of Al-Majma' al-Islami or Al-Mugamma al-Islami that was founded in 1973 as an NGO that was approved by Israel to engage in social activities and building mosques and hospitals and schools. And that's how the radicalization and the indoctrination of the population of Gaza started. It's very simple. The Ottoman Empire collapsed, and the area that is now Palestine, Israel, was controlled by the British Empire, and it was called the occupied territories until the mandate of Palestine was established. There has never been a country called Palestine, and the people living there were not just the Palestinian people. That's a construct. Okay, that is a construct. We can go back all the way to the times of the modern kingdom in ancient Egypt. There's like, you can always move back the reference point. Are the Jews the Shasa tribe and the Philistines or the Palestinians the peoples of the sea? Who cares? Who cares? Can you reconcile biblical text with archaeological evidence and anthropology and sociology and all that? To some extent, yes and no. The problem that we have here is that at some point in 1947, there was a partition plan, it was rejected, and whether you like it or not, the armies of Arab countries attacked that geographical area trying to force a new reality, and they failed. And ever since we had a refugee problem, and ever since we had turmoil and wars in the Middle East, it's time to move forward. It is time to move forward. The Palestinian leadership hasn't exhibited any responsibility whatsoever trying to negotiate a responsible peace treaty and resolving the conflict. They wasted one opportunity after another. Some people came to this space saying, but Hamas changed their charter in 2017. That's one point that I really didn't want to address, but I think it's about time we address that. The change to the charter in 2017 didn't recognize the state of Israel because it said that it will continue to work against the Zionists and it will continue to do so and so and so and so. For people to come on here and keep firing those nuggets of disinformation as a fire hose of falsehoods, it takes so much time to deconstruct everything they say, but it's very short and a very clever soundbite. But to actually deconstruct it, you have to go back through an entire history, right? And people don't have time for that. I get it. That's why clever sound bites are effective on social media. I get it. But it's about time everyone just moves forward. Hamas has become a terrorist organization, whether you like it or not. If you want to ignore the history of Hamas altogether, which is stupid, the October 7th attack changed everything. And that's what most people don't like. Everyone wants to go back to the borders of October 6th, when the playbook was still valid. We attack Israel, they retaliate. We focus on the retaliation. We launch a structured communications campaign. We broker a ceasefire, and then we get political concessions. Well, guess what? You went too far. Hamas went too far. The armed Palestinian factions went too far by slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent civilians in their homes. And by the way, the 47-minute video right now is getting more and more and more views because it's being displayed to, right now, it has started being displayed to members
That's
of,
pure propaganda and
no,
falsehood.
it's not,
Please.
well, whatever.
Can we turn
It's now
this
being,
monologue
it's
into a
now being,
dialogue, please? Is it possible?
I'm about to land my plane. It started being viewed by members of the private sector of business intelligence. There are analysts right now who have no government affiliation whatsoever. Maybe they served, maybe they were part of militaries or organizations, but right now most of them have private business jobs. Most of them are working for the private business intelligence sector, and they saw the crimes, and they saw the videos, and they saw the women and children hiding under their beds, right? With Hamas militants killing them, 2 shots to the head, and then using their radios to phone back Gaza and saying exactly what they were doing, informing their commanders over radio of what they were doing. There is no going back from this. And the only path forward is a two-state solution after de-radicalizing, after demilitarizing Gaza. There is no more room for this construct called the resistance, because it has lost the resistance brand a long time ago when it started engaging in transnational terrorism against unarmed civilians and innocent civilians all around the world.
You know, real quick, I want to go to I
Next.
want to go to Susan and respond to that. Actually, Salah wanted to speak,
Thanks.
but before I go to Salah, I just want to highlight something. Right, the fact that Elon went to Israel, watched all the videos, was presented all the evidence, met some of the people that had friends as hostages or family members, and like actually had boots on the ground to get the information. The fact that he changed his tone and said Hamas must be fucking eradicated. The fact that he changed his tone because of that trip says a lot. And I'm still.
It doesn't, Nelson, because if they are just.
I want to say, now you gonna say, these motherfuckers. It says a lot. I'll just put it that way. Having boots on the ground and really getting the experience firsthand, it says a whole lot. Let me toss this mic to Salah. Salah, jump in. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, like there's just so much being said that just I don't even know where to begin.
Salah, can you speak up real quick, please?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Okay. So like I work in a library. I can open up books right now that date back to 80 years ago and open up a map and find Palestine on the map. And people that try to erase that, it contributes to the rage and the anger. And it's so just hurtful strategy to go by. But there's so much that's been said that I want to address. Not enough time for it. So I'm going to quickly just go to the points that I think are the most important. On October 7th, when I saw the images coming out of the young people at the rave, just on the ground, unalived, and I saw the young girl in the back of the truck, it was absolutely horrendous. I cried. I have a ability to put myself in other people's shoes, and I thought to myself, what if this was my child? What if this was my kid? I hope I don't start crying, because that's how hurtful I see these images, and they're so painful to see. But I also have the ability, like I said, an amazing ability to put myself in other people's shoes. So then I put myself in the Palestinian shoes, just like I do with the Israeli, and feeling the pain that the Israeli people may feel on that day. And I ask you, Nelson, as horrendous as I believe that October 7th is, as much as I wish people wouldn't resort to these type of acts and vile things, I ask you, Nelson, imagine if you had a 12-year-old son who was arrested for throwing a rock and was given 20 years in a 30-second trial. Tell me, what would you do? Would you be willing to create a situation to get him back? I'm just wondering. I don't think these things, what I'm saying is that I think October 7th is horrendous, but I don't fail to realize that Israel has done atrocities of the same nature 10 times over, Nelson.
Of the same nature, Salah, right?
Same yes, nature, same right? Nature.
Okay,
Wow.
Okay, now name it.
Raping, killing, bombing of civilians. Come on, this is not.
Okay, show us, Salah. Back it up.
Hey, bro. Stop raising your fucking voice at her, man. Let her finish. The fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Listen, it's not anything that can't be looked up or discovered very easily. Okay, on both sides, you have people mistreating each other, Nelson. And until we stop going, you've mistreated us, but we're innocent, we're going to go around the crazy merry-go-round over and over until each person, I'm an American, I'm able to say, you know what? In Iraq, we fucked up. Is me saying that we fucked up in Iraq make me not an American? Some people would argue that it does, but that is what we have to become. We have to be able to look at ourselves and say, you know what? This shit's not helping humanity. This shit is not helping for us to create a society that's free of anger, rage, and hostility. But we're unable to do that. We pick a team, like I've said this every time I've been on your stage. Maybe it's redundant. It's like pick a team like it's a soccer game and then act like your hands are free and innocent. No, See, when I speak against Israel, I'm considered anti-Semitic. If I talk bad about Hamas, which I do on a regular basis, believe me, oh, all of a sudden I'm a Zionist. Listen, I leave no stone unturned. I'm going to talk about Iran. I'm going to talk about Israel. I'm going to talk about America. I'm about to talk about everybody because nobody has their hands clean. Shit.
I mean, I can respect what she said. Not gonna lie.
Except
I
she
can respect
lied.
it.
Israel never did that. Show us, Salah.
Jump in. Talk about it.
Oh, right,
Show us,
right.
Salah. Stop
Israel,
lying now.
so you
Show us
don't
what
have,
Israel did October
Wait,
7th.
let's get one mic on that gentleman. Let's
Okay,
just mute out real quick. Let's get one mic on him. Go ahead, brother.
Okay.
Talk about
Thank you for this. Now listen. We've heard this both sidesing for 7 weeks now. This is an effing lie. Israel has never done what those barbarians did on October 7th. Ever, ever, ever. And it would not. And we know that this lady with the nice voice is completely lying because she will never, ever show proof that Israel has ever done something as horrendous as what she said. Then she mentions the little boy, no name. Listen, if you throw a rock at somebody's head and try to kill him with a big rock, yeah, there's a consequence for that. Yeah, you go to prison for that. I'm sorry. Israel has never done rapes. Israel has never kidnapped innocent civilians. Israel has never shown the depraved disregard for human life that those barbarians did. And the gentleman, I want to follow you, whoever you are, the gentleman that came before. There is no turning back from what those barbaric terrorists, those butchers did on October 7th. There is no turning back. The Arab world turns its back on that kind of behavior. That is, it's haram to rape people. It's haram to take little children as hostages. There is no moral equivalence. That is a lie. I don't care how sweet your voice is. You will never see an Arab soldier going to fight on behalf of these barbarians. This game is over. This was their extinction flare. They are done. I'm sorry. There is no moral equivalence. And if you try to make one with the lies that you just heard, then you are morally corrupt. And that is the truth. And I defy anybody to show me one fact that disagrees with anything that I just said. You never will, because I just told you the truth. And Salah, you have a nice voice, but you have shown yourself to have a black soul and corrupt moral backbone by lying like you just did to these people, as you do every night. That's my mind.
Nelson, can I go next,
Nelson,
please?
Nelson, may I say something about?
Everybody mute out real quick. I mean, we gotta give her a chance to respond, man. I mean, he just fucking went ballistic.
Nelson, it's so easy to Google is just a click away. You look up Israeli to act like these things don't happen.
You made the claim. Now show the proof.
1 second, brother.
Shut up.
Let her speak, brother. Calm down.
Easy.
Calm
It's
down.
way too easy. Anybody that wants to know
Don't tell her to shut up, bro.
Facts.
It's okay. You're right. IDF are saints. They don't abuse anyone. It's so strange because on both sides, like you have the IDF releasing their prisoners as well.
The terrorists who were jailed for terrorism.
Yeah, 30-second trials. I'm sure you're right. So anyway,
another
they
lie.
Come out, right.
Bro, calm
Google
down, bro.
away.
Let us speak,
Just
bro. What's wrong with you,
away.
man?
Just a Google away. So they come out of jail, and some of these mofos don't even know their name. They don't even know where the hell they're at.
Where are you
know
at?
what I'm
Are
saying?
you from the Middle East, ma'am?
Or other Middle Easterns that can speak on it as well.
Nelson,
All for it. Okay? All for that shit. Very simple. Disrespect, dish it out. Fuck it. Let's go. Talk about it. Okay, so I just want to make that known. I can give two fucks if she's wrong, right, whatever the case may be. She was very respectful. right? So you need to respond with respect. Don't unmute your mic, tell her to shut the fuck up. Nah, bro, that's crazy, man. That's disrespectful as hell, especially to a lady. She was acting like a lady. She wasn't acting like a fucking boxer. You understand what I'm saying? So that was kind of fucked up. But let me go to Sphinx and then Sade.
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
Now mute
okay.
your mic.
I don't know who's talking, but I just wanted to say to Salamia, I'm sorry you were treated that way. I happen to disagree with every single thing you said, but what I wanted to say is that you asked a question when you spoke the first time, and it's a very important question. You said something along the lines of, imagine if you had been like a Palestinian who's been oppressed or something. Can't you imagine, as bad as the October 7th was, can't you imagine wanting to do something like that? My answer to you, no, 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 and then no again. So I'm going to tell you that if you go back and you listen to that, this is something that I think is important, because this came out. There's a distinction to be made here. Would I want vengeance? Yes. Do I understand the origin of your question, empathizing and wanting vengeance on somebody who hurt your family? Yes. But you have to understand the difference here is terrorists, okay? Terrorists behave differently, okay? They don't pursue legal channels. They don't like, nothing. They don't, none of that, none of what we live by, uh, operate by, they do. So no, the answer is no, because I'm not a terrorist. Okay, so I don't think that way. Um, will I get all my means together and fuck the guy's family up? Make sure he never gets a job again. Make sure he's impoverished. Do my best to get him on a no-fly list. Oh, I don't know. There's a whole lot of shit you can do to fuck up people's lives. Okay, but no, not October 7th. Okay, all right. Would I make sure he can't ever buy a fucking piece of property again or get another credit card again? Yeah. I'd revel in that bullshit because I'm fucking the head. Okay, but no, not October 7th. And that's the distinction with terrorists and normal fucked up people like myself. I'm like normal crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's like I just want to fuck up their lives. You can't go around killing people and innocent people because of decades of oppression. If that's the case, they're going to have anarchy.
Isn't that what the IDF does though?
And I couldn't promise that I wouldn't burn everything down to the ground. Like, I would want to be reasonable, but if you take my child, I might just set everything on fire. And I'm just being honest.
It's a lot, but
I
that's
wish
the
it
that's
wasn't
that's the
that way.
that's the reason why you're probably never gonna have peace in that region, right?
Right. Nelson,
Like you just said right now, you take your
yeah,
child,
because it's
you're gonna burn
cycle
everything
of
to the goddamn ground.
right.
Think of how many people have lost their
Exactly.
children. Think of how many people have lost their parents. Think about how many people lost their
Exactly.
siblings.
On both
You're never gonna have peace. Somebody gotta go.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It's a
Because that's
fact.
Can I go?
that's still
Somebody gotta go.
that's
De-radicalization should happen.
both are thinking, Nelson, both are thinking that one must go. And that's the problem. No, one must not go. That's the thing, is we don't have to go. Both are thinking you gotta go. How can we stop thinking that you gotta go? It's that whoever just said de-radicalization must happen. You should let them speak.
Let me go to Sade real quick. Sade, it's your turn.
Thank you,
Jump in.
Nelson. Just maybe if before I go to my point, the fact that George is allowed to pin stuff up there, you told us not to pin things. So, yeah, are we allowed to do that? Because to be fair,
everybody gets a free day today. Pin whatever you
all
want.
right, thank you. Okay,
I'll go today.
Thank you. So, what George painted is really wrong. He actually dehumanized Palestinians and also Arabs and Muslims in general, and I find that very problematic. First of all, I think the world should be thanking Palestinians every year for accepting over a 250,000 European Jewish refugees fleeing persecution in Europe. They were fleeing Nazi persecution in Europe, and Palestinians accepted them on their lands. So we should be very grateful for what Palestinians did. When the United States refused a boat full of refugees, Palestinians accepted them on their land. Second of all, anti-Semitism, the Zionist movement was created because of anti-Semitism that was happening in Europe. Earlier, George was trying to paint that anti-Semitism has roots in Arab nations, but Theodor Herzl did not face anti-Semitism in the Middle East. He faced it in Europe, and he created the Zionist movement because of what was happening in Europe. Caucasians did that, not Arabs. Third of all, the way the way you deceived the people on the stage when you talked about the Nakba and on the fact that the displacement happened because of the Arabs waging war on Israel. No, the Nakba, over 700,000 Palestinians had to flee their land before May 1948. In case, Nelson, you don't recognize that date, May 1948 is a date that Israel was officially created as a state. So they actually displaced them before that, because a year before that date, the UN already indicated that they would be partitioning the land. So at that moment, they knew that they would be facing Arab revolt, and Arab countries were voicing their opposition. So what did they do? The Zionist Haganah paramilitary force. Haganah is
Kind of like Hamas
hold on,
did
let
because
me
they
finish
didn't
my
want
point. I
Israel
did
to
not
sign an
interrupt
agreement with
anybody.
Saudi Arabia
Why
and
are you
do that.
interrupting me?
One mic on
Yeah,
today.
don't cut off a woman, dude.
One mic on today. Today, let's go.
When we say Haganah, Nelson, it means before the IDF was created. Basically, Haganah was renamed to the IDF. So before the creation of before 1948, the Haganah adopted a plan called the Plan Dalet, which laid out a strategy to ethnically cleanse Palestinian villages. So they actually did it. They went into places like, I can't name them all, but different villages. Over 500 villages were ethnically cleansed. Over 700,000 Palestinians had to flee their land. It all happened before May 1948, before the Arab countries revolted or waged war. So the way they're framing it here is very deceitful, and please do not lie. My next point, he talked about apartheid. You know, it's not Nelson, it's not the South Africans. Yes, we can, when we say apartheid, we always remember South Africa. But in February 2022, Amnesty International released a over 200 pages report indicating there's apartheid taking place in Israel. So you can Google it yourself. Last year, Amnesty International published a report with the title Apartheid on it.
But
And
not everyone
just
recognizes Amnesty
let me finish
International
my
as
point.
being
I'm
just
almost
because
done.
it's on Google doesn't make it a rule today.
It's Amnesty International. I didn't say Google. You can search it on Bing if that makes a difference. My last point. Yesterday, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, this is what she said. We are deeply troubled by the sharp rise in violence by extremist Israeli settlers against Palestinians in the West Bank. Extremist violence must stop, and those committing the violence must be held accountable. First of all, it's time we should be calling these settlers terrorists. Okay, they are terrorists. So would we blame if people in the West Bank go and go invade a settlement and commit crimes there because of what is happening to them right now in the West Bank? Are we going to blame the Palestinians if they went into Israeli settlements in the West Bank and committed crimes when nobody is doing, when the Israeli government is not doing anything to stop settler terrorism in the West Bank, when the IDF is allowing this to continue? Why are we blaming the Palestinians? This did not start on October 7. It has a context, and I really appreciate Salah that, you know, she was very fair. We should be fair. Do not, you know, the Palestinians have a recognized right under international law to resist Israeli occupation. They have the right
They
to
don't.
resist Israeli occupation. It is.
All right, can we land the plane and I can answer her,
Yes, it
please?
is. Okay, I'm gonna land the plane. Malcolm X visited Gaza in Malcolm X. I'm just ending it. This is my last point. Malcolm X visited Gaza in 1964.
How does Malcolm X have anything to do with this
Let me tell
discussion?
you what it
That's
has to do. Why don't you
Please
just
don't.
shut up?
Listen. Everybody mute out real quick. Everybody mute out. Okay, guys, when you're on the stage, it's one mic on the speaker. Okay, like I've literally got my timer on it. She's going too long. I know she needs to land. Everybody else mute out. Okay, so today 5 seconds.
I know. Okay,
I don't want
yeah.
to hear about Malcolm X bullshit. Just land.
No. I it's my right to talk about Nelson. It's my point. Don't tell me
Man,
how to express my point.
hell to the motherfucking no. We got 5 seconds left. Let's go.
When Malcolm X visited Gaza in 1964, he published saying, "Did the Zionists have the legal or moral right to invade Arab Palestine, uproot its Arab citizens, and so on?" Malcolm X recognized what was done to Palestinians was wrong then. How come today, 50 something, 60 years later, some of you are pretending as if the Palestinians are not victims and you're just, portraying them as terrorists? You're dehumanizing them. Shame
All
on
right,
you.
there we go. There we
Jesus
go.
Christ.
Wait, let me go to Tally. Tally wants to respond. Let me go to Tally first. Tally, drop it.
So, once again, people make so many points that it's hard to respond to all of them. So I'll pick two that stuck out to me. The first was this idea that anti-Semitism in Arab lands didn't exist. George was somehow lying about the 1300-year history of anti-Semitism across the Middle East and all Arabized lands, or many Arabized lands. You mentioned that in America, it was all these Europeans and Americans who were causing the anti-Semitism. In America, they turned a ship of Jews around, sent them back to Europe. But the Arabs of Palestine welcomed the Jews. You might want to check your history. There was a ship of Jews, almost 5,000 Jews, turned away from Palestine, from the mandate of Palestine, sent back to Europe, interned in the camps, and murdered. So I'm not sure what type of welcoming environment you're talking about. The Arabs lobbied the British relentlessly to limit Jewish migration multiple times throughout the pre-state period, and especially during the Holocaust, while people were trying to flee before the Holocaust, when the pogroms were, the signs were being written, and during the Holocaust, not allowing for thousands, tens of thousands of Jews and hundreds of thousands potentially of Jews who could have been saved, who could have moved there. They limited Jewish migration. So this is simply not true. Another thing, you made the claim that 750,000 Palestinians were forcibly displaced from their homes before May of 1948. You might want to check that, because even Palestinians don't make that claim. We know that a tremendous amount of the displacement that we saw, that people refer to as the Nakba, happened because, as a result of the War of Independence, the first Arab and Israeli war, where they were displaced because of active fighting, and especially displaced because they were told to leave by Arab leaders. This is documented extensively. Told to leave to get out of the way so that they can get rid of the Jews, and you'll all be able to return. So those were the two things that stuck out to me the most. I'm sorry I don't remember more, but I'll jump in again. Thanks, Nelson.
Nelson, I got to finish up the other points, please.
Jump in.
Listen, with all due respect, today, I feel like every time I come in here, Nelson, it's Groundhog Day. It's the same story again. The only thing she gets right is her name. It's today, we get it. But it's shocking. I don't know how to deal with this more delicately. Every single characterization she makes of Jews and Zionists is literally fantastic. It's not a good way. The word, it's a fantasy. It's nonsense. She doesn't understand Jewish history. Some people say she pretended to be Jewish for 2 years in Clubhouse, and that could be why she thinks she knows, but she doesn't know Jewish history. She misses out on the context that she likes to talk about, the context of Jewish history. For those listening, she keeps rattling on about Theodor Herzl, and she keeps rattling on that some white supremacist movement in Europe of Jews that just thought, you know what, our people are hurting, let's go kill other people, and that's a great idea. Every step of the way of the Zionist movement, the modern Zionist movement, because unlike what she said, Zionism has existed in Judaism since it was created. Okay, every religious text refers to Zion. Anyone who is in America who has an understanding of Christianity knows what the children of Israel means, or Mount Zion and the return to Zion, and going down to a river to pray. All of those biblical verses refer to the Jewish people's journey for Zion, so much so that even Black Americans affiliated with that belief because they felt oppressed, just like the Jews were, and the Jews wanted to return to the Holy Land. So it's not a new thing, and I find it very bizarre that she couches this in a racial way, right? Whereas Jews, you know, since the beginning, have been a diverse group, and especially in the diaspora, Jews are an incredibly diverse group. You have Ethiopian Jews, of which she is not. You've got Indian Jews, Chinese Jews, Persian, Iraqi, North African Jews, and Polish Jews, Russian, English, Czech Jews, French Jews. And the funny thing is, if you were to crack open their religious prayer book, the ones that they read every day, they all say the same thing. You know, in the Amida and the Shemona Esrei, we pray for a return to Zion, for fulfillment of our natural birthright, right? But here's the thing. Those from Europe who were the modern Zionists, and they weren't particularly religious. They tried to be pragmatic. They said, look, we don't buy into the whole religion thing. It's pretty cool, but whatever. And, you know, how do we save our people? Well, you know what? We come from a particular place, and it's pretty crap. You know, it's not a very populated area. It's not very developed, not very wanted. So how about we purchase the land from the owners and move our poor people there? And that's exactly what they did. So all of these comments, the way she characterizes Zionism is only in her head. It's actually her head and a bunch of anti-Semites' heads. And the reason why it's important is because it's used to justify why Israel doesn't have a right to exist. So I often will lambast many of my Jewish co-religionists who say, we have a right there because it's in the Bible. I'm like, okay, dude, no one cares, right? Not everyone believes in Bibles. Some people think it's a book written by people, and it's kind of a fairy tale. So that's a pretty bad argument to make. So I'm consistent in my belief. I say, look, if that much land was purchased by them, and the crown, the authority at the time, connected those, you know, settlements and lands that were built by them, that they were purchased by the Jews, that's a totally legal, totally normal right to do. There's no problem with that. Now, when we talk about you know, there is no anti-Semitism in any other part of the world. It's just like a white man's disease. It's not. Racism is everywhere. It's with Vietnamese to Cambodians. It's with different, you know, tribes in Africa don't like each other. It's not. Don't. You gotta. People are bad. People are dumb. You know, we kind of submit to our more base instincts, unfortunately. So to kind of absolve the Middle East of anti-Semitism, it's not only illogical, but to Jewish people, it's actually insensitive. It's actually insulting. If you are so inclined, I would recommend you Google, or Bing, as today uses. She seems like a Bing person. Jonathan, sorry, I didn't think of that. Your last name is Bing. What I'd recommend is Alta Vista, Maimonides, the Rambam. He's a famous Jewish philosopher from the 12th century, the 1100s, who wrote an epistle to Yemen, and he highlighted the immense anti-Semitism by Arab Muslims against the Jewish community. In fact, he said there's never been a greater anti-Semitism to date than that of their Muslim community, the Jewish community.
Got to land your plane soon, my friend.
Are you Nelson? You sound very different.
We do have to land that goddamn plane.
I will land the plane, but I'd hear it from Nelson, not from your clubhouse friend, my friend.
No, this is Nelson. What? You got 10 seconds, my brother.
Yeah. So my point is that There exists plenty of documentary evidence that highlights anti-Semitism. I'm not blaming anyone for it today, but you've got to stop lying to everyone every single day. It's like you turn on the phone and say, I'm going to repeat the same lie I've been doing every day for 2 months. It gets boring, but guess what? We like, smashing false narratives. So keep it up today. And that's all I got to say.
Crimea
Yeah,
River.
today,
Crimea
today,
River.
Speaking of
today. Let
false
me ask you
narratives,
today, Jonathan here. Let me ask you a question because I got to ask you something. Because every time you guys speak about what the Jews are doing to the Palestinians, and I don't like everything that's happening, but you guys always talk about racism, racism, racism. Okay, and and I said this before. I got to stick by it. Arabs, Muslims are probably some of the most racist people out there against people of color, against black people, against Africans. All right. How the fuck are you guys? Yeah, you guys are all dumbed down. But how the hell you guys? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You guys treat Africans like shit. And you're like, no, the first person to call Fred was the black guy. Whatever. But what I'm saying to you is, it's known, it's proven that you guys are racist as fuck. But now you guys are now saying that okay, you guys are now saying that you guys are being discriminated against and you guys are being the victim of racism. Well, as soon as you turn around, I mean, you guys are turning around doing the same goddamn thing. I mean, even if you go to the Gaza Strip, okay, there's a section, that y'all put black people in, okay, but yet you guys are always the victim of racism. How's that today?
what are you
Okay, first of
talking
all,
about? There's been
Jonathan,
black
I'm
Sudanese.
sorry, I think he called my
Let's
name.
be
Let
here.
me respond quickly.
Well, you've been talking this whole time. I want to get my
He
wording
mentioned
edgewise.
my name. Okay, I'll
Okay.
stop.
Well, I just have a few points to make because I want to address what Nelson said with respect. Okay, with respect to a false. First of all, everybody here has selective moral outrage. Let's just call it for what it is. Number two, and that's really what the massive problem is in the world, right? Selective moral outrage. Like you can't realize somebody else's pain, and you
Let's
only
talk
sort
about
of
the
like.
racism. You said you wanted to
Okay,
jump in and
let's
address
talk
that.
about the racism. There's no like how can you say that when like
Wow,
there's
there's no
Sudanese?
racism.
How
Okay.
can you can I talk? How can you say that when there's like Sudanese Arabs? Like that just doesn't make any like huh? And like Egyptians are like black Egyptians, white Egyptians. Like that just I don't know. That narrative doesn't work for me. Anyway, number
It's not
two,
a narrative.
number three. There are prominent Israeli thought leaders like people like Dr. Gaber Mate and the journalist Gideon Levy, who I completely respect and admire, who have denounced some of these narratives. So why is it that like a lot of Israelis come out and say, well, no, listen, like this is essentially what's happening, and we have to address it and identify it in order to make some real change, right? Because
Yeah.
it's not Arabs, it's
You know what?
Israelis that are.
One,
Hang
one,
on.
one, one mic, one mic, one mic, one mic. I'm gonna go to today because I asked a question. You sort of blew it off. You didn't even address what I put out there. You just wanted to
What
speak.
did
You
you?
jumped in front of.
You said that there
Um,
was racism
today,
with
today,
Palestinians.
let's
Is that
go.
what you
Let's
said?
go. Today.
You said there was
Okay,
racism within Palestinians. Is that what you said?
Well, ma'am, he is absolutely correct. Okay, number one, the Arab world is extremely racist. It's the one part of the world where slavery still exists. That's number two. Okay, number
That's
three.
that's
Number
not true.
three.
I'm sorry, and I'm not Arab, and that's not true. I'm
Okay,
Armenian.
would you like me to
It's
tell?
not true because there are Arab,
Would you
like
like
there
me
are
to?
Arab blacks.
No, no, no,
That logic
Man,
doesn't work.
one mic, man, one mic, man.
Wow.
ma'am. We're not going to allow you to carry on this false narrative, okay? Because in Mauritania, okay, it's still going on, okay? In parts of Saudi Arabia, it's still going on, okay? In Libya, just several years ago, you had Africans being led around in chains and being sold, okay? But I'm not going to just levy this just on the Arabs. Because in Israel, there is tremendous racism also. That's also been documented.
Can I say something, please, as an Arab?
Yeah, but Thomas, and I get that, but in terms of levying the charge of racism, that's what they're saying already. That's what the Arabs are saying right now, and
But
they are like
both,
some of the biggest purveyor of racism out there.
Jonathan, both sides are doing it because when you hear someone that supports the Israeli side, they always bring up the anti-Semitism and then they try to bring blackness into it. And I'm like, the same racism towards us exists in Israel. There's many examples of it, and it's the same way on the Arab side too. That's why a lot of us are sitting this one out.
Is there any slavery in Israel? A friend in chat in Clubhouse?
Jonathan, since today was responding to me extensively, could I say something real quick?
But what I do know,
one Michael Thomas.
Millions. What I do know is that thousands of Ethiopian Jewish women. Okay, we know what happened to them. Okay, I don't need.
Can I send you a link? Can I send you a link? Because that's not true.
Let me finish.
One second.
It is true, liar.
One mic, guys. One mic, please. I don't have to put anyone down, please. Respectfully. Go ahead, Thomas.
If this does not happen or this hasn't happened, we do know the marches that have occurred, okay, because of Sudanese black folks in Israel. We do know what has happened. We do know about the rabbi, okay, that is called black folks monkeys. We do know these things. So please stop and act as if it doesn't happen or if it hasn't happened.
Okay.
Hey,
all right.
Can I speak?
May I address that, Nelson, real quick? Hey, this is George.
Hey, I want George. Let's get George.
Jonathan, I need to speak to. I have a question for George also.
Oh, he's not finished. He's not finished. Oh, wait 1 second. Thomas is not done. Go ahead, Thomas.
But it doesn't justify both sides being able to kill discriminately. But you cannot start crying on each side and not realize these facts that are being placed in front of you. I'm done.
Okay,
May
so
I
I'm going
reply to
to
that?
Can I speak?
Whoa. Hold on. Jonathan said I was going to go, right?
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Thanks, Jonathan. All right. Okay. So first of all, today, as she's often incorrect about Ethiopian Jewish history, and I feel almost embarrassed correcting her because she is Ethiopian, I guess.
The audacity to tell me about my own history. How dare you?
One moment
today.
One
You respond
moment.
later.
Yeah, today, after spending a couple of years LARPing as an Ethiopian Jew and being debunked by real Ethiopian Jews on Clubhouse,
he's lying. He is
she
a
still
liar.
has not learned the actual history. Ethiopian Jews were the first
the audacity
political.
to tell me my own
Today.
history. How dare you?
Today. You gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish.
Yeah. So today tried to characterize Zionism as a white Caucasian movement. That is so erasive and racist because the first political Zionists were Ethiopian Jews. She is so ignorant, she doesn't even know the history of the Ethiopian Jews she pretended to be. In 1862, in 1862, there was a wave of Zionist sentiment that washed over a bunch of Ethiopian villages, Ethiopian Jews in particular. And so before the World Zionist Congress of 1897, there were several hundreds Ethiopian Jews who walked with the king's consent to Israel. Most did not survive, so that trip was a failure. But Zionism was not a Caucasian movement, quote unquote. And I think by Caucasian, she's trying to say European, which again, she's wrong about because Jews aren't fucking Europeans. Jews are a Middle Eastern people. And so Ethiopian Jews predated Herzl in their attempt to go and be Zionists and travel to the land. That's the first thing she's wrong about. The second thing that she's completely incorrect about is she is erasing literally over 50% of the stories of 50% of Jews in Israel, because well over 50% of the Jews in Israel come from, most recently, from Iran, Iraq, right? Algeria, Morocco. They come from many places in the area, Syria. And those Jews were oppressed. They were oppressed. They lived as dhimmi. Dhimmi is a official second-class citizen status that Jews and Christians had in under Arab and Muslim rule. Jews could not leave the house. Jewish women had to wear a yellow belt in what is today Iraq to identify themselves. Okay, a yellow piece of clothing. Okay. In Iran, Jews actually there was a law on the books that said Jews had to stay inside when it was raining or snowing. Do you know why? Because, and by the way, yes, I have actual articles from the Washington Post documenting this, and I have firsthand testimony from hundreds of Persian Jews. Do you know why they had to stay inside? Because maybe the snowflake or the raindrop would hit them and hit a Muslim and dirty that Muslim. That's the idea of the racism we had over there. Jews had to leave. Jews had to leave by little Jew doors, fucking Jew doors
George,
in
are you getting
Iraq.
silly now?
Okay, one
No,
mic,
no,
bro.
I'm telling you my people's history. Do you tell black
Okay.
people? Are you getting
George,
silly now
one
when they
second,
talk
George.
Can I
about
I need
speak,
you.
their
please?
oppression?
I mean, you're trying to
George,
tell her
One
history,
sec.
One second.
buddy.
Yeah,
One
Jonathan.
second, guys.
Yeah.
One second. George, George, I need you to land this real quick because I need Tuesday to
Yeah.
respond really
Give me like
quickly.
15. Yeah, give me 15 seconds, and I'll land it. So the idea of denying, right, the oftentimes horrible conditions under which Jews lived in Arab and Muslim lands is despicable, and today has no standing talking about Arab and Jews who lived in those lands. I'm done.
Tuesday, you got 30 seconds. Let's go.
Yes, the audacity to say the Zionist movement started with Ethiopians. Ethiopians accepted Judaism 3,000 years ago. Ever since then, we've been going to for pilgrimage to Jerusalem. In fact, the first Christian baptized in the Bible, mentioned in the Bible, the Ethiopian Enoch, on Acts 8, was an Ethiopian Jew, and he was on his way to Jerusalem for pilgrimage, and Philip met him in Gaza, and he baptized him. So yeah, we didn't claim to be Zionists. We called it being Jewish back then. We called it following the religion of Judaism. And then some of us became Christian. The audacity for you to claim I do not have Jewish heritage, how dare you? This is what you've done to
I didn't claim
Ethiopian Jews. You
that
rewrote
either.
their history,
You
and now
larped
you
as a
come
Jew
here
on
and you
Clubhouse for
try
two
to tell
George,
me
years.
my
meet
own
up, George.
history.
When you
How
listen
dare
to this,
you?
will spoil
How
you.
dare you?
Spoil our conversation.
Go ahead,
Today,
Tuesday.
are you saying that all of Ethiopia was Jewish before
Exactly.
the
Yes.
time of
Yes.
Christ, and that
Yes, ma'am.
then some of them became Christian?
Yes, ma'am. Go ask the Ethiopian Orthodox priests. This is our history.
Why don't we
So
ask the
that's
Ethiopian
hold on.
Jews?
I'm
One
sorry.
mic.
Is that your claim to Jewish ancestry? The fact that so in theory every Ethiopian has Jewish ancestry. Is that correct?
Majority of Ethiopians have Jewish ancestry.
Okay, good. Glad
Our
we cleared that
DNA
up. So
is no
all
different than
Ethiopians
the
are Jews.
Ethiopians who migrated
Welcome to
to
the
Israel.
Mishpacha
By genetics,
L'chaim.
I have more Levantine
Okay,
DNA than you, my dear.
one
Okay?
mic. One
That's
second, guys.
interesting. So then why, so would you describe the anti-Semitism that's so pervasive in Ethiopia, would you describe that as like self-hatred then? Are they
No, you
self-hating Jews?
created
Why aren't
that
Because
why
we
didn't
know
you
that
history.
they
stop
called,
that?
No,
we know that
one
they
mic,
called
guys.
the Jews Falasha. We know that they kept them in separate ghettos. They
No,
would
that's a
target them
fake
with
story. You
Tuesday,
violence, with
created
Tuesday,
for
shame.
them.
Tuesday,
They
You
were completely
Tuesday.
indoctrinated them
outcasted.
with fake
So my
history.
question is, that type of anti-Semitism that was so pervasive that Israel had to rescue tens of thousands of
That's a
Ethiopian
lie. That's
Jews
a lie.
and bring them
You
to
lied
Israel.
about it.
Okay, but my question is that anti-Semitism? Is that self-hating? Are all Ethiopians self-hating
Anti-Semitism is when you
Jews?
bombed synagogues in Iraq. You did the same to Ethiopians. You lied about our
That
history.
Okay.
feels like
You
a
lied about our
dodge.
history.
It's a
Okay.
dodge.
All right. Hey, I'm gonna go to Aftel. Aftel's been waiting. Let's go, Aftel.
Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, now, long time ago, George had like 20-minute long newspaper reading. He read about 30, 40 different newspapers, headlines from everywhere, without any context, irrelevant stuff. And then obviously M. Dot came in soon after, and he read exactly the newspapers of the world, what he does. And then the narrative gets buried. Because when you are issuing 50 different statements, everything disconnected from the previous one, and the next one coming totally different, that is really throwing up, and it's not working anymore. M and George, I have news for you. This technique is not working because people are getting information from independent sources, and now we are getting educated. Let me start from, I will only put two rebuttals, two pushbacks, each one of you. George first. George, you said that in area 1 of West Bank is divided into 3 areas. Those of you who do not know, and I did not know until 3 weeks ago when Yehuda educated me and told me to go read area area 1, area 2, area 3. And I appreciate because
ABC.
no, I appreciate.
No, it's ABC, not 1, 2, 3, brother.
ABC. Okay. Now, I appreciate when I indulge with my fellow Zionists, because I indulge with honesty, absolute purity of my heart, with learning perspective, not to demean, not to lose, not to win, not to score points. That's not, George, my point here. Okay, I will prove it to you. You gave example of area A. Okay, there are three areas. Area A has entire West Bank. Now, if you take it to a percentage, 100, give it to entire West Bank, 18% is the area A. 18% of entire West Bank. 22% is area B, and the rest of 60% is area C. Okay, now area and all these areas, area A is the only area, 18% of the West Bank, where Palestinians will have entire sovereignty with their government, with their municipalities, with the security systems, etc. Area B's security systems would be controlled by Israel in a final settlement, and Area C's security and settlements would be entirely under control, and entire region will be under control of Israel under final settlement. Under this principle, Palestine, a country of Palestine would only consist of current West Bank 18% area A, what is now. Okay, George, you said that now Jew can buy land in area A, and if any Jew buys, then the penalty is death penalty. George, area A, area B, area C are occupied territories, right? You want to bring a settler inside area A and give that person land. That cannot happen because that has not settled a dispute yet. The area A is not a country of Palestine. So what you are trying to imply over here, that area A people are just vicious and they won't even accept anybody from outside, it's because they even don't have their own sovereignty on area A at this moment. Not area A, not area B, not area C. They have zero sovereignty. So stop lying to the people of the world. We are not stupid. We are not dumb. Number two,
I love
going
it.
to hold
Okay,
on.
okay.
Going to M now. Hold on. My next point to M. M, you said that there was no Palestine in 1948, 1947, 1946, 1930, 1900, going back to zero and minus everything, right? Lady from the library was here. She said that 80 years ago, she pulled out a book where Palestine as a country exists. I don't give a damn whether there was a Palestine or not. That is not my point here. That is not my concern. My question to you, M, is Yasser Arafat and Mahmoud Abbas, their fathers were living in that land, whatever the hell that land's name was, whether it was Palestine or whether it was Arabistan or whether it was Pakistan, okay? That was a land where these people were living and they were natives of that land and they belong to that land. You have no business, I have no business to not let those people call that land today, whatever the country they want to call. That is again con artistry. That is called dehumanizing people. Not even giving those people the right to be equal humans. Not even accepting the legitimate right of their nativity of that land.
Okay.
And this narrative is not working. You know me, I know you by now. And I tell you, I was today in Indian space and everybody was cursing me because I have changed my view about Zionism, and today does not like it either.
Okay.
She gave me thumb down yesterday when I said
Well,
that
Mazel
people have the
tov,
right
but
to be.
stating
One
Let
Mazel
mic,
me
tov.
guys.
finish.
One mic, please.
Last sentence. People have the right to be Zionists if they want to protect and get together and farm a country. They have equal right, just like I have as a Muslim. So I have no grudges against anybody. You know me now by now, okay? So
Okay.
please, I request you build a narrative, not like Khaleesi. Do not mix falsehoods, lies with the Palestinian cause or any or Jewish cause. These are legitimate people. They need land. They need area to live. We do not, people from outside, you as Egyptian, me as Pakistani, or anybody else coming from any, we should
Okay.
not make these people to fight more
All right. So you're in the land
shed
is.
each other's blood. Please. Thank you.
All right.
I gotta
All right,
respond. I
One.
gotta.
hold up. 30
No.
seconds. I'm going to respond
No.
because then you can move
No.
on to M.
No.
Please.
No.
He
No. I
literally
want
said I
no,
lied.
bro.
He
What?
literally,
No. No.
he,
No.
li-
He called M out. I want M to respond first, and then you can go after. Go ahead, M.
The answer is one sentence. First, Mazel tov for changing your position. The second one, stating the history of the sovereignty over the territory is not lying. That's it. It's very simple. It was Ottoman Empire land, and then it was occupied territories, and then it was the British Mandate of Palestine, and then there was a partition plan, and then a conflict started. Big deal. The history of sovereignty over the land is factual. No one can argue against it. Whether or not the people living there have the right to self-determination and establishing a state, well, they have always missed every single opportunity presented to them to do so. And instead of engaging in nation building and governance, they engaged in terrorism, period.
All right,
Okay,
who's that
and
wanted to jump
and
in?
it's
Yeah,
me.
can I speak, please?
Yeah, so I'm just going to take 30 seconds, guys. This is really simple. In 2008, the Palestinian Authority passed a law, right, that
George,
said,
make it quick, bro, because you just got off the
yeah,
phone.
yeah, dude. Yeah. 30 seconds. Like I said, they passed a law that said it's illegal for a Palestinian to sell land to a Jew or rent land to a Jew anywhere. I was mentioning area A and B simply because that is where the predominant group of Palestinians who don't have Israeli citizenship outside of Gaza are living. And I'll put up a New York Times article that documents this from 2009. I'm done.
All right,
Can I jump in? Can I jump in? Come on, let me
Can we
jump
get to
in.
the though the
no,
hands?
I want to get talking, and then I can go you and then Umar.
I've had my hand up since the beginning, guys.
And
It's
who's that?
about to fall off. My hand's about to fall off.
Let's go Umar. Then we go to you. Then we go to talk. Let's go.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah. So I think we're hearing a lot said tonight, right? A lot of things are being said tonight, and what I want to say first off, there's a lot of talk about Gaza, what you would do if you were in that situation. You know, honestly, let's keep it 1,000%, Nelson. If any man here can't say that they might not pick up some arms if their family was killed, you might have to just question, your manhood. And I'm saying to the people in the audience thinking about this, let's keep it real. If you're in that situation as a man, you might pick up some weapons and fight back too. And when we talk about
That's a goddamn fact, by the way. That's a fact.
Yep.
Just keeping it.
yeah,
It's a fact.
absolutely. So let's not, as we sit here in the West, a lot of us are in the West
Then
behind our.
fight like men. Fight like men. Don't kill women and children and take them back
Okay,
hostages. Fight like men.
Great. Now, please be quiet. Now, as we talk about, we're talking about this from the comfort of our own homes, in the West, a lot of us. So it's easy for us to say what a moral equivalence is and try to dehumanize a people that are fighting for their very existence. I mean, that's literally what's happening over there. And I want to address something real quick that George had mentioned earlier that I think is really intellectually dishonest. And this needs to be said. When he talks about no apartheid in Israel, look, when people talk about apartheid, George, it's not in Israel, it's in the West Bank. And there's roads that only Jews can use. There's transportation and other type of infrastructure that are only for Jews. And there's Palestinians that if they drive too fast through one of those roads that they can use, they get shot and killed. Or if they drive too slow or look suspicious, they get killed. There's Palestinians in towns in the West Bank that can't even use their own land without being harassed and attacked by settlers. There's a Palestinian family
I agree with that.
there's a Palestinian family that's been waiting 20 years to get a permit to dig a well, just to dig a well in their own land to get water. If that's not apartheid, I don't know what is. There's rules for two sets of people. There's a set of rules for each set of people. That's what apartheid is. And as many people have said here, there's many papers that have been done about this that have confirmed the apartheid system is indeed taking place in the West Bank. Yes, there's Arabs that live in Israel, 20% of the population. Yes, they don't have the same restrictions as those in the West Bank. But for the audience listening, when people say apartheid, they're talking about the population in the West Bank. And that needs to be clarified because a lot of people come up here, try to misrepresent the situation, try to claim that it's something that it's not. And I think that's incredibly dishonest and intellectually it's not even coherent with some of the things I'm hearing tonight on the stage. With that said, I want to land my plane. I know there's going to be somebody that's going to respond. I challenge you, question anything that I've said here, and I'm happy to discuss it.
Oh,
yeah, I would jump in for a
Yeah, can I
second.
speak, please? Can I
I'll
speak?
jump in for a second.
I'll be
You
raising my hand
neglected
since.
to
Can I
mention.
speak?
One mic, guys. One mic, please.
I'm next, you said.
Okay, Yehuda. Let's go. I promise Yehuda, and then I want to go to talk. Go
All
ahead.
right. Thanks so much. Okay. So I wanted to just quickly, Epsal said something that's important, and I want to address it. So I'm not going to talk gloat about, I like Epsal. Okay. I know Nelson, we've been through a lot. We laughed, we cried. Okay. So Afsal has much a cudgel, but I won't discuss here. Every Israeli prime minister has said, look, we're going to vacate everything. We're going to uproot settlements. You got to have this, and this. But the deal is you give us peace. It means you stop terror. That means you police your own people. We don't want to do it. You do it. So although he mentions A, B, and C, and I'm glad I helped him understand that, there was always an understanding that the entirety of the West Bank, minus lands like a suburban sprawl on the Green Line, which is the border between Israel and the West Bank, that goes to Israel, and you're going to get other land elsewhere that's equally advantageous, and that's fine. So that's one issue. Now, going back to Omar, I appreciate your confidence when you speak, but you miss out some very key points. So, apartheid, you mentioned apartheid, and we really need to be careful with this word. So, Arab Israelis, as you mentioned, well, I'll grant you, I'm no one to grant anything, but I appreciate you saying Arab Israelis don't have these restrictions because they are Israelis. So, when you talked about roads, this is where you screwed up. You said there are roads in the West Bank that only Jews can drive on. Incorrect. There are roads in the West Bank that only Israelis can drive on. So when you go to the Israeli Motor Vehicle Ministry or whatever, the DMV, you don't get a special license as a Jewish Israeli or a Muslim Israeli. You get as an Israeli. If you want to complain about the existence of an occupation army and force or administrative authority, that's fine. But you don't get to dress it up as apartheid. Remember, Israel's a country that has Supreme Court justices that are Arab, Muslims, and Christians. There was no black person on a South African Supreme Court. Okay, they were denied basic rights. They were denied franchise and agency. So when you do that, what you're actually doing, if I may be so bold as to suggest, is you are insulting the memory of all of the black South Africans who fought for their country, who were even silent dissidents because of the fact that they were black, they were persecuted by the white minority government. So you got to get that word out of your mouth. You're not helping your cause. All you're doing is creating hatred, baseless hatred, sinat chinam, against Jews to score political points on the internet. It doesn't work out. Jews in the West Bank, the reason why Area A, B, and C exists was because the Israelis said to the Palestinian Authority, the PLO, which had just not become a terrorist organization, they renounced violence. They said, look, all of the major urban areas are going to be under your control. Then the less urban areas are going to be 50-50. And the ones that are rural, it's going to be our control. And when we feel comfortable that there won't be bombings and murders and this and that and the other, we'll give everything to you. It's a pretty simple equation. It didn't work, right? It didn't work. And it's not because of Bibi Netanyahu, because he's not the cause of it. Hamas is the cause of it. As soon as Yitzhak Rabin was murdered and Shimon Peres took over, anyone could look this up. It's not a secret. Hamas began a campaign of suicide bombings, and their goal wasn't to destroy Israel, because they can't. They never will be able to destroy Israel. Their goal was to shift the Israeli public opinion away from peace with the Palestinian Arabs and towards a more confrontational position. And they wanted to do that because they wanted to continue the conflagration. They wanted to continue the hatred. Now, they succeeded. To my chagrin, I'm not happy about it. But at the end of the day, your comments about Arab non-Israeli Arabs who are not citizens of the state of Israel not having the same rights as Israeli citizens is absolutely just bizarre. It's so, I mean, I wish I could say what I really think. It's bonkers. It's like saying Mexicans can't vote in the gubernatorial race in New Mexico. It's got the same name. It doesn't matter. They're not in the same country. Now, the only difference is Israel's in the unique position that it administers, it occupies the West Bank. And guess who it occupies the West Bank from? Not a state of Palestine. Technically, it's unresolved. The West Bank and Gaza are two geographical locations that were earmarked for a Palestinian state that never came to fruition. They were occupied by Jordan from 1948 to 1967, so was Gaza. And at no point did any of those people try and create a Palestinian state. So tell me something, please, for the love of God, Omar. Tell me, whilst Arab Muslims ruled the West Bank in its entirety from 1948 to 1967, Gaza from 1948 to 1967, why was there never a quest for a Palestinian state? It's because it's artificial. You mentioned, Sadeh mentioned, I'll go back, way back
Yeah,
plane.
yeah, and yes,
I'm landing the
yep.
plane, John. I'm landing the plane. She mentioned that Malcolm X visited Gaza in 1964 and said yada yada this and that. In 1964, Gaza was ruled by Egypt. Arab Muslim stupid idea. It's a dumb strategy. But at the end of the day, when you keep painting this ridiculous picture of racism based on Arabness, you ignore the reality of 20% of the population of Israel who live in harmony. We've got Amir in the crowd. Amir is an Arab Muslim, and you hear it from him. Don't hear it from you. You keep saying we speak from the comfort of our own homes. Guess what, Omar? There are some of us in this space who fought in that war. Some of us who've risked our lives and lost family members, and we still say the same thing. Equality before the law, equal rights in their own countries, but we can't conflate. We can't just take this boundary and pretend it doesn't exist. The West Bank is a separate entity, and that's why there are different rules there. I hope that makes sense. Thanks, Jonathan.
No problem. Hey guys, Clubhouse, one second, guys.
Real quick,
Yeah,
bro. This is Nelson. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Israel have just confirmed that Hamas has broken a ceasefire as they fired rockets at southern Israel. Once again, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Israel's just confirmed that Hamas have broken a ceasefire and fired rockets at southern Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on Twitter, scroll all the way to the top of the page, click that tweet, and click the tweet that I quoted from the Israel War Room. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, breaking news. Hamas motherfuckers have broken the ceasefire. Ceasefire is done. Rockets launching.
Nelson, do you know what this means, Nelson? Nelson, do you know what this means?
They're about to light those motherfuckers the fuck up. Jump in.
No. What I think it means, if this is true, and I haven't checked because I'm here with you, and God bless you, it tells me my worst fears, and I'd love to hear M's take on it. Is I actually think that the rest of the hostages might not be alive, and I think Hamas is hedging their bets because they know they could extend it with the hope of hostages. I think the last hostage deal included dead bodies, cadavers, corpses, and I think that's where we're at, and it's quite sad. I have to go check my sources, Nelson. BRB, that's French for be right back.
I need you to confirm that ASAP. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, goddamn. Emma, what are your thoughts about all this, my brother? Jump in.
It's very interesting, very rich of them to break the ceasefire now. It's been confirmed by the IDF. So the IDF Israeli account, they just tweeted 3 minutes ago, actually 8 minutes ago, an alert was activated in the Gaza envelope. The details are under review. So I'm waiting for them to officially state whether the ceasefire was broken or not. But if they're doing this, means two things. They can't locate more hostages alive, or the other factions that are holding hostages want some demands that are not being met, and therefore they're not playing ball. But anyway, they're just risking the relaunch of military operations right now, which will further endanger Palestinian civilians. So they're just not being responsible. Just as the director of the CIA and the director of the Egyptian General Intelligence Service and the Qatari intelligence and everyone's convening, trying to find a way to extend the ceasefire or even broker a permanent ceasefire, they go on and they do something irresponsible like this if they actually did it. So I'm just waiting for an official confirmation from the IDF itself to see if they actually did that. It's just, if they actually did it, that's just irresponsible and childish at this point, because several governments are trying to work together to extend the truce or even establish a permanent ceasefire, and they go on and they do something like this. They torpedo the efforts of several governments that are trying to stop the killing. It's just sad.
I mean, it's just terrible. And I was watching video from earlier today showing that a bunch of people that relocated to southern Gaza were actually going back to the north. Some already having landed in the north, and now these guys have restarted this operation. And those people are definitely in harm's way. I mean, it's, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you have a terrorist organization calling the shots, right? Can you really blame Israel for the suffering of Gazans right now, or Palestinians? Can you really blame Israel? Right? I mean, look at these motherfuckers, man. I mean, Israel hasn't dropped one bomb on Gaza this whole time while we've had this ceasefire, right? Matter of fact, Israel's trying to extend the ceasefire to get as many hostages as possible, and these motherfuckers light some rockets up at Israel, ultimately ruining this truce, this temporary pause, right? I mean, how can anybody support these motherfuckers?
Nelson, this could be propaganda. How do you know?
What the fuck do you mean it's propaganda?
Because they need a reason to restart the war, so they can just be feeding you fake news.
That's the problem with you motherfuckers, man. I swear to God, that's the problem with some of you motherfuckers, man. Like it just don't make sense.
Today, they were sending rockets during the whole last 40 days. Every time there's been a ceasefire, the rockets, rockets have been happening, right? They still fire some rockets, and Israel was ignoring some of that stuff. And just yesterday, there were like what, 5 people injured, 2 people murdered by a Hamas terrorist. I think it was in the entrance to Jerusalem. That was everywhere. That's not propaganda. That's people's lives. People died.
I'll tell you about the rockets that were fired. So the answer, or the response given when Israel queried the Palestinian side was, listen, they were a bunch of hotheads. They didn't have permission. They fired rockets off. We didn't tell them to do it. And the Israelis said, fine, you know what? Okay, right? They accepted the fact that Hamas leadership isn't very good, or at this point especially, so they let it go. But the reality is, if Israel wanted to, first of all, I think it was within the first 48 hours of the ceasefire, Hamas conducted several rocket attacks and conducted an ambush of an Israeli patrol. Luckily for the Israelis, they destroyed the ambush, meaning the 14 or 15 guys that came out of tunnels, they were killed, but they still went with the ceasefire because they have a reason to, right? They got a quote unquote answer. The answer was it wasn't sanctioned. We have a lot of hotheads, a lot of young guys. They just jumped out and did that. So you can't accuse the Israelis of jumping the gun. They're the consummate professionals here, and Hamas is you know what? Yahya Sinwar today, I actually have to admit, I was a little surprised. He came out and said, I want the occupation forces to know that the 7th of October was just a rehearsal. They said that. So for all of these clowns who are marching in the streets of London and New York and Toronto, the center of the world, everywhere saying, oh, they didn't do anything, they're nice guys. Hamas admits it. They're happy. They're proud. So stop fronting. It's dumb. Anyway.
Nelson, brother, can I jump in real quick?
Real quick, guys, just providing another update up top. So, Sderot, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
You said it right.
Sderot, that is the town that is currently on fire in southern Israel right now, right? Pretty close to the Gaza border. And
Sderot is a very medium-sized Israeli town within range of rocket artillery and mortar fire, and it was one of the towns that was hit originally, kind of like the farthest place the Hamas terrorists got, but it shocked everyone because it shouldn't have got there. Nelson, it's really one of those places that people never expected. It's far and close enough for the shortest range of missile fire. So in other words, in other parts of Israel, when people run to shelters, they have a certain amount of time, but in Sderot, it's like 30 seconds. So it's kind of like a flashpoint in the Israeli conflict. I just want to add that. Thanks.
Man, this is absolutely crazy, guys. I mean, these guys just ruined the ceasefire. More Gazans are going to suffer.
Nelson, you can't really say that. First of all, it didn't land. They intercepted it, according to the news report. So nobody knows.
So
Hey,
why
wait,
fire
Can
it?
you look at yourself in the
Nelson,
mirror?
listen. They need a
What the
reason to
fuck are you
restart.
saying, man?
okay.
Like,
Well,
Let me
one second.
explain my logic.
Post the
Today.
goddamn. Okay, I'm posting my sources up there. Post yours.
No,
What's the purpose of
I
shooting
just
rockets?
explained it to you. Nelson, listen.
Why? Who are you explaining shit to?
What's the
Hold on.
intention?
Today, let me
Israeli,
ask you
let me.
today.
What was the intention of shooting rockets?
Today, let me ask you a question. Today,
you've been in this fucking space with me all goddamn night. What are you explaining? Are you on the ground? Like, what the
I'm
fuck?
just explaining why this could be propaganda. You allow them
today,
to.
one second.
You
Hold on, one
allow
second.
them to explain, but you don't
Today,
want to hear me. It's okay. I'm fine.
today, I have a question for you because you just said it didn't land. Okay, they shot it. It was intercepted. And so, if I shot at you, are you cool with that? I mean, come on, and I
No,
missed.
Jonathan, what I'm trying to
But no,
say
but it
is
doesn't matter.
no,
You
I'm
know,
trying to say it may even not have happened because
it has happened because they said
let me
it's
explain
intercepted.
to you why.
Okay,
Right now,
they did. Did you see the source that Nelson
okay, all
posted
right.
up there? First of all, secondly, let me just say this as well. I think Yehuda is on to something because I don't think all the hostages are dead. I think there's a lot more dead, and they need to say Israel killed them, with the bombs, okay, and all that other stuff. So that's what I think is going on here, because there's no reason to like high five it and tell them, no, we're gonna do something else, and then all of a sudden, unless some rogue part of the organization, because they're dysfunctional as hell, they're not really organized, went ahead and did that. Because I see no reason for them to do that, and if they did that, this is the people that the Palestinians have elected to lead them. Okay, and now all of a sudden it's back to death, murder, and mayhem.
No, Jonathan, please allow me. The Palestinian side, they want the ceasefire to be extended. They've suffered a lot. They need more aid. The citizens have really suffered.
We're not
So
talking about the
I don't
Palestinians, we're
really
talking about
believe
Hamas.
that. Listen, that's why I highly doubt it. In
When did
war,
they make sense? When
let
did
me
they
just
ever make
finish my
sense?
point. Why are you scared of me making this point? Let me just say it. Let me just say it, and you can call me different names. I really don't care. My point is, the Israeli government, the Israeli army, they really want to restart the war and go on and get whoever they want to, the high leaders of Hamas. So they need a reason. They need an excuse to stop the ceasefire and go and continue phase 2 of this war. But they can't really just restart it without something
That's
happening.
total bullshit. They're
No,
not. They're gonna restart.
one moment.
They
Let me
don't need an
finish my
excuse
point.
today. They don't need an
I'm
excuse.
almost
They're at
done.
war.
10 seconds. The Israeli population is expecting for all hostages to be returned. So the population in Israel, they want to see more of their hostages back. But at the same time, the government, the Israeli government, the army, they want to continue the war. So the easiest way to restart the war is by claiming Hamas launched a rocket. So can we really be sure that this is not propaganda? I have the right to ask these questions. Okay, fine. I'm
Susie,
done now.
when did they ever make sense? Yehuda, do you mind like 30 seconds if it's okay with
Please,
Nelson?
Pickles is the best.
All right. So look, Susie,
Real
you're
quick,
thinking.
Mr. Pickle, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right, guys, I just posted a video up top. Sirens in Road as of about 1 minute ago or 2 minutes ago. I just posted a video up top. Additional evidence. One rocket was launched. Let me say this. One rocket was intercepted. At least 2 explosions were heard. This is as of the last 60 seconds. Posting all the information here, but I just posted that link up top. Scroll to the top of the page. Live video in Road. Sirens blaring. Ladies and gentlemen, Hamas have launched rockets at the Israelis.
Nelson, before Pickles goes, if anyone wants, there is an app on the App Store. I don't know Android, but it's called Red Alert. It's actually the national defense app in Israel, and you can actually track real time with little pictures all the rockets that come from Lebanon or Gaza or wherever that land, it's something that every Israeli has on their phone. It's like it's a warning. It's like a national warning. It's not fake. You can't fake this stuff. People, this is a dialed in today. I mean, gosh, the amount of listen. If mental gymnastics was an Olympic sport, today would be the gold medalist. Like she would win every single competition. I can't understand why she keeps lying about it. Nelson, help me out. Help me. What is it? Help me understand. Make me understand. What do you say?
You know the crazy thing for me is this literally just happened, and today's already defending it.
Because it's a propaganda Twitter account.
How is it
Why would I
propaganda?
trust it, Nelson?
Today,
Why
because
do you
they
expect me to trust everything they say?
Wouldn't you trust it?
Crazy.
Do you trust your own eyes?
Wait, guys.
Yes, I would trust
Mom,
my own eyes if I see
hey,
anything.
mute out
So,
real quick.
but you know what, Nelson?
Do you
Bro,
trust October 6th happened?
bro, shut the
Doesn't
fuck
matter.
up, goddamn it. Let me speak, okay? Mama, check this out. This literally just happened like
I know.
3-4 minutes
Listen,
ago,
I'm
right?
watching it, buddy.
And
I'm
she's
watching
on the
it.
stage right here trying to defend it, and we're all in this room. Literally, we're all here. No one is boots on the ground. No one and you're already defending it like it never happened.
Don't you know that most Jews in this country knew this was going to happen? They kept saying every day they didn't want to give them the 4 days, give them the 2 days, the 3 days. All that did was power them up. They are a terrorist group. I'm not saying all Palestinian people are bad. No, they're not bad. They're not bad people. Hamas is bad people. But
Cindy,
it's like,
speaking of terrorists, right?
yeah.
Speaking of terrorists, I don't like terrorists, but I don't specifically like dumb ones. So if multiple people here were trying to make sense. So okay, let's try to make sense here. The stated objectives of Hamas is they claim to free the hostages or the prisoners, right? So I believe there was about 4,000 that they were trying to free if they freed every single one of them. So if they killed 1,000, right, and they know, according to them, that historically, if for every one Israeli killed, like maybe 5 or 10 Palestinians end up being killed, which is horrible. But here's the deal, though: if you kill 1,000, and you know there will be a response, and let's say you free every single one of them, you're at a loss, 3-1 at this point. Like
Absolutely.
that's number one. Number two, if you are firing a rocket, okay, Nelson, let me go back in your backyard. I'm gonna set up a makeshift rocket launcher, and I'm gonna launch it. And if you die, my brother, you'll be a martyr. And I'm just gonna run away, and you die. Where's the honor in this? Why don't you die with me? Like, at least do something. Like, if you're gonna die, don't kill me for a firecracker that will end up being intercepted. The last point I wanna say, if you're assuming, okay, their word not mine, that the Israelis are monsters, okay, and I decide to do something about it. So I take my kids, I drive my car, I take my wife, and I take a BB gun or an AK-47, whatever you do, and I go to a military checkpoint or an embassy or something, and I start firing at them, and they fire at me back, and they kill my wife, they kill my kids, and I do nothing. I gain nothing. How does that make any sense to the? And by the way, I'll try to piss both sides off, because I mean I believe that. Look, I live in a Jewish neighborhood. Okay, I mean it's secular, but it's Jewish. I have a lot of Jewish friends. They're not monsters. Did I see bad things happening in Israel from both sides? Absolutely. I have Palestinians as well. Do I see them beheading people here? No. Those two people have a potential for peace. But as long as this is happening, this potential will not realize at any point. Nobody wakes up in the morning, want to bomb and kill 500 people in a strike. Nobody wants that. They're not doing this here. Nobody wants to behead babies either. That's bad, and we have to move on. We have to think, at least. If you be a terrorist, at least think. And I like resistance movements. If they play ball, if they fight like a man, I'm all for it. Thank you.
I don't know why anybody could ever trust terrorists. Why did you all think that this was going to end nicely? It wasn't, and it isn't. And even every time Israel tries to do the right thing, what happens? Boom. Now you see it going on right now. They pulled back. They don't have all their that they're hostages. We all know that.
So,
Most of the hostages are probably dead. Let's
Cindy,
call it what it is.
Cindy, what we're trying to say here is the only people that have the knowledge of this attack right now is the people on Clubhouse, is the people on this Million Marathon, because no news outlet.
Times of Israel just posted about 5-10 minutes ago. I mean, it's all over. Google it right now with your dumb ass.
Nelson,
get on your goddamn phone and do some fucking research, man. Jesus Christ.
Why?
Like, some of you guys are just terrorist apologists at this point. Like, this shit is crazy. Get on your phone and Google this shit. Times of Israel just posted. Fuck it. Let me give you one. Aviva Klumpus just posted 3 minutes ago. Aviva Klumpus is the former head of speechwriting at the Israeli mission to the UN. She just posted this 3 minutes ago. The IDF confirms that a rocket was fired towards Israel. Hamas has broken a ceasefire. You can expect zero consequences from the UN until Israel retaliates. That was 3 fucking minutes ago. Do some fucking research, man.
Nelson,
shut the fuck up. God damn it. Nah, bro, you terrorist sympathizers are pissing me off, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, it is so crazy. Like, we're all in this space. Something just happened, and everyone wants to fucking act like it didn't happen. Oh, it's a propaganda. Like, what?
It's called being vigilant. You just can't accept war propaganda. You have to ask few questions.
It's called
Why are you
terrorism
upset that I'm
deniers.
asking the right questions?
You know what, Nelson? I'm tell you something. This proves to you that they're full of shit. I mean, I'm gonna tell you today.
Yep.
This lets you know that you guys are full of shit, because right now you're in the room with us. This information's coming out, and you're calling it propaganda. That lets us know that no matter what, I know for a fact that no matter what you hear, you're gonna defend it, because you just heard this right here with no information at all. You went into the propaganda fucking routine, and that just tells us exactly how credible you are. I mean,
you know what I would believe?
I can't believe
I want
shit
a
you say.
video. I wanted a video.
There are videos of
The
Jews being
rocket being
killed.
intercepted by the Iron Dome. Let me see that and I'll believe it. I'm not going to believe a statement.
Listen to the video. The video I posted
Can
up
I
top.
speak?
No, that's a siren, Nelson. Anybody can push a button
you hear the fucking explosion.
to launch a siren. Come on,
You hear
Nelson.
Explosion.
It's a siren. It doesn't mean any shit. Anybody can
Nelson,
push a
can I
button.
speak?
Oh, this shit is crazy, dog.
Move on, Nelson. I'm tired of that
damn.
woman. Sorry.
Yo,
Can I
this shit is
speak, Nelson?
crazy. Yeah, speak, man. Jump in.
Yeah, I'm Victor by name. I'm from Nigeria.
Jump in, bro.
I've been following the whole show and the talk right from the beginning. First and first, there is no country in the world that will tolerate in any atom of emotion what Gaza is doing to Israel. By now, probably if any country wants to even react, they would have been putting nuclear bombs in Gaza by now. But because we are holding up to a higher moral level of action for Israel, that's why we are even having this debate. And it's appalling. No country's citizens should undergo this much stress, mental stress, on a daily basis. And we are all here playing the propaganda card. Why? Israel should be allowed to do what they want to do, what they seem fit to do in Gaza. Is it to eliminate Hamas or occupy, let me use the word occupy Gaza, if that is what they feel, we give their citizens rest, internal rest, let them do it. Moreover, this is war. And war, if you lose war, you lose your right to live. You lose your right to property. You lose your right to make a choice. And Israel and Hamas have launched a war on a sovereign nation, and they've lost. So the right for them to even smell any arms of oxygen is lost already. So Israel should be allowed. So. And now the world has, of course, we've all jumped into the wagon on let us tie Israel and let the two-state solution happen. But Hamas, being a terrorist organization, have just insulted our intelligence to the highest level. And I feel there should be no form of support to be given to them, especially those of us in in the Western world. I think we are being blinded by playing the racist card, playing the victim card, playing. I think, okay, I have friends that live in Saudi Arabia. This whole Palestinian shit, they don't even know anything about it. The Muslim world don't even care about it. It's all this whole care is only in the Western world regarding this Palestinian. The Saudi Arabia, they live their life. In fact, there's no protest in any part of Saudi Arabia regarding this Palestinian issue because they know this is the part of Islam that they want to eradicate from their lives. So please please let it be straightened the way it should be and let it be stated that way. Hamas should go. Gaza, the two-state solution is long gone and forgotten. Let Israel do what they want to do. That's my humble opinion. I
I
yield.
gotta jump in, Nelson.
Yeah.
Yehuda.
Yehuda, jump in real quick. With some word.
Listen. I'm getting a lot of reports. Wow, Hamas is firing actually quite a lot, several hundred missiles, and yes, they are being destroyed. But it's like a defense attorney saying to the judge, "Well, yes, my client shot at the police 53 times, and 52 of the times it was caught by his bulletproof vest. But he's not guilty of anything, really. He's just, he's disgruntled. He's angry. You can't blame Israel for being technologically superior to a bunch of 7th century barbarians that think they could destroy and murder everyone, right? So I will disagree with my Nigerian friend here when he says the two-state solution is it's not. It has to exist. There is no way. There will be no occupation of Gaza or the West Bank. We have to accept there has to be a de-radicalization of the Gaza Strip. And I say this as someone with skin in the game. I've been there, patrolled. No one wants to do it. No one wants to do it. It's a necessity for the state of Israel. It's not a desire. There is no reason why anyone says, I want to be here doing a checkpoint or this or that. It's literally a necessity based on terrorism. So there are people that say, well, what happened? Oh, there's a Palestinian female terrorist person, hostage, captive, prisoner, and she has no fingers and her face is blown off. And they're like, oh, well, she actually drove a car bomb into a checkpoint and she had her face blown off. We have to recognize that there was another fellow that said, oh, if you're a real man, you're going to, no, if you're a real man, you take care of your family. Your family comes first. Pick up a gun and to get murdered and kill your friend. No, that's not a course of action. And if they did a modicum, if they had even the slightest bit of intelligence, they'd say, you know what, this intractable conflict isn't worth blowing myself up or attacking Israeli soldiers or killing civilians. Hamas miscalculated. They thought they could murder thousands of Israelis, both Jewish, Muslim, and Christian. They thought they could do that and that Israel somehow would pack up and leave. We've heard it in this space. We've heard people in your space, Nelson, who have said the Jews will run away because they're scared. Guess what? You put people up against the wall, they will fight back. And Israel, now that Hamas has broken the ceasefire officially, I can promise you that Israel will not just be clearing the rest of the tunnels in northern Gaza, they will be isolating southern Gaza and doing the business. Thanks.
I have a question. So, I hear you guys talking about all this. How does the settler violence in, say, the West Bank factor into this? There's been about 800 Palestinians displaced since November 1st. Right before October 7th, there was a town that was attacked by settlers where they killed someone. Like a little bit before that, there's another town attacked. Settlers came in burning cars. I hear you guys talking quite a bit about Palestinian violence, but since everyone in here, I'm sure, is very clear-minded and fair about humanity, they would never make an excuse for Israeli settlers inflicting violence upon Palestinians. I would love to hear your opinion about that and how Israel's going to how they're going to sort that very real problem that they have. Because I'm like, again, I'm sure you guys are all very, very fair-minded, and you're going to give me a very balanced answer to very clear, unprovoked attacks from from Israeli side on Palestinians.
X, very simple, very simple. Those motherfuckers are some goddamn criminals, right? And Biden as well as Blinken last week, or was it a week and a half ago, announced that they were going to be issuing multiple sanctions on a lot of those goddamn settlers in the West Bank. Very simple. They're some fucking criminals, right? So I'm pretty sure they're already being handled right now. I'm pretty sure the U.S. is going to put pressure on Israel to do something about it as well. But in terms of the U.S. itself, we've already dropped a bunch of sanctions on some of those motherfuckers. So absolutely. Goddamn criminals.
Also, Nelson, in Israel, not only is it a crime, Israel has a long history of arresting settlers. Now, you can argue that maybe their sentences aren't strong enough or they need to arrest more, but in the last 5 years, they've arrested dozens and dozens of settlers who were violent. They put them in jail. They kept them in jail. This is all available. The difference is that Hamas in Gaza is the government, and they're ordering attacks on civilians, and they're equipping the people doing the attacks. Whereas in Israel, even if they're not perfect about it, even if they need to do more, and I do think they need to do more, right? It's illegal, and they do arrest people afterwards, right? That's the difference.
George,
But the big deal now is the fact that Hamas is currently breaking this ceasefire. Man,
exactly.
I don't think there are any more hostages alive.
Can
I don't
say
think
something real
so.
quick?
I really don't think so. There ain't no more hostages alive. Either that or their leaders. Because listen, those guys structured this ceasefire for a reason. My thoughts are they're trying to get some of their guys to escape. Right? Those are my thoughts. Hamas gives two fucks.
You're right.
Hamas gives two fucks about those women and children that were released from Israeli detention. Hamas gives two fucks about them, right? They were trying to get some of their guys to escape. It seems like those guys have now escaped, and boom, they're launching the attacks again. Straight up. That's what I honestly think is going on.
Can I say something real quick? Nelson? I'm gonna go back on what Yehuda said. He says he's got he's seeing reports.
What's up, man? We got more breaking news away.
Can you hear me, Nelson?
Okay, somebody else jump in. Let's go.
Yeah, so I think Nelson's right. I didn't want to say this before, but I actually am surprised about how many hostages were alive. I think, on balance, I actually think the Hamas operatives there did not expect to ever be able to do what they did. And therefore, they probably expected to capture 10, 15, 20 hostages. They didn't have the facilities for them. We are hearing now, which is really disturbing, that United Nations refugee workers and the International Committee for the Red Cross's doctors were actually housing Israeli hostages, literally being captive hostage takers. So I think that it's clear now that Hamas has probably played their last card, and they've thought, you know what? Once the Israelis are onto us, they're going to attack. So let's pull the first, shot. The Bibas family, the little kids, murdered. Hamas already said they were killed in an Israeli airstrike, but it's been 6-7 days. There have been no airstrikes. They've never mentioned it before. So what I suspect is the Hamas terrorists and whoever killed them, PFLP, average Palestinian citizens, they've murdered all of them. And now they realize the game is on. And it's sad, it's gross, but I think Nelson nailed it. They're probably not alive, and the Hamas leadership have realized that we need something to restore our edge. But what I think they're not appreciating is, although and whilst European capitals say ceasefire, peace, the Israelis are gonna if you think what Israel did in North Gaza was bad, or aggressive, wait till the South Gaza. They will rout them out, root and stock, and that's where we're at. And I think it's actually apropos, Nelson, that we're here on the space, because I've gotten about 50 messages now It's on. Game's on.
Cool
And again,
story, Yehuda.
but one other thing that I want people to realize, right? And just both sides, because this is something that I've always, believed myself in regards to this particular conflict, right? Now, you got to think about this real quick, okay? Wait, I'm reading this. Give me 1 second. Okay. So you have to think about this. You had a ceasefire in place, right? Nobody was shooting anybody. All of a sudden, you have Hamas launch rockets at Israel, breaking that ceasefire, which is something that's happened time and time and time and time again since 2007 when they took over Gaza. They launched the first blow. But check this out. The IDF, everybody on Twitter, look at the very top of the page right now. I just pinned that up top. IDF posted that 5 minutes ago, and I'm going to read it. Following sirens that sounded in communities near Gaza, the IDF aerial defense array successfully intercepted a launch from Gaza, right? The rockets come from Gaza by Hamas towards Israel, but Israel is way more superior militarily that they're able to blast those rockets from the sky and prevent civilian casualties, right? But guess what? Now Israel's going to respond with their own rockets. The difference, though, is Hamas do not have an aerial defense array to protect Gaza from those rockets. Those rockets are going to land somewhere. And guess what? Somebody's going to fucking die, right? This is like this that we're seeing right now live. This is literally the tale of this conflict ever since 2007. Hamas launched the first attacks. Israel defends itself from the attacks. Then Israel responds with its own attack, and Hamas cannot defend itself and its people from Israel's attacks. That's why you have way more casualties on a Palestinian end every single fucking time, right? They launch the first blows. Israel defends its fucking self because it can. Then Israel responds with its own blows, and those motherfuckers can't defend that shit, right? And the big difference here as to why you have so many civilian casualties, for all we know, that rocket Hamas just launched could potentially be right next to a mosque or a hospital or a residential building or whatever the fuck that is close to or within civilian areas. And then Israel responds to counter that threat from wherever it's launched, and people just happen to die, right? Because Hamas does all this shit with civilian protection. This is literally like the 30,000 foot view summary of this entire fucking.
Hey, no, so we can't be. Listen, a rock. First of all, Yehuda said hundreds of rockets are being launched right now from Gaza. That's not true. There was one rocket launched, and there was one rocket launch. And I'm going to go ahead and say yes.
Nico, from your background, from your backyard, would you do it from your backyard?
Hold on.
No?
Can I finish talking, guys? I just began talking. I haven't even said a word yet. All I'm saying is, yes, there was a rocket launched at Israel from Gaza. Yes, there was a rocket, and it was intercepted. There was one rocket launched, and it was intercepted. It wasn't hundreds. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Okay, why? It's all over. Sure, there was one rocket launch, but isn't it just weird that they just announced another day of ceasefire, and Hamas is? I hear. Let's be honest. They're only gonna launch one rocket. I mean, we need. I truly. I know there was a rocket launched. I would, and I know if it was Hamas, they're going to admit it. They're going to say, yes, we launched a rocket because they have. I mean, they're going to say it. They will admit that they but can we not say maybe somebody else launched that rocket? Maybe it was honestly, maybe it was somebody that's in Gaza, a civilian, not a civilian. You can't call him a civilian if he launched a rocket. But I mean, I would still want confirmation that it was Hamas. I don't I don't think they're stupid enough to launch one rocket at Israel after just announcing another ceasefire for 24 for another day, another 24-hour ceasefire.
I cannot comprehend why they would.
So that's the problem, though, my
No, no,
brother.
I'm with you on that, Nelson. I'm with you on that.
Wait, wait,
You know, I
those
they're
motherfuckers are stupid, bro.
well,
They're not smart. These
no,
are the same
no, you can't say
motherfuckers.
that, Nelson. You can't say
Bro, they're
that.
the same guys that did October 7th.
Hey,
They're
Nelson,
not smart.
Nelson, they are smart enough to take care of the hostages that they did have. Okay,
Yeah,
now,
bro.
hold on a
The dead
second.
ones?
Let me
The dead ones?
no here. There's dead hostages on both sides. There's dead people that are still dead, serving their sentences, sitting inside the Israeli prisons. So we can go back and forth about that. That's not what we're. All I'm saying is if Hamas was going to attack Israel after a ceasefire, all I'm saying is I would think that they are going to attack full force, knowing that Israel is about to drop the wrath on them. I mean, let's be honest. And I'm pro-Palestinian, and I'm saying this. I believe if they were going to attack Israel, they're not gonna launch one rocket. I truly believe that this was a rocket that was in Gaza. It could have been a freaking kids playing and decided to launch this rocket. That's all I'm saying. I would need
Great, but but okay, so if it's not Hamas, then it's Palestinian kids.
What? No, 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 Cindy. I'm not saying it's
So,
kids. So don't
but then who
hold
is
on.
it?
You're not going to put that in my. Cindy. You're not.
Well,
All I'm
you
saying,
just
it
said
could
it,
have been
not me.
anybody. It could have been Israel. There's Israelis in Gaza. They could have been playing with a rocket and launched a rocket. That's all I'm saying.
Or there is no
There is
rocket
no
at
Israelis in
all.
Gaza.
Wait.
We
So
need
so
to see
northern
a video.
Gaza. There's no Israelis in northern Gaza right now.
There is Israeli troops, but no
Israeli troop. That's what I'm
civilians.
It
saying.
looks
Yeah.
like it
So
looks like a
all I'm
rogue
They don't
saying.
have
rogue
See, but
launch,
Katyushas.
see.
guys. Nelson, you are taking it really way too seriously. At the moment, it looks like it's a kind of rogue
Real quick,
launching.
guys, real quick. 1 second. Just posted, guys. Click the video up top. Just posted another video. Let me wait for it to populate. I'm not sure if it's up top yet. All right, boom. Scroll all the way to the top, guys. That's live footage of that actual rocket. You can see it taking off from Gaza. You can see it being shot midair,
I'm not denying it, Nelson. I'm not.
airspace.
Yeah. I'm not.
Wait. I'm talking to the
I
audience.
am
Go ahead.
denying it. I'm gonna watch the video right now.
Misha, watch the motherfucking video, please, and stop talking. I'm talking to the audience. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, scroll all the way to the top of the page, guys. That's the second video showing that rocket taking off from Gaza in Israeli airspace and being shot out of the goddamn sky. Click the link up top, guys. Scroll all the way to the top of the page. Check the video out. Let me get a moderator on Clubhouse to help me copy this. Put it on top of Clubhouse too, please. But Nico, jump back in, brother.
So all I'm saying, Nelson, I'm not here, and the first thing I said is I'm not going to deny that there was a rocket sent from Gaza to Israel and it was intercepted. I know today, trust me, I'm pro-Palestinian. I'm one of, I die for, I'll die for the cause, and I'm Palestinian too. But all I'm saying is we don't know who launched that rocket. We'll eventually find out who it was. But I don't believe Hamas is just going to launch one little rocket over to Israel. It's going to be intercepted, and that's their attack on Israel after just announcing another ceasefire. I think they're this could have been here. It could have, like I said, it could have been somebody that found a rocket that launched it. It could have been Hamas. It could have been the
Somebody gave
Palestinian Islamic.
somebody gave Nelson Xanax.
No, no,
Nelson taking Xanax today.
what's wrong with but anyways, that's my point, man. Until there's proof that Hamas launched this rocket, which I don't believe that this rocket was launched by Hamas, even though there was a rocket launched at Israel. I can't believe it was launched by Hamas after announcing another ceasefire and just the way things are calm in
Because you're a
Gaza right
normal
now.
human, Nico. You're a
The,
normal human. You're not crazy. That's why you think so.
you
But
know,
they don't make sense. You are a normal human being. You
Hey,
think
can I
rationally.
just offer a very quick factual correction? Give me 30 seconds here.
Jump in, man. Let's go.
All right. So the first thing that's like really, well, it's not so much factual and correction, but actually it's just very dismissive. From 2004 to 2014, rocket attacks from Gaza have killed 27 Israeli civilians. They've killed 5 foreign nationals. They've killed 5 IDF soldiers. They've killed 11 Palestinians, and they've injured 1,900 people. Every single time 100 or 1,000 rockets are fired, you have like 50, 70, 100, 200 injuries, and you have a handful of deaths. So the idea, they shoot them all down. Man, today, how can you be so dismissive of rocket fire against civilians.
I'm talking about
500,000.
this
1 second.
specific
I'm
one,
speaking
George.
today. I'm speaking. 500,000 Israelis have been displaced from their homes. Nobody's talking about that as ethnic
I'm not talking
cleansing.
about the past.
I'm
I'm
still
talking about
speaking.
what
I'm
just
still
happened.
speaking. I'm still speaking. Now, 20 to 25% of these rockets drop into fucking Gaza. In 2021, they killed 5 children. Palestinian Islamic Jihad killed 5 children, and Reuters reported on it. And the next day, Hamas and PIJ cleaned it up, and then the Reuters reporters were threatened. And then all journalists were threatened in a written communique, whatever, from Gaza. And the last thing is they broke the ceasefire this morning when 3 people were murdered and Hamas took credit. So before a new ceasefire went into effect, they had an old ceasefire which they broke with the Jerusalem shooting at a bus station or I think it's the entrance. It's the entrance to Jerusalem. 9 people injured, I believe, and 3 for sure killed. They broke it even before these fucking rockets.
May I respond quickly, please?
Ceasefire is still holding, guys. Israel has not responded yet.
Yesterday, I was in the IDF spokesperson room, and he clearly indicated that they have the intention of going back and finding the Hamas people in Khan Yunis. So they're going there. He did make it clear that there's phase 2. So because I'm aware that they have the intention of continuing it, when you're telling me that one rocket has been launched, now supposedly there's this video again, Nelson, I'm really sorry. I need more reliable, maybe journalists or people confirming that this is indeed something, a footage from today. I'm not just going to accept this because I agree with Nico. They want the ceasefire to be extended for a while. The civilian population in Gaza, they don't want the bombardments to start again. So what the Palestinians want, I can understand. They do not want to restart this at this time. So it's very odd that a rocket has been launched. So questioning this doesn't make me a terrorist. I just received like over 50 messages calling me different names. I'm just asking the right questions, and I think it's okay to ask such questions.
Today, have you noticed though? Okay, listen, I'll engage with you in very good faith here. Have you noticed that Hamas has said very clearly they don't give a shit about Gazan civilians? Did you notice that one of the top leaders of Hamas was on TV like a week ago saying the tunnels are not there for civilian protection. We don't care. That's for other people to take care of. Have you noticed that they told them and they threatened? And by the way, my friend, okay, who was in Gaza in the north, was threatened by Hamas not to evacuate. And they confiscated his keys and they prevented him from leaving. And he had to hitch a ride. Him, his sister, and his aunt had to hitch a ride to Khan Yunis, okay? They were telling everybody not to evacuate, but despite that, the Gazan people, 1 million plus of them, did evacuate. Hamas doesn't care about them. So why are you surprised that Hamas is firing rockets? Want more deaths. They're a fucking death cult. They want more deaths because they want Israel to look bad and they don't care how many bodies they stack up.
George, I wish you could see my timeline. It's full of Palestinians from Gaza, and they do not say once that Hamas has forced them to stay. They actually do not want. They didn't want to leave their homes. They never wanted to. So these are the type of tweets I've been reading from Gaza. So when you come and tell me no, Hamas was forcing them to stay in northern Gaza, I can't believe you. Maybe in
Hamas
some
put up blockades today. They
instances
put
it
up
could have
blockades.
happened, but no, George, I have direct sources from Gaza. There are
Have you
so
asked the
many
dead
people
people?
tweeting from Gaza
Have
saying,
you asked the dead people? So if you're like, okay, we're gonna die or live in honor, right? Have you asked the grandparents? Have you asked the children? Have you asked the women? Have you asked the babies? Have you asked them before you say, we will make you guys die in honor because we don't want you to live in bad conditions? Have you asked the dead people before they launch rockets? Have you asked about, did they take the opinion of the dead
Did
people?
I
Yes
lose
or no?
audio?
Has Israel taken the opinion of the dead people before they started bombarding their cities and
Correct.
bombarding refugee camps? Let's What you just
No, no,
said
no. Okay,
makes absolutely no
look.
sense, Mr.
You're gonna
Pickle.
be a resistance fighter. You're
I
gonna be
mean,
a
come on.
resistance fighter.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
hold on.
14,000 people were not
Destroyed.
resistance fighters, Mr.
My
Pickle.
house will get destroyed. Did you take my opinion that I'm okay with it or no?
The
You're my
14,000
ruler.
number is
Okay.
completely made up. There's no proof of it.
Yeah,
Whatever
absolutely.
it is,
It is
whatever
made
it
up
is.
because there's still people under the rubble.
Whatever.
Come on,
Okay.
I can say the
There's no
1400
way that
people.
Did
Hold
14,000
you
have
on.
been
take my
The
counted
consent?
under the
1400
rubble. It's
Israelis is
ridiculous.
made up. There is no proof of it. It's the same shit. We can go back and
Actually,
forth
no. Israel has
over bullshit.
identified every single person
Yeah,
by
no, they
name,
have not.
and
No, they
yes,
have
they
not.
have.
They
Yes, they
Why
identify
have.
does it
people.
matter, guys? Why does
Yeah.
it matter?
They have
100,
names or
5,000.
they have
Yeah, that's
body
what I'm
or they
saying.
have
Does it
bodies.
matter? That's exactly my
Yes,
point.
yes. It does.
Does
It
it?
does matter because it took Israel like well over a month to identify, and then they revised their count, and they're very precise. And Hamas. Somehow, Hamas decided that 500 people were dead at Al Ahli Hospital, that the hospital was hit 20 minutes afterwards. They somehow counted 500 bodies, and then it turned out that they lied. The hospital wasn't hit, period. It was the fucking parking lot, and a bunch of cars were destroyed. The number dead was somewhere around.
You
The
must
number
have
said.
never
The number
see.
said. One second. The number. No, I saw the video and I saw Sky News retract everything they said. I saw CNN retract it. I saw Reuters retract. I saw the New York Times retract because it is clear that it was hit by a Palestinian Islamic Jihad rocket. Israel never hit it, period. 500 people didn't die, 400 didn't die, 200 didn't die. In fact, it was probably half a dozen to 2 dozen people. That's the latest estimate. And we won't know because the people reporting on the latest estimate is still Hamas. Hamas immediately revised the number when they realized it was Palestinian fire that killed people in a parking lot, as opposed to being able to claim and lie that Israel killed 500. There's no way 20 minutes after a rocket attack you can count 500 people dead inside of a hospital, and there's no way you'd be fucking operating the hospital with all your lights on and no main part of the hospital damaged after something like that. Al Ahli was a giant hoax perpetrated by the Gaza Health Ministry, which is a Hamas front.
Nico, is 12,000 people dead a good thing or a bad thing?
One person dead is a bad thing.
Hamas think it's a great thing.
Well, of course.
No,
But we're
thinks
saying Hamas
Israel thinks it's a
makes
Hamas
great
up
thing.
says
their
You guys,
numbers.
nothing.
We're
come
saying
on.
Hamas completely makes up their numbers. It's made up. I
Hey,
don't believe
why am I
14,000.
the one that keeps getting muted here, guys? When you're allowing two of these guys to talk, I'm gonna step down, guys. This is bullshit.
Oh, don't cry,
You,
man. Come on, talk to
no,
me.
for you keep muting me, but you're not muting
I'm not
them. You're
muting
allowing
you.
them to talk, but I keep getting muted.
Who's they? The Jews? M wanted to come up. He had a question. I think it was a good one.
Anyways, the only Palestinian on stage left the stage, so I'm leaving too. Good night.
Well,
Don't
you're
believe
not
war
Jewish or
propaganda.
Palestinian, so
Anyways.
good for you.
All right.
LARP somewhere else today.
I thought you're going to represent
Yehuda,
the
you're very
Ethiopian
rude.
Jews
Yeah,
here.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Should not.
Okay, you
Yeah,
should.
2
Somebody
years
should
on
coach
Clubhouse.
you.
Hey, let's let Danny go. Danny, go ahead, Danny.
Hi everyone, how are you? Thank you also for this. Today, please stay a little bit because even the Palestinian left, I'm a Lebanese, so maybe you would like to listen to my story. I'm not sure how many of the people on this space have lived through a war, but myself, I lived around 30 years in war, starting from the Palestinians who attacked our country for various reasons. They came, they sniped my building, they put us in the street. I was 3 years old. They put myself and my family on our knees during winter in the street to take our building. this land their land or not, this doesn't concern me as a Lebanese. I have to save my country. I have to live in peace. I have the right to live in peace. 30 years we lived through war by Palestinians and then by the Syrians for 30 years also. They robbed, they raped us, they did everything to us. The Israelis came to also to attack Lebanon for a certain period. But now if you put a balance, or let us say if we calculate the number of Lebanese that died because of the Israelis compared to the Lebanese died because of the Palestinians and the Syrians, it's nothing. The Palestinians and the Syrians killed hundreds of thousands of Lebanese. The Israelis did not kill that much of people inside my country. So why should I really have an issue with Israelis and not have an issue with Palestinians and Syrians and have to be going into a great relation with them, make a political relation, and be welcoming them in my country, while I have to attack the Israelis and not accept to have a peace with them? Now, the fact of Palestinians, Israelis fighting over this land, whoever owns this land, this is not really the problem today. It's like the story of the chicken and the egg. I mean, we can agree that the Jews were there before the Palestinians, and Palestinians then came, or the Arabs, or the Muslims. I don't know. This will never end, this story. It will never end. I was thinking that it will end. I left my country because of the Palestinians and the Syrians, because they killed us. They killed even members of my family, etc. So I had to leave my country. Now I'm living outside of my country, in different countries outside, because of what? Because of these guys. And they came to take my land. Their chiefs come and go to my country to make speeches, to come and say we will attack Israel. I mean, if you want to attack Israel, go and attack it in your own space, not from Lebanon. Why you have to make my country every time pay the debts of you guys as Palestinians? They never respected us. Even the leaders of Fatah, when they came to my country in the 70s, they wanted to claim Lebanon as part of their land because they don't have a land. I mean, what the hell? So why have to suffer from these Palestinians? They have to go and take care of themselves and fight for their own sake. If they say this land is for them, let them go and take it. They will never take it. It's purely today, to be honest, it's a political decision. It's not like about who is better than who, or who has more power and weapons or not weapons, etc., or who owns this land, whether the Palestinians or the Israelis came before. If that's not the case today, it's a political decision. If someone will decide, like whoever is controlling that area, for this to stop, it will stop tomorrow. But there is no political decision for this as perspective, because there is a plan. There is an aim from having always conflicts in that area.
Right.
So for myself,
so
the balance
let me
here.
go ahead.
Yeah, just to end, I'm talking for a real story. It's not based on Google or based on somebody who read the book about Palestinians. I, myself, my family, and my neighbors, we were getting hit by Palestinians for many years. Myself, I was risen in a cave underground, eating only cheese and bread because of Palestinians. My brothers, the same thing. 1 month-old brother was living for many years in a cave underground and eating only cheese and bread because of this. And now we're talking about our Palestinians are very poor and we have to mine for them and blah, blah, blah. What is this? They're paying for whatever they have made in my country. And this is what I consider today. That's it purely.
Okay, good stuff.
Man.
Yeah, it sounds like you've been waiting a long time to get that off your goddamn chest. It sounds like you got a problem with Palestinians. But
No, it's not a problem, because I've been waiting for 30 years to express my right of expressing this right. So I'm really pissed because I left a very great country, which is Lebanon, which was the Swiss of the Middle East, and now it's fucked because of these guys. They started the war. They destroyed my Beirut. They destroyed my lovely Beirut. Every
Can I
time they
jump
say,
in?
well, yes?
Listen,
No. I want a different side. I'm gonna go to psychiatrist. Jump in.
Oh, hi everybody. Nelson, thank you for giving me mic after so long time waiting. Last time we were the argumenting. I told you that you have mental issue, and still, anyhow, that's not the issue. Now, I want to respond to the Lebanese guy. Yes, you are right. Palestinians made lots of trouble in Lebanon. In fact, they made lots of trouble before that in Jordan as well. So it is not the Palestinians, actually. Why Palestinians did all of these issues? Because they are being expelled around Palestine, in West Bank, Gaza, everywhere. So who expelled them? Not Israelis, actually. It's the powers controlling the world ever since 1917. You can call them Zionists, you can call them international power, whatever. So those in control keeping this conflict going on and on and on forever. So unless Palestinians and Israelis decide to solve it, no one will help you. In fact, everybody will help you to continue this conflict because they have interest, they have, I don't know, mindsets, they have agenda, propaganda, you can call it whatever. So this is what I'm saying. This conflict will not end unless Palestinians and Israelis decide on a solution. Thank you, everybody.
May I jump in now?
Jump,
May I respond
Yehuda,
to
jump.
Danny,
Now
please?
you'll attack me, keep the argument aside, and naming me. You are not psychiatrist. You haven't had education, whatever. Talk facts.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, you're right. I'm not a psychiatrist. I didn't claim to be one, but thank you. I think you are one, and maybe you need one. If you actually think that there's some international cabal of people since 1917 who've been keeping you down, you might just be incorrect. Okay. To the previous individual from Lebanon, I was about to invite you to my house for cheese and bread, but considering what happened, probably a bad idea. Look, I don't think that it's fair to slag or attack Palestinians in Lebanon. I know there's a lot of history there, and it's not my fight, but the Palestinians, oh, the Palestinians have had a bad go, for 75 years. There's a lot to be said about the treatment of Palestinians within their co-religionist countries. But I think instead of focusing on the destabilizing factors of Palestinian peoples in, say, Lebanon and Jordan, Syria, and Egypt, perhaps, I think we need to look at it as, look, we need to have a fulsome approach. Most of the most sophisticated Palestinians say, look, if we had a two-state solution, we'd be good to go. And I personally think that a lot of the conflagrations within Arab countries, and a right-wing Jew or Zionist Israeli might say, well, it's all the Arabs' fault, right? It's the Arab countries that refuse to take Palestinian refugees in and treat them properly. Why aren't Palestinian Arabs in Lebanon, Syria, Jordan allowed to have citizenship? Why are they second-class citizen? If today was here, she'd call it apartheid. The reason why, by their recollection, is because they don't want to forego or forget Palestinian nationalism by giving them that status. But the truth is, what it does is it continues a cycle of victimization of the Palestinian people, right? I mean, Jews who were kicked out of Arab countries between 1948 and 1967 amount to 1 million people, far more than the Palestinians who fled. They weren't expelled. The vast majority of Palestinian Arabs actually left before they met a single Jew. But the Jews of the Arab world were expelled by force and moved to Israel. And within 5 years, every single Jewish person from an Arab or Muslim country was settled into Israel, no problem. With no money, they were integrated and good to go. So the Palestinians do have a gripe. They have a claim against their neighbors for not helping them out. But today, it's 2023. It's 75 years later. I think you got to let it go. And I don't think it's fair to say that all of the problems Lebanon has had is based on Palestinians. There were and exist currently sectarian violence between Christian Arabs, Lebanese Arabs, whether they be Maronite or other, or Catholics or Druze or Shia or Sunnis. They have their own problems. So although it might be nice as someone who supports Israel to take pot shots at Lebanon with the Palestinians, I don't think it's fair and I don't think it's productive. As for the other individual, the psychiatrist fella, which I'll take your word for it. The fact that you think that I don't hate Jews, it's just the Zionists. I think you need to understand that the Jewish people have a claim to the land that predates Islam, Arabia, everything, and that the claim is based not on biblical structure, it's based on land ownership, Jews who bought their own land. And we would really hope that you accept that and realize that we can get along. I get along with everybody. And I think the people in the Middle East can get along if they respect one another. And frankly, sir, I feel you don't respect me because you have some fantastical belief that Zionists or the Rothschilds or the Bilderbergs or the Bungerbergs or whatever own everything. Get over it, man. See a psychiatrist yourself. This isn't a big conspiracy. Let's all get along. Can't we all just get along, Nelson?
Can I say something?
May you say something.
You know what's funny, Yehuda? You sound like you care about all Palestinians, but so far I've seen every Palestinian that came up here, that came up here and
I
spoke about
smashed them.
the Palestinian. No, you called them terrorists, and you out here caring. Oh no, I
Did
care
I?
about the Palestinians. Oh, they are peaceful. You can't blame them all this and this. No, you don't give a shit about Palestinians. So don't come up here and be saying, "Oh no, I care about Palestinians." You don't this and that. And for Danny, he keeps saying Lebanese, Palestinian.
Ladies and gentlemen, I got another breaking news. Hamas have launched another rocket. Another rocket has been launched. Another one.
How do
Oh
you
my
know that it's
God.
been launched? Because there's no video, Nelson.
This
How do
is
you know?
crazy. This is
Propaganda.
broke. This is broke right now. Just put the link on top. This is broke right now. Second rocket launched tonight. Second rocket launched tonight. Yo, this is crazy, bro.
Yeah,
God
hey, Pickle.
damn.
Yeah, Pickle, jump in. You've been waiting for a while.
Oh yeah, thanks. Look, when it comes to when it comes to ceasefires and all of that, and the plight of the Palestinian people and the last 80 years, um, and you can see an example today, right? We are assuming many things. The most important thing that we have to think about is what didn't work. 80 years of not filing paperwork. For you to have a country, you need to do some work. You need to have a lawyer. You need to lobby for it. You need to have international support. You don't need to go cut off, people's heads. I'm not gonna talk about the babies and all of that. I've seen with my own eyes. I've seen women strapped into a pole with a rope on them. I've seen it with my own eyes. If you want me to send you the video, I could. I'm not coming from a place of hate. I'm coming from a place of love. I want the best for Palestinians. And let me tell you, they live in horrible conditions. I'm not going to tell you, oh, they live in, the prisons are nice and everything is nice and dandy. This land brings the worst out of everyone who touches it. It's a holy land and it's a cursed land. I'm sorry if that offends somebody, but this land makes a monster out of people who are fighting with each other. And the people of Palestine that went to Jordan, why are they committing these acts? Yes, they're causing trouble. They have no. First of all, they were indoctrinated into violence by the violence that they saw. They saw a lot of blood. The second thing is they have no future. Why they have no future? I'll tell you the official and the non-official answer. The unofficial answer is because the Arab countries don't want to give them citizenship, because if they do, then the right of return is gone. That's number. I don't say I disagree or agree with the right of return, but when Israel instated the right of return in 1950, they won a war. Why would you expect somebody? Okay, and I'm telling you from a practical point of view. Forget about emotion; it just doesn't work. From a practical point of view, why would someone give you something for nothing? If you're like trying to do a PR campaign by beheading people, I mean, okay, I'm sorry for that. And one last thing, I believe it was, I'm sorry if I made the Palestinian people leave. I love them, but if you are going to launch a rocket from your backyard, and if I ask you now, like I would literally, let's say there's person X, and it's a very good reason, and they're gonna use your backyard to fire a rocket. Will you do it or not? And I was also asked if Hamas make them sign a waiver before they launch a rocket from a backyard, or it's their backyard and it's not yours. Thank you.
Jonathan, can I respond, please?
Times of Israel just posted that in northern Gaza, Palestinians are reporting on gunfire and blasts in northern Gaza by the IDF. Ladies and gentlemen, ceasefire is fucking over, without a doubt.
Nelson, feedback from
Nelson,
Israel.
I,
No,
I, I
feedback.
think
Breaking news.
I'm
Um, No, breaking news out of Israel. Nelson, may I? If you'd like, I'm going to jump off soon.
Let's go, bro.
Can I?
Let's go. Let's do it.
So, two Israeli battalions have confirmed operations are go. Light is green. They are continuing the clearing operation in Gaza. They are moving from their defensive battle positions during the ceasefire, and they're advancing to secure the rest of the Al Shifa hospital complex and also subterranean activities. It's game's on. It's on, Nelson. Over.
Yes.
Did you say Israeli Italian?
Battalion.
Buh.
With your dumb ass.
Nielsen, can I take please?
Let's talk about it.
Floor on Clubhouse, I'd like to get the queue, please.
One mic on Rasha, let's go.
Yeah, hi Nielsen, hi Jonathan. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for all the spaces you have. I mean, it was amazing. Back to the Danny. Hello, Danny. Marhaba. I just want to let you know I'm a Syrian American oppositions against Assad regime, against Hezbollah, IRGC, and it's all tales. I hear you, and I am against what happened back and forth in last when Assad regime and his army, did a violation against the Lebanese, and my heart goes with you. And I totally, stand with the all my friends, even the liberal from Christian people, even atheist people, whatever it's in Lebanon. We all agree that Assad and Hezbollah must go in the future to establish the peace in Middle East, especially in Lebanon and Syria. And thanks for you, people like you, Danny, can oppose Syrian gear and oppose those people like Russia from other spaces who said that Hezbollah is good. So thanks for you. I want to hear from you. That's why I'm telling you my heart goes with you. But I disagree with you to do generalization for all the Palestinian, because there is a lot of Palestinian are good people. In matter of fact, just like maybe, and I study that, by the way. I have a study. I can DM you. I just did a follow for you. Just 16 militia from Palestinian people, including Liwa al-Quds, who did massacres in Lebanon and Syria, because they are most of or a quarter of them, they are Shia. They also stood with Assad regime and IRGC. And I want to respond to Nielsen. So just want to let you know, generalize and say all the Palestinians are bad or terrorists. This is very bad. It will, not gonna help the peace movement in the future. The same thing when we said like, oh, all the Israelis are bad. No, there is a lot of good Israelis. People are good. And in matter of fact, every time I'm speaking to Israeli people, I find, oh my God, they are so good. Why they are give us and teach us in Middle East that they are bad? They are not bad, by the way. But we have to determine, even for the IDF, we can criticize IDF, we can criticize Palestinian, but we cannot do generalize. We have to speak specifically, give a foundation, what time, when it's happened, what the crime, and then we'll conclude a result. Other than that, it will be sucks. As far for one state solution, I don't see it at all. Two state solution, maybe not right now, after the Hamas should be destroyed. And as far for, because for one reason, Israelis and Jewish people will never ever accept it. Two state solution is if Hamas still exists. And by the way, my heart goes with the Palestinian. I hope, inshallah, Palestine will be recognized under the international law. But you have, guys, Palestinian people, to get rid of Hamas and oppose it in public, in media, on the street, to figure out that the Israelis can at least trust you in the future, that those terrorist militia will not be exist to threaten their lives, and you will live peacefully to rebuild state of Palestine. And by the way, Biden administration, even his vice president, they declare it clearly in the media that they are seeking to support you guys to establish and to be recognized as a state of Palestine, but they need from you to be aware that those terrorists visited State of Department in Washington with my friend as a Syrian opposition. We know the hostages as Austin. They use it and they blackmail USA, and that's why the USA give a fund of $6 billion to Qatar and Oman. as between two quotation humanitarian, but it was and Yehuda he knows it was a negotiation after the settlement for the for the hostages. So what I'm trying to tell you, I already wrote it down in the chat that some of the hostages, and they are a percentage and a lot of percentage, it's a lot of numbers, were burned, were raped, were killed on October 7 and after October 7. Some of the hostages didn't mistreat them, but they use it for media to show it that, oh, they are nice, but they are not. They are just for act to the media to brainwash all these stupid people. I'm sorry to say that they are nice. And some of the hostages will be transferred to Iran and will be negotiated as a last card to get relief for Hamas leader to get out of Gaza. So I'm just telling Yehuda that not all the hostages being killed. They're gonna use it, and we know their dirty game for Hamas and their god. It's IRGC, Iran, and its altars. This is what I'm trying to tell, and I hope to focus in the future on Qatar and Iran, because also Iran, it's the major reason for the funding for Hamas, and we can discuss later what the foreign policy in Iran between Iran and America instead of focusing on the tails. Thank you very much.
Can I
Can
respond
I
or
ask
may I?
Rasha a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Afzal.
Okay, Rasha, how long have you been with the Syrian opposition?
13 years.
Wow, so since the beginning of the uprising?
But definitely, but I am also against extremist Syrian oppositions, which rebel, which use it by Turkey and etc. I am also against those, against Al Nusra Front, against anything extremist or Islamic radical, jihadi, terrorist, even from the Syrian oppositions when they were on the ground. Don't forget that Qatar. There is businessmen in Qatar fund Al Nusra Front, and there is so many suing case in London regarding that, and also was extremist also forces militia been funded by Turkey, also those extremists. So good luck. We have a full chaos in Syria, and we have the Syrian forces democracies which have been supported by America to fight ISIS. And good luck. And we have Assad regime, we have ISIS, we have so many things right now, militia in Syria. So good luck. Will not ever settle it.
So you are familiar with then Washington DC American Enterprise Institute when they were helping in the beginning with these kids to organize on social media?
Yeah, I am familiar with it. Yes.
Oh, okay, great. All right, why we will talk when there is like.
And I just want to tell you, thank you so much for your today's speech, Afzal, because
thank you, my dear. Thank you.
Right
Thank you.
now I can see the difference when you told them it's bullshit. I really thanks for you, because this is really bullshit. I'm so, excuse my French, I don't like to curse, but please, guys, for my friends in Palestine, please start opposing Hamas. Hamas will do nothing to you, just do more damage and more disaster. Believe me. And I'm just telling you because I really love to see state of Palestine.
Can I answer this question regarding not supporting Hamas, Nelson? Would you please?
I believe Sidi didn't answer or didn't get the chance. If Nelson calls it.
Nelson has went into
I think
coma.
Nelson is busy, so you can continue, sir.
Okay. Actually, Palestinians gave up resistance 32 years back. Arafat himself dismantled all armed forces in West Bank and Gaza. So what did they get? Nothing. Zero. Because of the stubbornness of Israel and Israel not giving what they agreed on in Oslo. Disarming Hamas or irradiating Hamas won't solve this issue. It will never help either. If Hamas is gone, another Hamas will raise until this issue is resolved. Period. It's not about Hamas. It's not about Fatah. It's not about PLO. It's about giving the right to the people of Palestine. Self-determination, state, refugees returning to their homes expelled from 1948. Period. If this not happen, This issue will continue on and on forever. You can laugh, yes. I'm telling you, 75 years and this issue is still burning, unfortunately.
Sudi, you're still there?
I'd like to say something.